crispier Chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
Wow.
I can't remember.
What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one.
I don't know. I forgot the last one. It's wrong ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
I start one, right? What do I start?
Nibiru. I got nerve for my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Name me Charisma's second skill.
Okay, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill.
I don't even know. Hey, you play one eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know. I do.
Execution strike.
That's so hard.
Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
There you go.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow Key is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow Q is correct.
I got it!
What the
Shadow Key.
Shadow Q is correct.
Shadow Key.
Shadow Q is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow Q is correct.
Is there something in front? There's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing, sir.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's ultimate.
Wait, I know this,
Wait.
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy. I don't know any skill.
Tanoga.
Archer guard, Igipol. What we call different things. Igipol.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Tanoga.
It's something like right? I remember.
Itanoga.
Oh!
Oh my days, it's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
In this arena, where dreams are forged and legacies are made, the battle for supremacy rages on season after season. Titans have clashed, leaving an indelible mark on the history of MPL Singapore. But this year, the stakes have never been higher. 8 teams, each a force to be reckoned with, stand united in their pursuit of glory. The trophy is more than just an object. It's a symbol of dominance, a testament to skill, and a legacy that will be cherished for generations to come. Who will be the ones to hoist the trophy high? Who will write their names into history? The battle is about to begin. The world is watching. MPL Singapore, our pride, our passion.
Hi friends, and welcome back to MPL SG. Now we are the only professional league right here in Singapore known as Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore. And right now we're back for Season 8. This is the moment that you have all been waiting for, where we have gathered 8 of the best that Singapore has to offer to duke it out over at the Land of Dawn. Now the coveted title of the champion will head on over to the international stage to represent Singapore for the M6. That will be held in Malaysia this November. So who will emerge victorious to represent Singapore? Stick around and find out right here with us. Now we'll kickstart with Season 8 with 8 wonderful teams, namely Bleed Esports, Evil, Frontyardigans, HomeBois SG, NIP Flash, Rift Esports, RSG SG, and Vanguard Esports. Now with that being said, we have brand new 2 new qualifying teams of Frontyardigans as well as HomeBois SG, and we would love to see how they fare. Now the stakes are as high as ever because the lowest 2 teams right here in the regular seasons itself will not be making it to the playoffs, and of course will not be receiving their direct invitation to head on over to Season 9. So teams must definitely give all they can before heading over to the regular seasons. So with that being said, let's kickstart Week 1, Day 1 with the upcoming roster and schedule. So as you see here on your respective screens, ladies and gentlemen, we're opening up Week 1, Day 1 itself, right here from Match 1 with a replay of Season 7's Grand Finals of NIP Flash going up against RSG SG, opening up the show in just a few moments' time at 10 a.m. Followed by Match 2, where we see Evil going up against Bleed Esports at 12:30 p.m. For Match 3, Rift Esports going up against Vanguard happening at 3 p.m. And closing off the show, we have Frontyardigans going up against HomeBois SG at 5:30. Wow, we want an exciting schedule ahead of us. Now, of course, MPL SG Season 8 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 8 is powered by Moontan, and Zenway Production. Our presenting partner, McDonald's, our official partner, Roto, and of course our partners in esports, JD Sports. And with that being said, let's jump straight in to match 1 for the day. Now, presenting to you our back-to-back defending champions, NIP Flash. I don't know if you guys can feel it, but I definitely can. And previously, when it comes to the boys walking in, you know, there's just such confidence. But right now, they're just super relaxed. Right now, really just decked out in their super cool merchandise and here to really slay even in the regular season. Now, going up against them, presenting to you, RSG SG. Now, definitely, previously, when it comes to RSGSG in Season 7, a lot of people had their doubts with this very brand new roster. But right now, there has been a shuffle once again. We see Yon as well as Yunsky right here in RSGSG, along with the tutelage of Youngin. How far will RSGSG go? And this is probably their biggest mountain yet here in the regular season. And starting off right here, match 1, week 1, day 1. Everything is crazy right now. I don't know what to think, but I'll hand my time over to the casters and let's find out together.
All right,
yes,
ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. A little bit too loud for the morning, I gotta have to say. Especially since, you know, the tone of today seems to be a little bit more on the mellow side because, you know, we're starting things out. We're creeping into the new season. And speaking of new season, welcome to the new season on MPL SG Season 8. My name's Abstract. Together here with me is gonna be Jace as well as Churros. All three of us is gonna be your caster for today. And especially when it comes down to today, you guys pretty much have saw how the schedule worked out, and I'm pretty sure that every single one of us, including the both of you, is super excited for what is to come. So before we even, you know, kind of like jump down to talk a little bit more about the specific teams itself, what do you expect from game number 1 at the very least?
Well, at the very least, this is basically a very important match, right? So NIP Flash going up against RSG. This is practically, we're starting the game number 1, the very first match, as a grand final rematch of Season 7.
Yeah, you talk about loud, this is loud. 3 times met in the grand final series since Season 5. We do have to talk about Team Flash right away first. No changes to the roster. This was the same roster that they had in MPL SG Season 7 and then the top 4 spot in MSC. All the way through, although they swapped out Vanix for Owl during the Snapdragon Pro, this is the first time they're actually back together. They've been in this same roster for a very, very long time, and I'm talking about chemistry. This team has that chemistry going on.
Yeah, and the fact is, Diablo goes back to blue hair. It's throwback to Season 2. If you guys follow Diablo since the start earlier of the days. Speaking of starting earlier of the days, yeah, that's right. Starting earlier of the days as well, JPL is finally back on the Week 1 roster. We really see him really perform outstandingly last season, especially in the MSC itself. It feels like, you know, Prime JPL is back, and, you know, MPL Singapore for the NIP Flash, they're going to start with a bang.
Honestly, I'm hands down just expecting to see Lolzy joining into NIP Flash to play for the first few games at the very least, right? Especially looking at how Zarate normally just kind of does things. But hey, you know, we're just going to move that apart and move that away first as we take a look at RSG SG, Jace.
You talk about Zarate, right? I think it's another person that we also have to mention. Youngin is back in RSG once again. You see him during Season 6 when he entered during the transfer season, but this time around, he's there from the start. And alongside is Simple, the analyst that he's been really hyping about in the background. And RSG, looking at this roster, the biggest thing that we all have to notice is there is no break. The child prodigy, the best Singaporean jungler himself, is not present in RSG. Replacing him is Yon, a jungler of Season 5 at Team Flash, the one that broke the feud between RSG and Bleed a long time ago.
Well, this is his meta. This is his meta.
That's
I'm
right.
expecting big things from Yon. He needs to be able to, you know, just calm down in big events. This is their O levels facing up against the big dogs, NIP Flash, right from the get-go, first game, and they have to calm down. That's the only thing I have to say. Totally different roster. Like, there's a lot of new changes. The only mainstay I remember is like just Roy.
Yes.
That was like originally Godzilla. But right now, I think...
Oh yeah, he changed his name back to Roy.
That's right.
Make up your mind, buddy.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things going on, but we have to move on to the next big thing.
I do believe that we do have a head-to-head video between NIP Flash and RSG SG. So let's roll the clip and take a look.
I think RSG at first was strong, but they slowly start improving because all their good players left, like Bray and Diablo. So I think this season will be different RSG from the previous one. So I think their weakness is they were sometimes they will be very confident about winning, then end up losing like too confident.
I personally don't think that they are a good team. Last season's performance showed that they are not good at all. Why did they get second, right? Because other teams were even worse than them. With Yon joining RSG, let's be honest, anyone in the pro scene would know that obviously at this moment he doesn't really have an option. If Yon good, why Bleed never keep him? Correct or not?
Yeah, so my analysis for Flash this season is, even though they came from many international tournaments and they have done well, but I don't think a champion doesn't stay there forever. Given how they are now, it might not be. Even though we have a new team as well, I would never say that my team has zero chance to beat any team. So of course I'm still gonna say that I'm gonna try my best to beat them. I'm also happy to see that for Flash especially, because Joseph, I believe, now is the Zarate, right? He is the coach of the team now. So again, this is somebody without any MPL experience, somebody who is without any MLBB competition experience as a player, coming into the coaching scene and doing well. So this also proves that it is actually possible for people who are not players in MPL, but eventually doing well as coaches, in the competitive circuit. Standing from my standpoint, of course, I'm more experienced in drafting, so I'll have to beat them in draft to stand a chance. But of course, my players are on the way up, so hopefully mechanically as well, we'll be able to execute well against them.
I still do feel every team has a chance going up against Flash, although they are the stronger team, but we can prove that we are not weak too by maybe having an upset against them, as they are a stronger team and they look down on us so they won't have much preparation for us. So I think it'll be a good time to beat them.
At this point in time, this current conjecture, all we want to see is for the teams to be able to prove themselves. After all, when it comes down to NIP Flash, they are that titan, that they are all the way at the top. And every single team out there, they just want to look for the right formula, the perfect formula. The coach and the teams, how are they supposed to gel together, and if whether they have, like I said, the right formula to beat against NIP Flash.
I like you to point out two very big importance in terms of teams, right? You talk about how, the coaching staff and also the players need to gel together. Don't forget, NIP Flash kept everything, almost the exact same team and also coaching staff together since the last season. And then you also talk about, they are tyrants and they're basically the titans now. There's always a saying, right? The longer you live as a hero, you slowly become a villain.
Exactly. Now, of course, since we are talking about NIP Flash versus RSG SG, we gotta have to take a look at
the predictions, right? The talent prediction between spanning across the three of us. Every single one of us have understandably went in to take a look at NIP Flash, taking a 2-0 victory. Is there any surprise?
You know, I honestly want to bring back like Zarate's like his ego has been like boosted after like being in the top 4 spot in MSC after winning a couple of MPL SGs, and I think it's rightfully so. You need that mindset to really tide you through. Everyone's beneath you and you're just the top of the competition.
And the drama.
The drama that he
Let's
brings.
not forget about the drama.
Do you remember the MSC thing that he brought up? Like
when he was doing the interview with HomeBois.
Yeah,
post-match.
I will never
crazy.
forget that. I will never forget that because as a true blue Singaporean supporting NIP Flash, and I saw the lottery, the Udio picked it up. He's like, yeah, Team Flash. It's like, man.
Dear. Great flashbacks, you know, great flashbacks.
Get it.
But I gotta have to see, take a look at the audience predictions as well. It does seem like we are looking at a 68% tile of the audience that is of course rooting for NIP Flash, while RSG is actually taking quite a bit of votes as well.
Yeah.
Because 32%, this is not any small vote.
Yeah, because
32% is huge actually.
Yeah, abstract. Because on the desk we're like leaning heavily towards NIP Flash, but it seems like the audience still does have some hope on RSG SG. Don't forget, a lot of things has changed, right? Their main jungler and also their roamer, which is now Yunski from, well, Stellark and also HomeBois Singapore, now join the roster of RSG. A lot of things has changed. So this is a different RSG that we've seen, and even what NIP Flash is saying is like a shadow of their former self.
Now, of course, it does seem like we already have got the game on the road. RSG SG, they have went through the entire MPL SG with 3 times champion Season 3, Season 4, and Season 5. But here we have right in front of them is NIP Flash that managed to get the most recent champions in Season 6 and Season 7. In some sense, we are quite literally looking at the draft of the champions. How is it gonna be like? Let's take a look exactly what we have with a Ruby and a Chip ban right off this bat.
Well, I'm actually thinking about RSG. Who is their main carry? Like, would it be Yon? Would it be Roy? Because Roy actually performed extremely well in Season 7. A lot of teams, they see him, they ban out the Kadita. Will NIP Flash actually do that or leave it open? Because Kadita is not really technically in the meta right now. There's a lot of better champions, so to speak, like the Zhas, the Zhu, Jusin, that might be picked up by RSG. Roy might be able to play that very well, positioning, shown to be very good, but do you prioritize the assassins right now? Since the assassin meta, we've seen a lot of the other MPL regions banning out the Hayabusas, the Fannies, the Lings, but it's all open for in this game.
Interpretation as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes down to Yon, despite what Zarate's mentioned about Yon, right? I still think that there must be a certain level of respect going over to Yon. As such, when it comes down to second pick, second ban, you naturally always want to ban out heroes such as a Ling, a Fanny, for instance. We have saw before how Yon played Fanny, so I wouldn't be too surprised that NIP Flash will want to target either one of these two, unless they themselves want to take the Fanny or the Ling for themselves, right? If you can ban out the Hayabusa, I don't think that that's going to make that big of a problem or that big of a difference, but it's probably all about opening up the pool, since Zarate decided to ban Chip, understandable, but when it comes down to Roger, perhaps not as I have originally expected, but it kind of seems as though it is just a counter ban from Youngin trying to ban out the Moskov because it paves the way for a Roger.
It's more of a balancing beam situation, because right now, since you know that you're gonna play an assassin, you open up both sides so that you limit the pool for the tanky heroes that you need to be able to maintain a very clean jungle. Especially the Jawhead, we've seen that resurgence a lot. That's the Phoveus, revamped Phoveus, a physical damage Phoveus as well. The Jawhead is an interesting pickup, especially popularized in MPL PH. The reason for this is because the early game damage that it deals is really, really nasty and insane for a lot of the jungles, especially the early jungle. I would say debuff before the 2-minute mark, you have a little bit less damage, or you take a little bit less damage on the invade. So that's one of the main sort of like counterplays.
Yeah, also, you talk about MPL PH, I love it. Shout out to Reptar as well for sharing this stats as well. there is like a 47% win rate in MPL PH, and Jawhead like what 36% ban. So it's a very high number as well. And you talk about percentage, right? We also have to talk about the amount of bans as well. There's 19 bans, and then after that there's 10 win rates as well. So you start to see a little bit of a pattern coming out from the side of MPL PH. Jawhead is definitely a price value as well, and also used quite well in the hands of JPL.
Yeah, I think it's the double chain CCs going to Jawhead. But we have to move on to the first pick. The Edith is a very, very comfortable pick for RSG.
In fact, very comfortable. I would not expect Edith being one of the first few bans, considering the fact that all of the assassins out there, Hylos, Zask, they are currently all available. In the meantime, NIP Flash, it kind of seems like they are setting something up here with a Harif as well as a Hylos pick. Jusin currently is still unpicked just yet. In fact, the way that they have unpicked, unbanned. So NIP Flash may actually be looking at quite a bit of a direction that they want to open with the Hylos as well as the Harif. As such, because of the fact that there is a Harif and the fact that the Roamer can still kind of work in many ways, it does seem like RSG SG is going to be working with the Jusin, especially since they first pick onto the Edith. Edith is, of course, a very strong wave clear hero in the early stages to really assist Jusin in the wave clear component in the start.
Well, I mean, Jusin doesn't really scale up until you get that level 4. You are able to just then rotate. We'll be able to see this as an opening pick for Roy. But the Fanny being picked up straight away, it just shows like, okay, Yon's very comfortable with the Fanny. Let's try to make things work for that. We've seen the age-old Fanny Ling battle once again. Moving on to the second phase of the bans. I think it's opened up for quite a bit of the EXP lanes. I want to be shocked. I want to be surprised by Diablo's pick. He's always shown a lot of like off-meta heroes, especially in the regular season, because you're just trying to test things out. You don't want to just conform to whatever the world gives you.
Unfortunately, I feel that he's gonna conform because we already have a Hylos pickup. Very likely it is an EXP Hylos. However, of course, you can double dip that into Roamer as a flexibility option, but that also, we still have quite a lot of options that we can go around with. You wanted to see the Hanabi Lolita.
I actually do.
You wanted to see that. Okay. I personally feel that if we want to talk about the Hanabi Lolita option, this is probably not the game for RSG. We can definitely expect Youngin wanting to pull that off. But this might actually just not be the game, because I don't really see any opportunity for Closer to actually play the Edith over to the EXP.
Yeah. A very important point. Don't forget, Youngin used to be the coach of JPL, right? Back in the EVOS days, back in the Bleed and Slate days, right? Just take a look at what RSG has banned off. That's a Ruby, that's a Jawhead, that's a Cho. These three are the heroes that JPL likes to play.
Let's not forget about Grok as well. Especially when it comes down to the Grok and Cho, these two are the mainstay heroes for JPL to pull off exactly what he always do, being the tagger. You know, he's always the roamer tagger, or in some sense, the mid tagger, jungle tagger. As long as he's able to get these kind of escape heroes, he will always be able to provide vision for his team. Which in this case, I'm not too sure if whether, like you said, conforming. I'm not too sure whether JPL is going to conform to the societal norms, and if whether he's going to be playing based on what he's comfortable with.
Well, that's the beauty of the flex pick. JPL could go either ways. The Grok is still available. Diablo could pick up the Hylos, go into EXP side. But I love what Jay's pointed out. Banning out the Ruby, the Jawhead, the Cho is basically JPL's signature picks, quote unquote. And I think Youngin really knows, like, JPL really sets that tone. He's a quiet person in real life, but in the game, he's making the shot calls, he's making the moves. And I think that is the strategy that RSG's working towards. So the question is, how do you mitigate a really, really aggressive roam? We know how JPL always likes to go into invades. How do you mitigate it? How do you protect your Fanny?
Okay, so how do we mitigate his aggressiveness? I mean, it seems like Youngin has the answer, at least for now, right? Because when it comes down to aggressive roamers, it really depends on the kind of heroes that they pick, if whether it allows them to be aggressive. In this case, the Cho and the Grok is what allows JPL to be aggressive. When it comes down to any other roam heroes, I don't particularly I'm not able to see JPL being that aggressive and that in your face.
I think NIP Flash, right? Zask is not picked up by either of these sides. Zask is usually countered by Hylos. Now NIP Flash is a
there we go.
free carpet,
Zask.
literally glorious pathway to get this Zask out. And there you go, he's gonna snap that out right off the bat.
It's just a beautiful combo for Zask and Hylos. Zask just pops his Dominator's Descent.
It's
just having that extra layer of tank when you go onto the skirmish. RSG just runs for the hills. You protect yourself against, of course, the Juicin. A very, very irritating, so to speak, kind of repositioning skill that she'll get after that level 3 power spike.
Sorry, I just wanted to quickly mention that I kind of find the drafting of Zarate in this game actually kind of disgusting.
It is.
Because he's not making the choices for his team. He's making Youngin make the choices for his team at this point in time. I will explain and dwell down it a bit later.
Gato is open. It might be possible. And then you hyper carry the Ling.
It could also be a Hilda pick. To counteract, to start hard invading against a Fanny, you can also start a heal.
I think that is a little bit too
delusional.
Much of a fast stretch. I wouldn't call it delusional. I would say that it is a very fast stretch.
Well, win early, then snowball late. Like that's the game plan for NIP Flash. They just want to end it early. It's a Saturday morning. They woke up early for this. They just want to go back to bed.
But their composition at this point in time, it allows them to be relatively on par with RSG SG regardless. They don't really have to put too much thought into the roamer at this point in time. But it does seem like they do want to play a little bit more of a counter-engage against RSG while being able to be really good at team fights as well, since they are in fact lacking in a lot of crowd control. So at least when it comes down to Tigreal, that really boils down to being the heart of the team, I think that is still a very great pick.
Yeah, I love NIP Flash's pick. Like, I'm thinking, how do you take down Ling if he has so much escape mechanisms? Vanix is a very passive farmer and then very aggressive attacker in the late game. How do you take down that Harith when he just dashes, circles around you, protected by 3 basically huge tanks in that aspect? I mean, RSG, lots of work cut out for them. I think I'm really itching to see like JPL being very aggressive in the early game. We'll see how Yon responds.
Yep, with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump right in over to game number 1 of RSG SG versus NIP Flash here in MPL SG Season 8.
I really like this, man. Abstract and Juros, I gotta admit, I feel like Youngin is kind of taken aback about how the drafting goes. Like, if you notice the whole draft, it's Zarate that's leading the charge. They got 2 prior picks, the Hylos and also the Zask. It's really work cut out for them, right?
At this point in time, it really just boils down to if you pick the... mostly the kind of checkmate call is more of the Hylos pick, right? Whenever you pick the Hylos, you're essentially telling the opponents, yeah, you can't really pick the Zask at this point in time because I literally have a Hylos. I will tank up the entire Dominator's Descent. So what's going to be your answer then? So at least when it comes down to Youngin, he made his choice of getting himself the Fanny as well as the Juicin. That pretty much means that NIP Flash would then pivot away from a hardcore AoE team comp such as a the Golden Trio between the Harith, the Juicin, as well as the Minotaur. But now that the Juicin is not available for RSG, NIP Flash have got this composition working out for them.
Well, I think how this is going to play out is NIP Flash is going to desperately try to shift attention away from the gold lane. Diablo is definitely going to have a very nice little stalemate with Closer because both of them are basically tanks. You don't really get your power spike until level 4, so we'll see a very, very huge skirmish on that, but hold on.
Yo, hard invader ready. That's also going to be the concussive blast. Yunsky gonna brought down low just a little bit. Has to recall.
Actually, very good call from JPL. Try to force out the flicker early. Even though you don't get that kill, Hades is going to be safe for now, but here comes Yon.
Coming in, Hades dashes over the wall. That could have been an assassination. It could be a little bit of problem about the side NIP Flash, but still A-okay for now.
The main idea that we want to see from RSG SG is that we will want to see the very generic rotation coming in, right? The roamer taking the middle lane, and then the mages eventually head themselves down to the bottom lane, which is something that we are definitely looking at. NIP Flash is already going to be the first team that has managed to get themselves, all of them level 4, but we need to hold it down until the junglers themselves reaches level 5, which in this case is going to be the case.
Yunsky, that's going to be Onward, and the Earth Shatter is here. Diablo joining in the fray. That's going to be Hades picking up the first blood. You're not going to trigger, but but hold on a second. Roy pulling the horsey all the way back closer, doing a lot of damage. Diablo getting tossed like Ragdoll. The Glorious Pathway is the only thing that left him alive, but not for long. Closer will be able to find that kill.
That was such a good positioning from JPL. Waited at the bush. He knows that Yunsky's gonna face check that bush. He's gonna follow him, push him in, securing that first blood, waiting for Hades to come in and getting that kill.
Okay, that's also going to be in the knockup as well. And also the penalty zone. Hades picking up the turtle while the massacre is going. Yunsky, the battery. No, the punching back of RSG goes down. Y'all will be able to trade for JPL. It's a Roma for now. But in terms of kill score and also turtle, it's still NIP Flash leading the charge.
Messy fight. Like, JPL, I think in the first fight, after first blood, he wasted that implosion. So it was a little bit of a misplay coming in from JPL, forcing that flicker out just to save himself, but Yon actually found the right target and taking that one out. NIP Flash just got that turtle in the end, so far, still even Stevens as of now. I don't see much going on for either side. It could be anyone's game.
It's a very simple game plan for the both of these two teams at the start, right? Being able to find a pick-off onto the opponents and then eventually allow the funnel to work out for the assassins, if the assassin is actually around the place. So at least when it comes down to kills alone, right? We are actually looking at NIP Flash that does have it a little bit better, with Hades getting himself a total of 2 kills, while Yon only have got a single kill to his name. This will all eventually become a bigger deal once NIP Flashes, or rather once the time eventually runs down the clock, maybe down to 6 minutes to 8 minutes into the game.
Oh. JPL waiting for CS. They know the rotation's coming in. Yunsky taking a lot of damage.
It's going to be a shower as well. JPL get knocked out sky high. Implosion will be activated. Yunsky goes down. Hades goes in. Also trying to swing for the win right here. Hades jumps into the Temple of the Blades. Dominant descent. Descending upon RSG. Courtesy escapes. But that's still Yunsky going down once again for the count.
Oh, JPL read them like a book. Diablo just keeping closer at bay, preventing him from going into the mid lane. Because RSG is trying to balance as much farm as they can. CS going down to mid lane, just funneling him as much as possible. He needs his Holy Trinity just to get on board. 5 seconds till the turtle spawns up. They're still in the gold lane. CS actually almost falling to Vanix.
So with the turtle currently available for both sides to kind of posture up, NIP Flash is the one that have got 4 members that is going to be right down here in the Turtle's pit. While Yunsky is going to be the only one just tagging along with NIP Flash, but it all boils down to whether RSG SG will want to contest for this, which in this case, no, they are not going to.
Yeah, Yon was just way out of position. It would have been a very huge loss for them if they were to be really aggressive. So just giving that turtle, I think, gives them a little bit of momentum down the jungle. I was hoping for JPL to be a little bit more aggressive towards that Fanny, but no, he's actually very open and aggressive towards Yunsky. I think that is the Achilles heel for the side of RSG. He's watching where Yunsky goes.
You talk about Yunsky, there you go. He's actually going to get pushed by JPL once again. Out of 3 kills that NIP Flash has secured, Yunsky is that 3.
It's all Yunsky, but Hades taking a lot of damage.
The Battle of the Assassins coming in. CS coming in to also tag team just a little bit. Temples of Blade just to get on out. Nice dodge right here. CS maybe looking for more. Gets Law and Order by Diablo as well. Roy drags a Nightmare Spawn for some weird reason, but that's okay. NIP Flash is still in the game for now.
It's a very messy rotation coming in for RSG. They're panicking right now. They're forcing Claw to be going down to the bottom lane because he's losing to Vanix. Vanix pushing down on the top side. It's an evil trade as of now.
Trade indeed. Law and Order, Yunsky right there. Nothing to be done here at the bottom lane. RSG will rotate. Top side, NIP Flash applying a lot of pressure. First turret already taken away by NIP Flash.
Yeah, CS just losing a lot of time, watching down to the bottom side, taking the mid side kills. But I think I saw the itemizations. He's only got like 1 core item. NIP Flash is slowly building that up. There's no massive team fights happening as of now. I'm hoping that this turtle, once that top lane has been popped, Vanix is going to rotate down that mid side, so preparing for that turtle.
Law and Order being found. Implosion onto 2. Purify will be activated by Roy just to get out now, but get meets by the Dominator Descent as well. Yunsky once again goes down for the count, and Hades coming and picking up that kill. Already a mega kill already. Hades, woo, top of the blade, just how to get all the way out there. Yawn, the cables doesn't connect. Hades get on the way alive, healing all the way, using the Heart's Claws.
Oh, the cavalry's here, protecting Hades. Man, this is the chemistry that NIP Flash is showing. JPL, I wasn't expecting that implosion. He waited for 2 men to come in, no flicker needed. He just pushed everyone together.
At this point in time, it really just boils down to RSG SG unable to really get their mage in the game. When it comes down to Yunsky playing onto Edith, it does seem like Edith is constantly finding himself in very unfortunate positioning. As such, Roy is really not able to just kind of open up the map together with Yunsky. Because the main thing that we want to see between these two is
That's also going to be
together.
in. Yon has the cable out. Banix just dashing in on the Zaman Force as well. Diablo joining in the fray just a little bit more. Glorious Pathway will be committed. Diablo goes in all the way deep. Gets dragged by CS. And Roy, Diablo getting go in the punching bag. Vengeance will be activated. JPL looking for an angle. A closer comes in from the penalty zone. That's going to be CS taking out JPL. Unfortunately, alongside with is Diablo. Curtisi goes in with a Nightmare Spawn. Goes into Dominator's Descent. Right underneath the turret. Looking at closer. The Earth Shadow to slow it down. Curtisi doesn't really have to cover over the ultimate. And IP Flash has to back off, losing 2.
That doesn't matter, it's a macro play. All of the entirety of that fight, Hades was just pushing down that bottom side. RSG has to respond, losing out two side lane turrets. Yon taking a lot of damage from Hades already. And NIP Flash, they know how to scale, they know how to snowball. It's just an unlucky death, but they're still in the game.
It's interesting that Diablo just decides to do that, because usually you see Diablo, he wants to go in really deep right underneath the enemy lines and then just do a lot of damage. But this time around, he's sacrificing himself because Hades is just outputting so much damage as well. Glorious Pathway. Diablo goes in law and order. Roy should not be there as well. Good TT, that's also going to be the stun. Roy jumps into ultimate as well, and NIP Flash disengages.
Putting all their resources on the purple buff. They know Yon is... He's basically handicapped, no purple buff. And RSG, they're just scrambling. They know that Hades is fighting like a fighter. That's the Thunder Belt being built up. He's looking to scale. But there's aggressiveness coming in. I thought he would end it early.
I'm actually kind of surprised how the fact that NIP Flash is able to kind of move together as a very stacked 5 without being punished at all, considering the fact that RSG, they actually do have the answers to these kind of 5-man stack, being Roy, Closer, and Yunsky's what was Earthshatter, right? There's actually a lot of answers to what NIP Flash is trying to do, but RSG SG just doesn't seem like they are able to draw the line between them and NIP Flash, and NIP Flash just keeps on trembling down on the RSG. It kind of feels that confidence is definitely key, and RSG just don't have the confidence to kind of stand their ground and tell NIP Flash
That's a good
get away.
play. Catching Yunsky is going to be CS jumping out just in the nick of time. Vanix will be credited for the kill. The Lord is already right now, and Hades still secures the Lord. Unfortunately, Yon flies in, but has to fly out. If not, he's going to be down. But Vanix, that damage still connects. Dominator's Descent, just cancelling out Roy. Roy getting caught in an awkward position right here. RSG slowly getting decimated by NIP Flash. That's a wipeout. That's a Lord taken down by NIP Flash.
Oh, NIP Flash. Oh, man. JPL actually made the right call. He know that they needed Roy to pop his Purify, pop his ultimate just to get out of position away from CS, taking him down first, and then Yunsky quick to follow as well. So that was such an immaculate play. I didn't know why RSG won a contest for this Lord. They should have just gave it because Yon was so far away. They know that they can't contest for a lot of these major team fights, because what do you do when a horse is running straight to your face?
And not to forget, when it comes down to the level gap as well, right? Yon is currently only at level 13. The retribution damage is not as much as NIP Flashes. But at the same time,
JPL getting caught, still catching 2 members with the implosion. 4 members left on the side of NIP Flash, but they do have the Lord to act as a player number 5.
We're marching down the top side.
Yeah, that's a random kill onto Hades. So that is definitely a great one for the side of RSG. They did manage to pick up a kill on the Hades.
Okay.
So at least this is going to give them a little bit of breather space.
Yep, and at the very least, RSG is still going to stabilize just a little bit. That pickup is extremely good for RSG. Defending the Lord, that first Lord is supposed to, at least clear out all the second-tier turrets. RSG still kept theirs. So they're still in the game, technically speaking. But NIP Flash, this is their turn to basically try to regain map control.
Yeah, NIP Flash was at 5,000 gold lead at their peak. Right now, it's half of that. And RSG is slowly coming back. I think they found out the counterplay situation to how to take out NIP Flash. JPL is always in the front foot. He's always checking the brushes. Take him out first, and then maybe we'll go for a nice little kill outside of that map, and RSG is doing that really, really well.
And in the meantime, down in the middle lane, it definitely seems as though NIP Flash wants to posture up for a little bit more priority over the entire river line. And just kind of keeping RSG at bay so that they would not be able to kind of cross the river line, because that is literally where NIP Flash is trying to hold up every single one of their creeps. Just suffocate RSG from any form of farm, and NIP Flash would want to slowly and very steadily be able to get themselves more of a gold lead, which as we speak, currently we're looking at about 2,600 gold advantage. Not that huge for a 12-minute game, but eventually NIP Flash, if they keep up with this gap, I think that they should be able to get an even bigger gap.
We're stepping into the late game. This is CS's game right now. It's like, if he doesn't die... Oh, hold on.
Law and Order right in the face as well. That's a lot of damage. If Yon just misplayed that one, has to go back into base. NIP Flash just biting back, but CS getting caught on its own. BMI just to get out there. The RSG is literally playing with fire.
Yeah, and I think Vanix has that damage to just try to burst down Yon, but this is going to be a very, very crucial Lord for NIP Flash. RSG could very well contest for it. They've got the ultimates ready, especially for closers, penalty zone. You need to be able to just hyper-focus their attention on the main damage dealers, and then a tank can do nothing.
Diablo, Ring of Punishment, just zoning everybody out. Roy, NIP Flash this time out, it's taking a slightly different approach. There's not a lot of aggression coming out. They've learned that, hey, RSG can hurt, and NIP Flash is going to play safe.
All about the counter engage from the side of NIP Flash, while they're just still going to be holding on to the aggro of the Lord. A little bit of a cha-cha per se. Diablo is taking quite a lot of damage just solely from the Lord.
Yunski
might not be good.
Okay, catching Courtesy right here. Glorious Pathway, making sure everybody from the side of NIP Flash staying alive. The Lord getting bunched down just a little bit. Hades still securing that. Yon a little bit slow, and now closer. It's still a little bit. Members from the side of NIP Flash, they're going to get focused onto JPL instead, but nobody from the side of NIP Flash lost. And Yunski and also tag team with CX. Vanix taking a lot of damage this time around from the auto attack. Courtesy and Hades, the terrible duo for the side of NIP Flash, will be able to secure Roy and that kill. 3 members from the side of RSG already down. Yunski, one more dot. Yon coming in to try to save his teammate right here. Hades dashes across the wall, just playing with Yon on the cables, and it's massive coming out from the NIP Flash.
What a play from Hades. I wasn't expecting him to dash over the wall. No, you can't. No, you can't touch me.
Can touch this, literally.
Man, but the Lord secured. Hades was actually so smart, because Closer was in the backside, trying to delay the approach, waiting for Yon to come in, but Yon was a little bit too slow. Hades got that Lord, and now NIP Flash again leading up on that economy and pushing down that top side.
We are 15 minutes into the game. The Lord is now going to be marching into the top lane, plundering and pillaging everything that RSG holds dear. And surprisingly, RSG is actually moving out of their base to actually take this Lord down. Definitely not going to be an all-out push down onto the Lord, but at least at the backside, Yon is, of course, trying to defend a little bit onto the mid lane turret. They're not going to hold much of a candle against NIP Flash at this point in time, looking at the 3,300 gold gap. But NIP Flash is just waiting for the right opportunity to eventually just jump right in.
Surprisingly, RSG SG is defending this really well, right? The Lord's, that's an enhanced Lord. It's already taken down at the top side. Yes, this doesn't crack the top side, but bottom lane though is still RSG's turret, second tier turret is still standing. Hold on a second. That's going to be Hades getting dragged just a little bit out of position. Temples of Blades will be able to allow him to escape for now. Yon maybe looking for some form of pickup. That's also going to be going pathway. NIP Flash will put the trigger onto the top side instead, and Diablo taking a lot of that punishment from the damage of RSG. And NIP Flash has to try to get all the way. Diablo getting dragged all the way back. Yon now putting damage. Look at Diablo still maintaining a lot of pressure, buying a lot of time for NIP Flash to buy his escape.
Oh, that was such a nasty play from Roy. Just focus his fire on Diablo. Yeah, you might have left RSG, but we're still here. We want you back. Come on in. And that's what they did precisely there. I'm just thinking, like, NIP Flash has a very, very strong split push composition. You can just put Vanix, JPL, Cortese, and Diablo just together and just force a team fight as 4 men. Why doesn't Hades go for the split push? It's because Yon has that damage to immediately take him down. And so I think they're playing it very, very passively. They know they want to take down and open up the side lane turrets, but they want to play it like a sort of like a 4-man team fight down on the neutral objectives, especially the turrets.
You know, the funny thing is, I actually feel that they didn't go for the split push. Definitely, when it comes down to the Fanny part, it is definitely very true. But a big part of me feels that NIP Flash, they are kind of toying with their food. They're not exactly having the right kind of communications as I was expecting, because there are definitely a lot more times whereby Hades decided to kind of do things solo Romeo kind of thing by just jumping into the opponents for no reason and then just using the Tempest of Blaze, which would of course be a lot better for an upcoming team fight.
Yeah.
NIP Flash, they could have ended this game a lot sooner, but it kind of feels as though they're probably looking at something else as a matter of fact.
Oh, JPL pulls the trigger right there, Yunsky. Immediately getting bursted down, but jump onto by 5 members of the side of NIP Flash. That's the Roma already gone from the side of RSG.
40 seconds on death timer. That's a free lord over to NIP Flash. Doesn't look like RSG wants to contest for this, or nor they can.
Unless Yon tries to come in, but look at Diablo's positioning.
Oh,
Law
nice.
and Order right in the face. Yon has to get on the right, cables around, but just overshoots just a little bit. NIP Flash slowing down onto the Lord push right here. Yon getting a lot of damage now. RSG will need to try to play for time. Cortese still secures the Lord. Yon, he tries to steal, but the theft has been apprehended.
A ring around a Rosie. When Yon did manage to kind of keep NIP Flash in kind of a leash, I think that he did actually not too bad. Just kind of making sure that the opponents just don't whittle down the Lord all that much. In fact, it is actually kind of a lucky pickup to a certain extent that Cortese is the one that actually gotten the Lord. But regardless, they did manage to get the Lord. That is all fine and dandy. We are going to be looking at the Lord marching up to the top side, and NIP Flash ought to be able to end the game right now.
Just look at that, Churros.
Yeah.
Cortese and Hades, the indomitable duo right there. High up on the damage dealt chart.
Yeah, I'm actually, my eyes is on CS. Out of all this fights, Claude was never in. He's always going to look for that push.
Okay, speaking about pushing, bottom lane, getting pushed out already. No defense coming out from RSG for now. NIP Flash, they're just literally like what Abshai was talking about. They're just toying with the food. 2 lanes already marching in. Mid lane is getting worked on by the side of NIP Flash.
With the middle lane now being threatened down the Hades though, Tempest of Blaze.
JPL, implosion onto Mamba, 9 penalties onto 2 to 4 people from the side of NIP Flash, but it's all for naught because NIP Flash is leading the bulwark, it's leading the charge against RSG. The garbage pathway to allow them to basically heal up, just stand in the green carpet and you shall heal. And NIP Flash put a dent onto RSG SG's base, and now this time round Yon trying to spin to defend, and now it's RSG defending against the indomitable double Titans.
Vanix already have his summon force back again, so if they would want to continue this fight, they can definitely do so.
Yep, they can definitely do so. Yon as well, just spinning for the kill. Hades will be able to pick up their Roamer right here. No more peel. Vanix still does have immortality, but a minute marching down onto RSG's base as NIP Flash picks up game number 1.
Vanix eating up all those damage, just skirts around everyone. NIP Flash securing the first game of MPL Season 8.
I would say that this game is definitely a lot more scrappier than it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I feel so too.
Yeah, I mean, the drafting really is not too bad at all. I think that this is definitely a game that could have sent both of these teams in a endless spiral. But I would say that there are definitely a couple of things that both teams didn't really quite manage to work on for themselves, especially for RSG. When it comes down to the front lines, especially for Yusuke, he's constantly being picked off, and I think that he's constantly thinking that, yo, I gotta have to tag the opponent. I gotta have to give vision. I gotta do this, I gotta do that. It might actually be stress that's building up onto Yusuke, but it's not actually exactly his job to actually just open up the map all by himself. As you can see, because NIP Flash, they understood that there's only one roamer, there's only one hard front line. Terizla, not really that counted. He's tanky, but once Yunsky is gone, Jusin is useless.
I would beg to differ about Roy's Jusin. He was so good in the fact that he keeps pushing everyone away, repositioning and saving CS and saving Yon sometimes in the fight. Hades, of course, being the MVP of this matchup. The Thunderbird actually worked pretty well. They know that they're going into the late game because, you know, hey, toy ball food, I need some insurance policy, and that was it. Are you a jungle main?
I am an EXP.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, the aggression coming out from Hades, it wasn't what I expected.
You're not a jungle main?
It wasn't what I expected how Ling was being played. He was playing Ling like he was playing an alpha. He was always the one going in. You would have thought like he would be patient, wait for JPL to go in, wait for Diablo to initiate a stun. But he's always going in first.
The amount of time that he actually baited out so many of these skills, right? And Hades still managed to slip on away. By the way, he's an assassin. Yeah. Right, that's the Tempest of Blades. That allows you with a bit of an iframe, but he only died once throughout everything. Literally, like what you mentioned, literally toying with their food.
Even though he has constantly been like super aggressive against the opponents and actually find himself in very unfortunate spots, I would like to say. But at least, hey, we all know how fast his fingers can be. And he knows exactly when he can pop off the Tempest of Blades just to kind of slide away.
Yeah. Actually, I do have to say, RSG CS played really, really well, like in this game. All things considered, he knows his job. As a Claude, I don't really need to fight anything because Diablo basically counters any attack speed hero by using the passive to slow down the attack speeds. But CS was just constantly split pushing. No one was really targeting him. Hades was always fighting in the fray. They're always going for those kills. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. In NIP Flash, they read RSG like an open book.
I would like to also point out something very interesting, right? From the side of NIP Flash, if you notice how the roster is going, this is literally I just need to buy space for Vanix. You want to come in to take Vanix down? I've got a Zaman Force to basically just dash around. While all that's happening, I still have the Dominator's Descent from the side of Zaz, and that kind of make RSG a little bit difficult, right? Now they have to commit to this dive right into the Dominator's Descent, right into a potential implosion, and right into a glorious pathway that, you know, NIP Flash literally built for their team. RSG SG, this is the kind of roster that really needs to try to dive closer on the penalty zone and also CS on the Blazing Duet. If they dive against NIP Flash, especially when they're so far ahead, they're going to spell a lot of trouble.
They need as much lockdown as possible and just constantly keep them on the lockdown. However, because of Dominator's Descent, Zarsk is always a different breed, right? Whenever you kind of lock him down, it kind of doesn't have much of a reason, or rather much of a purpose, because in the end of the day, you can still kind of just pop yourself right into your little, or rather your giant monster.
One thing.
Yeah.
That gives me PTSD.
Daddy spawn. Spawn Daddy.
Spawn Daddy. Then how about those small ones? Eterna calls him Little Johnnies.
Little Johnnies.
Yeah. So I guess the Dominator's Descent is Big Johnny, I guess?
Big Johnny, I guess. Yeah. I do like his emblems though. Like I wasn't really paying attention, but he does have a lot more defense going up for that Zaz. I would have thought like, okay, maybe go for a little bit more of the mystery shop, even try to get your items as fast as possible. But no, it's more of like, let me put myself there, especially within big neutral objectives like the turtles, like the Lord, and then just protect Vanix to the best of my abilities. No one can reach Vanix. Like if CS goes in, there is Diablo just poking him, stopping him in his tracks, and Diablo's like his stun actually stops the Blazing Duet.
Let's not forget about Vengeance as well.
And the Vengeance coming in.
NIP Flash literally said, can touch this. Literally, you cannot touch Vanix in this whole game, right? And if you try to just zero in onto Hades, you can't touch Hades as well. Jumps into Tempest of Blades, and I'm out.
I don't want to say this. Protect.
Stop it.
Protect Lord Vanix. Protect Lord Vanix is what I'm saying.
That is so Season 5.
That
is so Season 5. We are now in Season 8, okay? Get on with it. We no longer have a precedent.
That's 1.5 years ago.
Maybe Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
Okay, sure. I can dig that.
Okay, Prime Minister Vanix actually having the time of his life.
Prime Minister is Hades at this point in time. Isn't our jungler supposed to be the PM now?
Lord of the Underworld.
Lord of the...
But hailing from the skies. Wait.
Diablo and Hades. Both of them are Lord of the Underworld.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
oh my god.
What happens when God makes friends with the devil? Or two devils.
So literally NIP Flash has already descended to become the villain of MPL Singapore.
They're still a super team anyways.
And that's why they're the villain. They take people from RSG.
and Roy was like, no, come back. And it was like, Diablo was just, I think I counted was like 5 times of the repositioning from the second skill, from the lanterns, and Diablo just kept going back in. Glorious Pathway heals him back up, and he kept getting pulled back. So that was a really, really funny moment, and I would remember it for at least this game.
The game time is a total of 20 minutes. Wait, that's inclusive of the draft, so it's not exactly so bad, right?
No.
Wait, the game actually went 20 minutes?
Yes.
What?
It's actually surprising because RSG, like what I mentioned, I think halfway through, RSG actually defended quite well against NIP Flash.
I would say that NIP Flash just isn't ending the game as they're supposed to. I wouldn't say that RSG SG defended well, actually. Or maybe I'm just looking at the villain side.
Literally toying with the food. You know how villains like to give like long speeches?
Oh, right. Okay.
Right
so
in front of protagonists?
That was that speech.
That's right.
That was that speech.
They were just missing one keyword. You fool! Every single villain in the Disney universe, they like to use the word fool for some reason. So maybe one day, you know, we'll probably have one of these players say the fool. But regardless, let's take a look at the accolades for this game. It quite literally is going to be bleeding and orange, I guess. Right? With
bleeding.
Bleeding
with
like lime
Hades.
orange.
Lime orange. Yeah. Wait, what the heck? Yes, okay, sure. 884 GPM on to Hades, but in the meantime, it is understandable that Vanix have gotten the highest damage amount dealt. Hylos being the main sandbag.
Yeah.
I mean, Hylos just doing Hylos things, right?
Mhm.
But of course, we also have Zas that we have the total amount of assists coming in from Kurt TZ. So all across the board, we've got NIP Flash. Each of these players that managed to get a name, a title for themselves just from this game. But this is just game number one. This is just game number one.
I do want to just add on to that. Like, Diablo is just trying to get used to the meta. Remember, we always think of him as like, okay, I'm going to play off-meta heroes. I'm going to play whatever I want to play. I think Hylos, like, he played well in this game, don't get me wrong, but like, he's still trying to get into the groove of like, how do I tank? Because Hades needs to play the assassins. But what do I know? That's just my theory.
I think that they're just getting used to this kind of draft overall.
Yeah.
So I honestly won't be surprised that they will want to end the next game fast by picking the way that they normally would. So I don't want to jump the gun too much, but I have a very good feeling that they are going to be playing the NIP Flash way in game 2.
That's a reverse. It's a reverse replay. That was pretty funny.
Oh my god, wait, you're right. It's a reverse replay.
That was pretty funny. That's pretty funny. But yeah, this was the moment where like Hades was getting caught, and he's always going in trying to bait out all the ultimates, especially for Roy, because he knows that once Roy pops the teleport out of the way, they can't do much, and Diablo is just taking in a lot of damage, and this is the time that he keeps getting pulled back. No, we want you back to RSG. Come on back. Come on in. The water's fine.
I'm sorry. But yeah, the water is fine indeed.
Yeah, and the fact is, you know, Jusin literally showers people with magic damage, right? Literally. Adding water to NIP Flash.
You're trying to play it in too much. You're reading into it too much.
I probably am. But okay, I think generally, if you notice, this game has gone a little bit too far, too long as well. It's because there's so much wave clear on the side of Roy as well. And not only just that, if the members from the side of NIP Flash wants to jump into RSG, they've got the tools to basically slow them down. Yoonski right there with the Earth Shatter just basically slow down Diablo, and once you get caught, Roy could just constantly use that shower effect to just basically pull you in.
Yeah, I think throughout this entire moment and fight, I think it's very good. Gives us a very good idea just what Roy is capable of doing. But it definitely takes time before he can actually keep someone flying up into the sky and just kind of repeat and grind the cycle over and over again.
After all that replays, I'm just thinking like, okay, Diablo likes to play those damage heavy, pick off heavy heroes. I'm just thinking this is a very, very good time for him to shine, especially with the other roles that he needs to play, especially since, like, you know that Hades needs to just really come out and be the carry, but, you know, that's just all my opinions. It's not really professional, as is the analyst, who is coming out right after again.
Yeah. So perhaps we'll just listen out to our analyst, Moman, and just listen to what he has got. Let's hope that he don't, you know, call people out here.
Okay.
Am I up? Am I on the screen? Oh, yeah, okay. So welcome to the analyst segment. I'm not going to call out anyone today, but I have to call out the good plays that NIP Flash were doing against RSG. If you look at this first turtle fight right here, right? This first turtle fight was well orchestrated by NIP Flash. So what they did, they already took out Diablo. Diablo was out of the equation. So for this fight alone, if you look at where Hylos is, he's no longer in this team fight, not available. But they have noted Roy's positioning. So they are going to play very aggressively on this bush. And look at what Hades does. So if we go on into the next segment, Tempest of Blades towards that direction. Even though he already got that turtle, he secures the space required for NIP Flash to get that follow-up kill onto Yoon's. JPL does die in the background. It's a roam for roam trade, but they secure the first turtle. And now for this next Lord fight, this is the pivotal fight that NIP Flash took to swing the momentum into their favor. So look at this. All right, so first Yoonski go down. So once Yoonski goes down, they know that Earthshatter is not available. Now Yon is the only threat with the retribution available for this Lord. So all they have to do is watch out for Yon. But with this, Diablo falls extremely low, and the Lord, Hades, wins the retribution battle, right? So they focus their damage onto Diablo, which is the totally wrong target because he's getting out of this alive. Meanwhile, Vanix is getting damage through and through, getting the kills onto Yoyan, Yoyunski, closer CS. Everyone is down. Roy is the only one alive at this moment. And if you look at this, Diablo is still alive. All of this damage, and he's just soaking it up. This is the pony from hell, guys. So you do not want to play around this, guys. And now, if you look at this Lord, this was the Lord fight that actually just determined everything, put the nail in the coffin for NIP Flash. Their positioning is okay right now. They still are a 5v5, right? 5v5, but if we go into the specifics where this Lord is continuing to drag on, and they are just doing the Lord dance, but Diablo is falling extremely low. But they have noted the position of CS and Roy. Once CS and Roy's positioning are noted, they know that Dusin, he has to be that positioning factor for them to drag them down. So with that, you see, the Zosk, he puts that little minion over there, and he now ults into position. This is Curtizi's brain right here. He's going for that backline play. And that's the beauty of having a Zosk. If you have a Zosk, you can position yourself in the weirdest positions and you can still deal so much damage. And with that, he just dives in. He just dives in onto Yoonski, and Yoonski and Roy, they cannot play the backline anymore. They have to go for it. And Closer is trying to deal as much damage as he can onto Diablo. Once again, the wrong target. Do not target this pony from hell. Because no, you're not going to kill him. You're not going to kill him. And look at this, Diablo gets out alive. They have prime positioning right now. You cannot chase. You cannot escape. This is NIP Flash's game plan all along because they're going for these zones of control, right? You have the Zamon's Force. You have the red carpet out from the Hylos. And now, on top of that, cherry on top, you have Zosk on your back line. So with that, nobody can escape. And now, Yon, Closer, they cannot do anything. And Closer tries to retreat, but there's a Zosk in the background. Curtizi gets the kill onto Closer. And if you take a closer look, right? JPL, Vanix, Curtizi, all low. But all that damage was wasted onto Diablo. So there was not very good target prioritization coming for RSG. They had very good hero picks. They had a very good banning and drafting pool. The execution, I felt just a little bit off. But I believe that's all from me right now. I mean, if you take a look at how this team fight just plays out, RSG just gets smacked. So now we're going back to the cast.
I'm pretty sure that when it comes down to this game number one, we have saw that RSG SG constantly want to have a taste of that pony of hell. Pony of hell? Pony of hell.
Pony from hell.
Pony from hell.
The devil's pony.
The devil's pony. At this point in time, NIP Flash just have everything that's just
devil related, right?
Yeah,
it's all just
everything
devil
is
related.
like underworld theme. But I think he Bo definitely brought up a very important point, right? Like Diablo is just absorbing so much attention. RSG SG just need to spank that pony.
Exactly. And of course, when it comes down to wanting some of that pony meat, it's not as good as getting ourselves some chicken McCrispy coming in from McDonald's. You know, the devilish crunch when it comes down.
I like the segment. It's okay. It's okay. We can do better.
Okay,
we'll do better.
It's still game one. Okay, give me some time. Give me some time. Okay. It of course is a lot more tastier with McDonald's. After all, is you all can catch all the MPL Season 8 season action, all complete with the crispiest crunch, devilish crunch of the new and improved chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Of course, we do have thousands of in-game diamonds that are up for grabs for every single one of you and your squad. So go on, smash your hunger, and of course make full use of McDelivery, because just recently I went over to the McDelivery app. I realized that you can actually use quite a bit of your points for McDelivery discount, and if I'm not wrong, $4.50 for I think 5,000 points, and I think $10 discount. We're using I think 1,200 points or something, or was it?
Sponsors, get a caster that is deep into your product like Abstract, alright?
Or was it 8,000 points for $10? Let me just take a look. Just whip out my McDelivery.
While you're checking out, I think let's also boys back down to the game earlier just now. I really appreciate like Moment actually brought out these pointers. Like literally, Diablo is just absorbing so much of these attention. Put a vengeance on him. He's basically going to reflect the damage back into CS. The green carpet that you lay out on Glorious Pathway is just healing him constantly.
Oh, 500 points. Okay, it's just 500 points for $4.50.
Wait, is it really?
Yeah, and like 1,200 points for $10 off.
So you got 3,600 points.
Yes, don't call me out here.
3,600 points. So that's a lot of mechs that you eat.
That is a lot of.
Do you eat chicken McCrispy? What's your favorite? What's your favorite?
McSpicy.
McSpicy.
McSpicy. It has the crunch as well.
You know what's McSpicier? The draft that's coming right up.
It's already up. It's already up.
Yeah.
It's already cooking right now, ladies and gents. We're going to go to game number 2 in terms of the draft. Juicy drafts coming out. High loss being snap banned by NIP Flash. RSG responds with a chip.
Oh, okay. So this time NIP Flash is going to be on the first ban, first pick, while for for RSG SG, they are on second pick, second ban. It really, now at this point in time, the ball is on the court of Zarate. As compared to the previous game, the ball is definitely onto Youngin, whereby Zarate just needs to respond. So I think that this is the point in time whereby we see just how Zarate is going to be holding onto this ball. Or is he just going to leave it to Youngin all over again?
Yeah, and NIP Flash, Zarate in the previous game number 1, he's just basically controlling the draft as a red side, which is pretty interesting, right? Usually it's the blue side that's controlling because you have first pick, right? It seems like Youngin in that particular game number 1, a snap picking, you know, the first pick, which is like Edith, right off the bat. It just, there's so many first picks viable, right? The likes of the Ling, likes of the Zask, will just literally slept through.
Actually, the ball's in NIP Flash's court. Like, now they can try to open up the Jawhead, they can open up the Ruby, they can open up the Grok even, or even the Roger for straight up for Vanix, because that's one of his signature heroes as well. Being that first pick, you can dictate that draft however you want. So I think in this case, what they need to focus their fire on is try to give Yoonski a hero that he's really not comfortable with, because it worked out very well in the first game. So right now, it's Moskov being banned out, so Jawhead's open. Really excited to see NIP Flash actually, I don't know, they might pick that up.
There is, of course, a lot of options for this meta, right? The first 3 picks, it's kind of difficult to really just navigate your way, even as casters, to really know what these teams really want at the end of the game. Because right now, Jusin, Zask, Roger, Ling, Hayabusa, there's just so many heroes right now that is currently open. And let's not forget about the famous second pick heroes such as Edith as well as Ruby. They're all currently available as well. So RSG now have got a choice, right? Since all of the assassins has been leaked open, I feel that for Youngin, he will just want to open that up as well. So banning up the Edith just leaves NIP Flash with a couple of first pick, generic first pick materials. When it comes down to the Zask, Roger, or Ling.
I think it's the Roger going to hands of Vanix first. It's a very safe lane. You're winning every single other marksman, unless RSG might go for a Ruby Terizla side lane. This is a very common kind of pattern we see in SG games as well.
But one problem if RSG were to set themselves up for a Ruby into the gold lane, is not guaranteed that NIP Flash would actually play an assassin jungler. Because we know that Hades is actually pretty darn strong in some of these other fighter junglers, such as a Guinevere, for example. He always likes to play it. In fact, this game is where I predict that NIP Flash is going to play their NIP Flash way, not necessarily conforming to the typical norms, per se.
Pretty interesting, right? Coming up from the side of RSG and also NIP Flash as well. I would assume that Zhar's first pick is really strong because you see how many ways you could basically deny movement and also control the area, and the fact that NIP Flash has already banned away the high loss, right? So this is basically a prime carpet for them to pick up the Zharsk. But now, instead, NIP Flash goes for the Roger instead. Now that could be flex pick into either in the jungle or the gold lane. Whereas RSG SG, on the other hand, decided not to go for the Zharsk, which is one of the biggest mages in this current meta right now. Goes for the Ruby, goes for the Fanny instead.
Yeah. So Ling is getting picked up along with the Tigreal. You know, there is another cheese. It's the Ixia Diggy combo that I've seen a lot of times. Yeah, Ixia and Diggy in high rank games, they use that combo quite a bit because Diggy pulls everyone back. Ixia has a very, very easy time. You build up that Sky Piercer, but I don't think we'll be able to see it in this game. But it kind of looks like Ruby might be able to be flexed into that gold lane. So they could very well pick up the Terizla here, unless NIP Flash, you know, they leave it open. They want to pick up that Zharsk first. So a lot of options here still. It's very, very early in the draft.
Yeah, you did manage to hit the nail on the head, right? Especially when it comes down to this Ruby pick, there's no way that they would want to pick up their EXP late that early. They would want to leave it as the X factor to really decide where this Ruby is going to go. So Roy picking up, Roy picking up the Valentina for himself because this is just an all-time Roy kind of thing. Jusin is definitely available for them to pick up, but unfortunately, I think that game number 1 wasn't exactly a very good experience for Roy. And since and when it comes down to roamers, there is of course a couple of roamers that works best with that works best with Jusin. And in this case, what was this? Edith is definitely one of those. Minotaur is going to be the other good ones, but unfortunately, because of the fact that Minotaur, Jusin, and Harif is generally like the golden trio, Harif is already banned, so I don't think that
Edith is banned out too.
Way.
Yes, the Zharsk being banned out. I'm not surprised if like NIP Flash bans out the Jawhead. They are second pick. They're last pick.
I don't think that the Jawhead might be the #1 priority. I think as we take a look at the main core picks coming in from both teams, especially for RSG, it is still relatively open, right? We do have the catch. We do have the catch from the Ruby. Valentina is able to steal away a really good ultimate from the side of Tigreal. So at this point in time, I would feel that they are kind of still pivoting over to a team fight kind of composition. I'm expecting that RSG will want to go for the team fight direction. Heroes such as Claude will definitely be great for them, but it is something that they can definitely pivot away. But for now, it's kind of come to the point whereby it's kind of difficult. Who do they pick up for their next pick, right? Very likely is a roamer. So which roamer? Minotaur is currently available. What other roamers are good at this point in time?
They're Grok. You could go for a Grok. But then it kind of sort of like counters that Fanny, unless you could use the wall to your side, to your advantage. A Kufra might work well as well.
Against the Ling.
Yeah.
Right.
Against the Lycan Pounds. Against the Tigreal in a sense.
Yeah. But for RSG, they must pick up the roamers here. So they can only pick up their roamer based on these 3 core heroes that NIP Flash has.
I'm thinking NIP Flash, you know, looking at Hanabi, they really don't want to face that Hanabi Lolita. You just remove one of the components, that's good enough, right?
That's because of the Tigreal, because Hanabi's so hard to lock down once she gets the shield, especially with the combo from Lolita.
Interesting.
But they're locking down on CS, actually. A lot of his heroes.
Yeah.
No Harith, no Moskov, no Hanabi, no Bruno.
This is pretty interesting, right? This is the second time that, you know, NIP Flash bans away the Bruno constantly. And if I'm not mistaken, we don't really see Brunos anywhere in other regions as well.
Yeah.
NIP Flash feels like they know something that we do not know, which is really, really weird.
Yeah, it is weird. So at this point in time, they actually picked up their goal lane first. Okay. So they are very adamant on the fact that they want to bring the Ruby over to the EX.
It might be the Rome.
No, it might be the Rome even.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see what Youngin is trying to do. So at least the Ruby is still flexible to that point.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing, right? Why didn't they want to ban the Claude when at this point in time, RSG SG's draft kind of pivots to a team fight comp so well?
Yeah. I do have to agree with you because like Bruno is easier to deal because now it's a single target damage dealer. You have so much tanks in your arsenal right now. Diablo could very well pick up the Terizla again, or you know, I don't know. This is really interesting, and I'm really excited to see what they do want to pick up.
They likely want to double jump.
Cho.
Aurora and Cho.
Diablo Cho EXP side.
Diablo Cho?
Yeah, Diablo Cho. We've seen this once before, I think in Season 7. I remember that, seeing
yes.
that. So I'm not too much surprised, you know what I'm saying?
I am very surprised!
We haven't seen Diablo play the Cho in a long time, right?
Very
Usually
long
you see him
time.
on the Paquito.
Yeah.
And Diablo likes to build his Cho like Blaze of Hephaestus, that kind of
Actually,
style.
to be honest, I'm more surprised that he would pick up the meta heroes than the off-meta picks, because that's like very Diablo, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
like with the Hylos picked up, I'm like, oh,
but have you seen a Cho in EXP? We don't really see that anymore, right?
Very
and
rare.
apart from that, Diablo has played 2 roamers, technically speaking, in the EXP lane.
Yeah.
How dumb would it be if I were to say, let's bring Tigo to the EXP?
It's going to be a Jaw? No, Grok, yeah. So the Grok is going to be in play. So they don't really have a lot of defense except for maybe the Grok just to soak in a lot of damage. I think Valentino was picked up on impulse just to get the implosion from Tigreal. I don't think that's going to work out, but it pairs very well with the Ruby. So if they play their cards right, they're able to use the implosion onto the I'm Offended, and then you have a very, very easy kill. But in the early game, they're going to struggle. RSG doesn't have a lot of early game damage, besides the Fanny, but...
The Grok does deal pretty good damage. You're gonna have to remember that. And I think that is also one of the other main reasons they picked up the Grok, because of the fact that he's able to lock down the crowd control when it comes down to the wild charge. And by the end, like if they're able to get the Tigreal's implosion plus the I'm Offended in, I think that Grok should be able to do that AoE, the main burst of AoE damage at the start, before the Claude even comes online.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, final thoughts, NIP Flash looking like a high rotation game. We're going to see a lot of cross-map plays. We're going to see a lot of cross-map action coming from NIP Flash. But, you know, hey, that's just my theory. We're jumping into the game.
A game theory?
Yeah, you're just waiting for us to say one. You said that earlier.
I am. I really am. Like, okay, so my theory is, again, I have to use the weird theory, is that Diablo would just clear that lane, move over to that mid side, because Aurora is not as mobile as a mid laner as it should be. So Diablo is gonna cover that high rotations down the early game, so to speak. So
yeah, you're seeing him doing right now. JPL, Yunsky flickering at the 45th second of the game. That's one massive ultimate, one massive battle spell gone.
I think that is still generally fine. The next fight is definitely going to be onto the first turtle. I think that... Okay, I can't map that well, but
you got 40 seconds difference. The turtle's going to be out in 56 seconds, and Yunsky will not have his flicker.
Okay, yeah, he wouldn't. Okay, that's a big difference then. So RSG now, that means that they won't have their flicker wild charge combo that they can immediately start off the fight with for the very first turtle. But to be fair, we are not, as this meta goes, right? We are not taking the turtle right as it spawns. We are waiting for the junglers to get their level 5 from the purple buff first before they eventually get to the turtle. So it is still relatively fair to say that RSG might have time.
Cortese, that's a passive already being proc already. The wall to block by now, but Hades launching the damage onto Roy. Yunsky getting punched down once again. That's first blood given over to Hades. 4 blades as Hades jumps away with an assassination secured.
Why? Why is it always Yunsky? Why? I don't get it. Why? They love to bring Yunsky down, like time and time and time again. So we shall see, right? The previous game, I think, Yunsky had a total death count of 6, or was it 7? 7. So I think at this point in time, it's more about the fact that whether Yunsky is sad enough to constantly being targeted by NIP Flash. But there's always another side of the coin, right? If you manage to make the opponents waste their ultimates or their abilities on you as a tank,
your team can leverage that.
Yeah, but the team is not leveraging, right? Hades picks up the kill earlier just now, and he goes away unpunished. And now RSG is going to step into this turtle fight. Yes, Yunsky at level 4, level 3 only, doesn't have a flicker, and that's going to be a little bit problematic for NIP Flash.
10 seconds until Yunsky gets his flicker, so RSG is definitely wanting to play based on that. Yunsky is now finally hitting level 4 after clearing the middle wave.
And flicker as well.
Yep, so now is the point in time.
Diablo flicker kick will be able to catch onto Yon as well. And JPL following suit. 3 members implosion and also the knockup as well. RSG getting absolutely deleted by NIP Flash with a massive combo.
That was actually really done.
That was so beautiful. That was like a symphony. They're playing an orchestra. I know that Diablo is going to play a damage Cho, but not to this extent. But going straight to the backline, finding Yon.
But where did he come from, though?
Like Diablo?
I didn't see
Straight from the den. Straight from the turtle's den. The turtle's pit.
He's literally Yellow Flash.
He's Yellow Flash.
He flickered over there.
Oh, man. That was so beautiful. I'm sorry I had to cut you off there. It was just,
don't worry, man.
Oh, it's music to my ears, man.
Yeah, the fact that how, NIP Flash literally coordinate all this into a cacophony of symphony of death against RSG is just way too beautiful.
Yeah, the kick into the implosion of 3 members without purifies at all. Man, okay, we have to move on. NIP Flash, I know Vanix got the Sky Piercer already. This is the first item built by Vanix. So he's looking to scale up very, very fast. And look at where Diablo is. Trapped by 4 members, no problem. He's going to get out there safe.
What do you mean by trap?
You're not trapped in, I'm not trapped in here with you.
No,
you're
actually
trapped in here
with me.
No, Diablo actually slipped on pass because of the mobility that this Cho has. Not only just that, the Shrimpo also grants you CC immunity as well. So RSG cannot catch Diablo at all.
Yeah, especially since RSG's lineup, most of their... Oh, hold on a second. Here we have.
That's also going to be another kill. Give it over to NIP Flash once again. No kills from the side of RSG as of now.
Are you sure that that's Diablo on the show, not JPL?
Yeah, he's in his element.
Yep. Blazing Duet. Spreading the damage over to JPL and Vanix as well. Vanix goes to Lycan form. BMI right into Curtizi's ultimate. CS getting frozen right there. Scratched down by Vanix. NIP Flash. There's no fight right here from the side of RSG. NIP Flash is taking the mile.
6 kills to 0. NIP Flash just feeding Vanix, feeding Hades. They've got the Sky Piercer. Let's build up those stacks. Turtle spawn in 8 seconds. Diablo's all over the map. He's rotating so fast. Closer can't catch up.
Damn, it's tough. RSG SG currently at this point in time haven't gotten a single kill to themselves for now. Diablo is constantly just weaving himself over and around the river. He's always trying to clear the waves as soon as possible, and it seems like they are trying to work on something here.
Flicker for flicker. Diablo closer brings Diablo closer to himself, but Shimpo dashes away. Closer gets on away for now, but Roy is in the area, does have implosion in his pocket.
Hey, even pro player makes mistakes, alright?
Yeah, no, but honestly though, Closer read the flicker, and Diablo, he just missed that flicker play. So Closer and Diablo, look at their flicker timings exactly on that same time. It's just so beautiful how they were able to do it, but Closer,
that's a lot of damage. Closer once again gets frozen right up. Diablo picking up that kill onto Closer down the bottom lane.
Oh, the audacity
right into the turtle fight.
Extended team fight from Diablo and Closer, but Diablo's not gonna let that pass. and takes him down.
The audacity of me thinking that it was a mistake from Diablo.
No. They flickered the same time.
He flickered on his first combo to make the opponent's panic flicker so they can catch up.
Yeah, but I think Closer was a little bit too aggressive. He knows that Curtizi was down there and he just went a little bit too deep into the bush, and now he's 0-2-0. It's a little bit difficult for Closer to come back, especially with the high mobility that Diablo has. It's all over the map. What I tell you, cross-map plays.
Oh, this amount of domination is just so hard to watch if you're an RSG fan, right? Like NIP Flash, just overpowering RSG. There's no fight at all.
Yeah. You know, we have a saying in the gym. It's like, if you're able to walk, it's not a workout. It's a warm-up. Hades.
Finally. All the way down to the bottom lane, we finally managed to see a single kill that is credited from the side of our SG. Hades is going to be the first one to bite the dust, but a little bit too late for the side of RSG because we are already looking at, what, 3,700 gold lead from the side of NIP Flash. I'm pretty sure that with this amount of lead, NIP Flash will be able to set themselves pretty beautifully for the next upcoming fight, which is 70 seconds in to the very first Lord.
Just one combo from Curtizi, you can see Yunsky cannot bear the damage at all. The problem right now is RSG. How are they going to have to kind of recover out of this one, right? They have Roy, does have Implosion in his pocket. They just need to land one massive Implosion, and hopefully RSG follows up.
RSG is a very late game composition, so I don't blame them for having a little bit more suffrage in the early game. Diablo's main job is to try to pop the Purify off of Roy and off of CS so that JPL can have a better time with the Implosion, because right now they're all coagulating together. They're sticking together like flies, so... Okay.
Hold on, down the bottom lane,
Yunsky, once again, goes into Wild Charge, but doesn't really connect onto the stun, allowing the members from the side of NIP Flash. Goes in Temple of Blaze as well, the Frigid Glacier, also slowing the members from the side of RSG down. Diablo, Hades, and also JPL, Curtizi chasing down RSG. Oh, what's left of them?
Okay.
Yunsky is constantly getting caught even despite playing as a Grok. I think that Yunsky is constantly not really making full use of what a Grok is capable of doing, and also be able to just kind of open up the map well enough for RSG SG. Because as a Grok paired together with a Valentina, your composition can actually get in so well and so close over to an Aurora.
What? That's a kick as well. That's the first time I've seen a Grok get the kick and locked down just like that from the side of RSG. NIP Flash already working on the Lord. There's no fight from RSG. They're just gonna let NIP Flash take the Lord.
That's a misplay from Yunsky. Usually a Grok, when you check the brushes, you'll be able to just like load up your first skill, charge it up, and then get the CC immunity before you step into that bush. But he had no response to that. 0-4 and 0 for Yunsky. He's not having a good game so far. Yes, on paper you might have an easier like lane clearing speed with the Valentina, but it does look like NIP Flash is taking control of the entirety of that map.
They're supposed to be able to be a very good bruiser in the early games as well, right? Especially since Aurora can stop you.
I'm offended, catching onto Hades and also the members from the side of NIP Flash, but it doesn't really matter. It's just but a nothing but a scratch. NIP Flash takes down Closer once again.
With one person down from the side of RSG.
Oh man.
We're looking at about 6,000 gold lead from the side of NIP Flash. They are definitely going to be really happy with what they've got thus far. So objective gaming is going to be the next one that is going to be in their mind. The middle lane tier 1's definitely going to go down.
Diablo, that's a kick as well. Roy taking a bunch of damage from the side of NIP Flash already. Mid lane cracked open. There's a Lord that's mushing down against RSG. Yon tries to go for the cable, will not find anybody from the side of NIP Flash.
Oh, Diablo's just everywhere on the map. He's finding flanks, he's finding the angles, he's just popping the Purifies. Now Roy is defenseless if JPL goes in. It just opens up so much opportunities for a lot of these team fights that happen.
There's no fight in RSG. Not at all. I'm not seeing anything from the side of RSG. No response. Closer trying to make a play right here, but NIP Flash was so far ahead. RSG just literally throw themselves against NIP Flash, and JPL goes into conceal, looking for a pickup right here. Yunsky goes in big. Will be able to dodge away, but the Lord marching down topside. That Soul Code's going to be Flicker. JPL just waiting for the right moment, just spamming the damage onto RSG. Yon, the only one left on the bottom side. NIP Flash just taking over RSG like a storm. And there's no fight from RSG as NIP Flash goes for the victory lap just a little bit more. But Yon is trying to spin for the win. For the defense, the damage is there as Yon goes in for the reset. But that's not enough. It's NIP Flash takes game number 2.
That could have been an amazing defense from Yon.
Yeah, it's 1v5. He went in, he went out. Man, that was really, really good cable management from Yon. But unfortunately, NIP Flash showed extreme dominance against RSG.
Well, at this point in time, I think that it is just really unfortunate because the early game setup for RSG SG is just not quite that.
No.
Let me just gonna break down the early game a little bit more, right? Because when we are looking at a mid lane Aurora, actually mid lane Aurora doesn't really have a doesn't really hold a candle against a Valentina as well as a Grok. Their lane priority is just so strong in the middle lane,
surprisingly, right?
and the Grok can just very easily just walk past your initial parts of your cone, right? You won't be frozen, and then you will constantly be able to stick yourself right in front and right on top of Aurora, whereby the Aurora literally can't do anything. Even if the Aurora didn't use the cone at first, even if he used the cone now, he can't touch the Grok. The Grok won't be frozen, and from that point onwards, the amount of damage from Power of Nature, and perhaps even when it comes down to Valentina itself, it should be able to give them a very good initial map control. But they didn't have a single map control at the start.
It's kind of weird, right? Like how RSG SG is just literally couldn't do anything against the rosters of NIP Flash. Even though RSG SG does have the tools, like I have 2 Purifiers. I've got a Grok that also is CC immune, but they're always constantly getting catch out by JPL. If you notice how JPL was literally just, especially in the last play, hopefully one of us get the highlights, right? Just goes in concealed play, everybody just play a little bit safe, and all of a sudden waiting for the power of nature to basically go off, goes in flicker, catches everybody.
Yeah, that was actually a very beautiful play. I was going to point that out as well. Just very, very patient into all of this. MVP goes to Curtizi. He baits out the kills using the passive, pops his passive, and gives Hades the first blood, snowballing him through the entire game.
So huge shout out over to Curtizi, the MVP of this game number 2. And of course, is a 3:0:9. And within just a short span of time, being able to get 3 items. 3 items up, I think that is pretty much pretty darn impressive already. 762 GPM for a mage in, what, 13 minutes? Was it 13?
I think JPL was always with him when the waves come. Just clears the wave with the concussive blast.
That's kind of
together
what you,
with Aurora.
That's kind of what you're supposed to do in this
and
meta
then just
for the mages.
Rotate together. And Diablo, to add fuel to the fire, Diablo is just clearing his waves and rotating even faster than Closer. Closer's just a sitting duck under his tower.
They're just kind of
like 90% of the time.
Yeah, they are filling each other's shoes, right?
Yeah.
Because whenever JPL goes to the middle lane to help out Curtizi, then the map is wide open. And in the meantime, gold lane, just leave gold lane as it is. But for the EXP lane, we've got Cho just right there, being able to open things up. He's constantly taking the river domination, and I think that is the main thing that is kind of frightening both Yunsky and Roy.
Oh, actually, Vanix sold off the Sky Piercer for a more offensive. Or actually, is it cooldown boots that's supposed to be a Sky Piercer?
Probably
because it's double boots. Because like he has two feet.
Okay, yeah, true. That's
but
what
like
I'm going
in his
for.
Lycan form.
So does it mean if I play Popo and Koopa, I need 8 boots?
Wait, 8 because 4 plus 2.
6.
Oh, 6 boots. Sorry.
So 2 boots, 1 for each foot.
That was set up perfectly for you.
I'm sorry. I'm the kind of guy that literally you hit. You know that meme where you hint down at the blackboard, on the blackboard. I'm on the blackboard trying to answer that. You hint something, and I actually didn't get the right answer.
Right. I get that meme. Yeah.
I have something to point out though. Yunsky has all half builds, no full items. He's got like the half built for the Anti-Cuirass, half built for the Athena Shield, half built for the Dominance Eyes, the Black Shield.
He's going
basically.
cheap.
He's going like super cheap because he keeps dying, keeps getting caught out. And the way you play a Grok is basically one of 2 ways. Build up your charge for the first skill and then check the brush, or you use your walls just to displace anyone who's hiding in a bush.
Yes.
But the fact that he just waltzes in without any charge up or any wall checks or bush checks, it just shows a lot of like he's not comfortable with playing a lot of like these intelligence heroes. You need to be able to give reconnaissance for the rest of your team.
I think that at this point in time, I think that RSG probably they're just not exactly set up for NIP Flash just yet, you know, especially since probably early in the morning or early into the season. I really hope that RSG SG will be able to kind of build themselves up, get a little bit more practice in, and practice what's it called? Discipline? Is it discipline?
I think it's not just about discipline. I think it's just the lack of map control. Just RSG literally loses everything because in game number 1, game number 2, NIP Flash has maintained solid map control, be it from the side of JPL, be it from the side of Diablo, to a certain extent Hades as well, right? Because he could just jump onto you anytime at all. RSG is supposed to respond. So NIP Flash, you know, doing a very good job in controlling the map, controlling the pacing of the game in game 1 and game 2.
Regardless, as we look at the entire game stats itself, not a single turtle, not a single lord that is accomplished by RSG, and all the way through, RSG has only gotten a single kill, right? And that is on top of Hades until the late stages, or rather until the ending part of the game, whereby Yon is just kind of like solo,
like a Hail Mary on play,
Hail Mary, and just kind of like, let me just spin onto everyone.
It would have been so beautiful if he managed to just like defend the base against 5, but like, I mean, at the end of the day, though, it was just NIP Flash staying together, building that chemistry up over 3 seasons, and then RSG having a new team. That's what I'm always saying. I'm always like discussing with my friends, like, chemistry is super, super important. You cannot just like, hey, I just need you because you're good in your role and stuff like that, because the chemistry is there.
The reason why strong teams stay together and they remain strong, whereas other teams, when they switch and swap players around, it's just so tough to watch, right? Because I think most important thing we have to take a look at, just look at AP Brand, right? They kept this roster even though they're not making names in the M series until M5.
Yep.
They maintain that same roster all throughout, right? And then after that, you also got the likes of, Fnatic on it, right? Only just recently changing because they've been dominating for, 4 seasons in a row. NIP Flash been dominating since the last 2 seasons, and they kept the same roster going in. And RSG, on the other hand, swapped roster drastically last season.
Actually, you know what I like most about NIP Flash? This time around, they're not playing. They're here to win every single thing. Remember last regular season, Lawsy was in swapping out a lot of the different kind of players, but they want to continue to build that. Yeah, Hades, Kaja, Hades in the roam, and right now they're just like, okay, no matter what, like, even though I know that I'm strong, I'm gonna maintain this position, this responsibility that I have, because with great power comes great responsibility. And I'm going to just like build that synergy, set our sights up for the M series.
Yeah. So, I will expand on that real soon, because I think that the main thing that I really want to talk about is the fact that Yunsky found himself on the leaderboards here, being able to take up a total of 40,000 damage to himself as the sandbag of the game. And of course, we're just bleeding lime orange everywhere else. So we don't really have to talk about that because they won the game, so it kind of makes sense there. But yeah, to expand on to what you just said, right? I think that when it comes down to NIP Flash in the previous season, it is more in their alley kind of thing, because it kind of works for them. Fighter junglers, that kind of stuff, and even every now and then they pull off the assassin jungler. It's kind of like the X factor. But now assassin jungler is no longer the X factor as such. It's kind of like required of Hades to actually play that way. But because if Hades were to play assassins, that means that Diablo no longer becomes one of those playmakers. So there is actually quite a lot of changes that is required for the roamers as well as the EXP laners of Team Flash. So I believe that they need some time to get used to it. But for now, let's take a look at the mic check and listen out to what NIP Flash have got to say during the game.
Stand the Vanny, stand the Vanny.
Oh, nice.
Vanny low.
Hey, I'll go inside. You watch the tower.
You watch me, Ken? Can. Watching. Anyone.
Stay the tower first,
I think.
No, purify the both of them.
Can fire. Cloud. Penny no energy.
Okay. Please slow.
20 my ulti.
Nice. You think Kyrie, bro?
No, Diablo, just let Diablo.
Hey, if I need, I kick.
Got him.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Nice, JPL.
Okay, nice burn.
Oh, now burn.
Okay, never mind. I thought you were burn.
They kill me.
Cancel.
I see you can come along. Hey, Cloud.
Blood the monkey.
Careful.
Cap Fanny, no sand skill. Fanny last in top. Fanny mid. Go
No, the ground. I get the blue.
Okay.
Did it.
Hey,
Cloud it.
Get it.
The Kyrie coming out, bro. Kyrie coming.
Gary.
I knock him out.
Get in.
Yeah, okay.
Kyrie.
Nice game.
F-Check and Churros, I have a fun fact for this. Before Yon became Yon in Season 5, he actually goes around...
was Kyrie.
His name was K-Y-R-I-E.
Yeah, remember?
K-Y-R-I-E, pronounced Kyrie.
No, I thought it's
K-Y-R-I-E. K-Y-R-I-E.
Yeah, it was Kyrie.
So technically, NIP Flash is not wrong. He is Kyrie.
Kyrie wanted.
He
was
looks up to
Kyrie.
No, he
looks
was
up to
Kyrie.
Kyrie.
He was Kyrie.
But hey, you know what? Work until your idols become your rivals. He's still a young blood. This is still the first day. There's a lot of things that they need to pick up in order to, you know, it's still early in the regular season. Is what I'm saying.
It is definitely early. I definitely want to see the development of Yawn, but you know, we gotta have to pass the microphone over to Mo and listen to what he's got to say about this game.
Welcome to my Off the Desk segment. It was a short and sweet segment from NIP Flash versus RSG today. So yeah, if we look at the first team fight, right? Let's just go into the details here. What NIP Flash did to win RSG. So for them, in draft-wise, just draft-wise alone, it's an extremely greedy draft. Where's the early damage coming from? Only from Yawn. If you take a look at what CS have, what Roy have, they require a lot of farm, a lot of nuances before they are online. So let's just go into the first team fight here. You can see how Diablo is playing already on this show. It was similar to really a JPL cosplay here. So what Diablo wants is his only target is Yawn in this team fight. First turtle fight. Because he has the retribution. So you don't want to go for anyone else. So he doesn't see Yawn. Let's just continue onwards. So he doesn't see Yawn. And like, yeah, I'll just hop out the pit and then we wait for Yawn to appear. And once Yawn appears, Diablo is like, yes, it's go time, baby. And right now he just flashes with the dragon. And this is a chicken McCrispy right here. Because look at JPL's positioning. He is ready to strike with that flicker into implosion. And that 3 members of RSG without the Purify, they just completely got enveloped. And what Jay said, it was an absolute deletion coming in from NIP Flash. And now if you look at the second team fight here, once again, the Tempest of Blades is landing on a Chicken McCrispy right here, right? It's 3 members available while CS is left unabided. But if you take a look at what Yunski did, he already has used his wall charge and flicker. So there is no follow-up damage in this mid stages of the game. If you look at the timing right now, the Blazing Duet is coming through from CS, but it's only 7 minutes and 56 seconds. There's not enough damage coming through from CS at this point in the game. So NIP Flash, they know their power timings. They know the item spikes. Curtizi is at the strongest on his Aurora right now. With that, they make the decision onwards into the game to actually deny away the purple buff coming in from the Fanny, making sure that Yawn does not find footing into the game at all. So if you look at this, first order of target, this is going to be Closer first. So once Closer is taken out, yeah, Tempest of Blades already used to go forward. So Hades, with that split-second decision-making, just decides to deny away that purple buff 9 minutes into the game. An 11-1 scoreline, 6K gold advantage. NIP Flash, they just cemented the lead to themselves. And NIP Flash, very well done to you. But let's just see what Cheryl has to say. Our host, let's go.
Thank you so much, guys. And now I have Zarte right here beside me. And okay, so question for you would be, what do you think about this all-new rosters from all of the teams for Season 8?
Personally, I think that as the only team with not many changes, I think we are still the best, and we will be the best.
Actually, you're the only team with no changes. Everybody else has changed, like in terms of roster. So who do you think, you know, in this current lineup that you got your eyes on?
If I were to pick, I think Eva and Bleed, they are still the strongest out of the rest, for sure, 100%.
Oh wow, and you're kind of foreshadowing because that's the next team that's going to come up real soon for match 2 of week 1, day 1. So that's also a highlight match that we're all very excited to see as well, coming up at 12:30. Now the next question for you would be, fielding JPL here in the regular season, week 1, day 1, was not what we saw previously in Season 7, where we only got to see him on the international stage. So what's the strategy here, fielding JPL now?
Actually, last season, we did the same thing also. JPL played the first game, second game, third game. Hades
disappear.
Yeah, Hades played 1 game of Rome, then the rest, Lozzy play. Then Lozzy play playoffs.
So you guys are sticking to this same unpredictable strategy, or what can we anticipate?
I think it's good to be versatile. Like all of our players, anyone can play, and whoever plays, whoever wins anyway. So, whichever lah.
I see. So moving on into this season, what is something that you'll be anticipating would be, a potential roadblock for you clinching, for you and the team to clinch that championship for a three-peat back-to-back?
I personally believe that the only roadblock is we ourselves. As long as we continue to work even harder, be consistent, give our very best, nothing can stop us lah. But if we become sloppy, we don't train really as much as we do, like the sort of stuff you get hockey, we look down on others, then obviously we will get punished lah. So the only one that can stop us is ourselves.
I see. And finally, when it comes to all of your supporters for NIP Flash, is there anything you want to say to all of the fans out there?
Thank you for those who has been supporting us throughout, not just this season lah, from last season to EWC to Snapdragon, everyone that's watching offline, online, to the watch party, everyone at home, everywhere lah. Thank you for all your support. We definitely appreciate it, and we do remember you as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arte, for those kind words. So yes, that is our coach right here from NIP Flash. Now next up is a game that we definitely don't want to miss. I'm very excited as well because we'll be seeing the likes of Bleed Esports going up against Evil. Now why this is going to be a very exciting matchup is because there is a whole new roster revamp when it comes to these two teams. Now with this renewed roster, will there be renewed hope of hopefully getting the championship? Let's find some light on that game later at 12:30 p.m.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
Wow.
I can't remember.
What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one.
I don't know. I forgot last one. It's wrong ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet there.
You start one, right? What did I start?
Renner, Nibiru. I got nerf for my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Name me Charisma's second skill.
Okay, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know.
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard. Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Sorry, no.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow 2 is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Huh? I got it!
Shadow King.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Shadow.
Shadow 3 is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow 3 is correct.
Is there something in front? There's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing in front.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this
Wait.
Wow, Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy. I don't know any skill.
Tonoga.
I try to guard Inky Boy. What we call different things. Inky Boy.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Tonoga.
It's something like right? I remember.
Tonoga.
Oh! Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
Wow.
I can't remember.
What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow. Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one. I don't know. I forgot the last one. It's wrong, ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
I start one, right? What do I start?
Nibiru. I got nerf for my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Can you name me Charisma's second skill?
Okay, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one, eh?
2, 1.
This I don't know. I
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard.
Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Tornado.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow Q is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow Q is correct.
Huh?
I got it!
What the
Shadow Key.
Shadow Q is correct.
Shadow
Q.
Shadow Q is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow Q is correct.
Is there something in front? There's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing, sir.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this, yeah.
Wait.
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy. I don't know any skill.
Tonoga.
I try to guard Inky-Boy. What we call different things. Inky-Boy.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Tonoga.
It's something that, right? I remember.
Tonoga.
Oh! Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
Wow, I can't remember. What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one.
I don't know. I forgot last one.
It's wrong, ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
I start one, right? What do I start?
Nibiru. I got nerf from my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Can you name me Charisma's second skill?
Okay, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know.
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard.
Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Tornado.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow 2 is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow 2 is correct. Huh? I got it!
Shadow King.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Shadow.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow 2 is correct.
Is there something in front? That's like.
Yes.
That's not the thing, sir.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this,
Wait.
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy, ah. I don't know any skill.
Eternal Guard.
I try to guard Inky Boy. What we call different things. Inky Boy.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Eternal Guard.
It's something like right? I remember.
Eternal Guard.
Oh!
Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
哇ใช่เว้ย What
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name? The actual name?
I forgot the last one.
I don't know. I forgot the last one.
It's wrong ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
I start one, right? What do I start? Renner, Nibiru. I got nerf for my handwriting, but I got it. I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Can you name me Charisma's second skill?
Okay, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know. I did.
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard. Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Sorry, no.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow Q is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow Q is correct.
Huh? I got it!
What the Shadow Key.
Shadow Q is correct.
Shadow Q.
Shadow Q is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow Q is correct.
Is there something in front? There's like...
Yes.
There's not something in front. Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's ultimate.
Wait, I know this, yeah. Wait.
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy, yeah. I don't know any skill.
I
Alrighty, and welcome back, friends, right here to Season 8 of MPL SG. Now, things are really heating up, even though we're here at Week 1, Day 1. And earlier on in my interview with Zarate, which is coach of NIP Flash, he mentioned that two of the teams that who he is looking out for and is watching out for is going to be Evil as well as Bleed Esports. So this is going to be that match that he will be anticipating, and I'm sure a lot of us are anticipating as well for potential title contenders coming from match 2. So with that being said, let's take a look at the wonderful faces, starting off with Evil. Now, this is what I like to call Evil 2.0. Just taking a look at their jerseys, you know, they have come on over to the dark side already. And of course, just take a look at that. Carrot is taking a step back on over to being the coach this time around. So definitely things are heating up here for Evil 2.0. Now, going up against Evil, presenting to you, Bleed Esports. Now, this is just absolutely exciting to see who's on the roster right here for Bleed Esports as well. Now, when it comes to these two teams, definitely a lot of the teams right here at MPL SG are looking out for both of them. Now, with this brand new renewed roster, is there renewed hope right here for these two teams to potentially take the title for MPL SG Season 8? Let's hand our time over to the casters to find out more. Take it away, boys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to the second series of the day. My name is Abstract. With me here is Churros and Jace. The three of us going to be a caster for this new game and this new series and this very new team. One thing that I would want to, you know, kind of let you guys know and just kind of like show a little bit of maybe dissatisfaction per se is the fact that Team Evil is no longer the Evil that we know. The identity of no coach is gone.
Yeah.
No coach. Wait, didn't I have a coach?
No, Carrot was the
Carrot
coach.
is a coach
Carrot
now.
is coach now.
But there was never an official coach.
My brain is broken because Evil has broke two big things that made up Evil's identity. First, no coach, no problem. Now Carrot is standing in as a coach. Then now they also brought in imports from the Philippines and Indonesia,
which has never happened thus far. They have always been like a true blue Singaporean team, but it seems like when it comes down to Season 8, they are here to really try to win something.
Yeah, I mean, it does just that, like, the past seasons they don't want to change doesn't mean this time they're not here to win it all. Playtime's over with Ken, Boyet, Sayla, Powerful, Marky, of course, from Geek Fam. Actually, was it BT or Geek Fam?
Geek Fam. Geek Fam ID.
Geek Fam ID coming into Singapore. Boyet also a PH import. Well, technically Marky is a PH import, but he shifted from ID to Singapore. And of course, the mainstays being Powerful and Sayla from Season 7. Ken coming in as well in EXP lane. I'm really interested to see how Powerful actually does well in the roam because, well, I think it's a little bit outside his element. He's been playing jungle for the longest time, but like it kind of feels like he's so rooted in that fighter setup role that you know, it's not my meta, but maybe the roam is my meta. So I'm really excited to see how this plays out.
At least I really applaud to Powerful for being able to, or I'm not saying being able, but he knows that he gotta have to step down because it's just not his alley as an assassin. But in the meantime, let's move on to the other side of the board. Let's talk Bleed.
Bleed, man, how this team has changed, right? The only person that's left from the other side last season is only Jay, and replacing most of these players are, of course, Dominic, all the way from Blacklist, Philippines, especially as on the sub. Fogmar, someone that's new, also from the Philippines as well, and also bringing in from the side of Asteris last season, the best rookie last season, Kiwi is in Bleed right now, and alongside his FMF is back in the gold lane, touted as one of the best gold laners during like Season 4, Season 5 era, and now it's finally back playing the gold lane.
Yep. The last time that we saw FMM in Bleed was back in Season 6. So it's kind of like, in some sense, we can just kind of call it a temporary loan from Bleed over to Asteris. So he's back now. And I think that when it comes down to these two teams, it's definitely a game that we should be expecting a lot out of. Because we have, in fact, not a lot of information as to how these teams gel together and what exactly is the kind of gameplay we can eventually expect, right? Both of these two teams didn't exactly do all that amazing in Season 7, so we shall see how that's gonna work. As for now, let's just jump right in and take a little short clip between the two of these teams.
Okay, I think Jay will fare fairly well, because the mid and he has been playing the tank role for the previous season also, so he has experience also. So he will be able to cope with all the difficulties he faces.
I think Bleed, maybe they will need to train like a bit harder to get back their chemistry, because all of them are new players lah. So if they want to adapt inside Bleed play style, I think they will need quite some time. I think Jay might be able to do well in his roam role lah. I'm not so sure about that because I haven't seen him play in the roam position. When they lose game 1 or game 2 or whatever, they will start like I can see like they have no comms in their team and they like struggling to figure out what is next for the turtle lah or rotation or whatever.
I think he dares to engage and he communicates with his team quite well. I think he's a player to look out for. I think this roster is very interesting because they got Maki and Boyet. Then I think Powerful is going to the tank role. It's quite interesting, but you see how they work together as a team.
To me, EVIL, they are a very strong team since very long ago, and they are always achieving top 3. So I think with Maki, they can do a lot better based on his experiences and his gameplay wise lah. I think Powerful moving to a new role will definitely suit him, as he's the main shot caller and he plays a lot of tank jungle in the past lah.
A very good point from Jay, right? As a shot caller for all this time, spearheading as the leader, the IGL, even as the coach. It is about time for him to actually move on to a role that kind of suits what he do on the back, on the sidelines, so that he will be able to just kind of look at the team as in a macro point of view. I think that this EVIL might actually just be the EVIL that we have just pretty much been waiting for.
I kid you not, guys. Like during the downtime in the video, I was just saying, hey, I think we need half an hour just to break down both of these two teams, right? Because I think this matchup is a big statement, both from Bleed and also EVIL as well. We already summarized EVIL, how they already broke 2 of the records, right? Changed the whole team identity. Whereas for Bleed, changed the whole identity as well. Shifted Jay from the mid lane over to the roam. Yes, we call him the architect, right? The artist that could paint so many wonderful pictures. FMM is back as well.
So how do we look at this game between EVIL versus Bleed?
We can all agree it's 2-1 though.
We can all agree it's 2-1. Yes.
Actually, I'm really interested in
for once I'm supporting EVIL.
Jay's prediction. Because like he's always been like a EVIL / Slate / Bleed super fan, but right now it's like, hey, you're switching over to the other side.
Okay, let me explain, right? So now this time around, EVIL has a coach.
Bro,
that's all.
I'm a simple man.
The audacity of you. Yeah. Are you saying that Powerful is not good enough to double dip in his role?
Yeah, but the problem about
are you tank main?
But at least I support teams with coaches, right? Because coach just provide you like this third-party POV that's really interesting and very important, right? This time around, that's Carrot that's gonna fulfill that role, and hopefully, you know, it could help them out.
So you're saying that Powerful can't fulfill that role?
Because he's playing.
Got it.
Yeah. Actually, from a macro perspective, I do have to agree with Jay's. I came in around the same time as Team EVIL, around like into the
Season
scene,
3,
not
Season
in
4.
MPL.
Yeah.
But like, they've grown so much. They've always been a top contender, and I say that in the IG post. They're not here to play around anymore, and this time it's really where it's at.
Yeah.
The fact that like you're right. We need half an hour or even more to talk about these matchups. But let's talk about the audience's predictions on these matchups first. 61% over to Evo,
Wow.
39% over to Bleed. And I think Evo has like being that homegrown team and having that
Got
like
a lot of
long
support.
time. You've got that support. Every single time Evo plays, there's this like the super fans downstairs making a lot of noise.
Now, this time around, you talk about super fans, right? Abstract and Churros. You add Marky into that too, which is like a no-name back in MPL ID.
I'm a huge fan. Ever since M3, I'm Marky's biggest fan. And
No,
I hope
you can't say that anymore.
Why?
You can't say that anymore. You say that to all of us.
But like
you say that to all of
but
us.
like it's true. For
Who's the
Marky.
real fan? Who are you real
Abstract,
fan
Abstract.
of right now?
You know,
look me in the eye.
my-
Look me in the eye. Tell me, who are you the real fan of?
I am a real fan of Scrubby Cheeks.
He changes. He changes his idol every time.
Okay. Getting back to the conversation though. Getting back to conversation. Lots to talk about. What do you want to start with first?
Dang it, it's just way too much. I mean, okay, so we break things down bit by bit. We'll take a look at Evil. Rather, you have talked about Evil, right? They have definitely shown how strong they were, or rather how strong they are now in the marquee. So technically, we've got that chapter done and dusted. But let's talk a little bit more about Bleed. We'll cover the bands later. We'll take a look at Bleed.
Butterflies born by thy wish.
Okay, we want to talk about Bleed, right? Here we go. So, Fogma definitely somebody new. Dominic does have the experience from Blacklist International. Kiwi and FMM, you gotta admit, their chemistry in Asteris has been solid, and now unfortunately they did a one direction, so they're all split apart in 3 different various teams. Jay is back maintaining that, and we talk about communication, right? Team Evo, the time when they're truly strong is when, well, Carrot starts to speak up, but this time around, Carrot is speaking from the coach POV, so it's all boils down to Powerful and Sailor, whether they can communicate, whether they can pull off this communication.
Well, definitely. I've been doing some picking around, and like I was wondering, like, okay, who is the real main shot caller of Evo? It used to be Carrot because he was in the wrong position. For a jungle, especially a utility jungle, there's so much you need to do. Balance, juggle the Lord, juggle the neutral objectives, try to push everyone away.
Has it always been Powerful that is the main shot caller?
It was supposed to be like Carrot. Powerful didn't have that voice, but right now he does. He does have that power to keep the team together, especially in a lot of these major fights. So the magic of team fights that we know from Team Evil, it might still be like that magic that he brings to the table.
Quick question right now. You're changing, Evo is changing out the formula just a little bit, right? You saw about 3 of your players. Do they still have that team fight magic?
Well,
is
again,
it still the Evil magic? Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but judging from the previous games from RSG and MIP Flash, a lot of the teams that are playing like 4-1 composition, you have the Assassin TP able to play like on the offside. But taking a look at the draft, we talked a lot about the players. Now the high loss is getting picked up, so there's a little bit of a flex position. Powerful does play the high loss as well based on his like match history records and stuff like that. But like I don't know how he will fare, but it's a very decent pick over the EXP side. What like really pokes my interest is the Freya ban. We've seen this a lot in like high mythic level ranks.
Yes.
But like in a professional play, Freya is very risky.
Yeah, especially since it's kind of like an all-in kind of hero where you just go in, expect someone to be to die, or you yourself die yourself. So it's kind of like an all-in scenario. It's not something that I was expecting to see, but perhaps, you know, Evil may have known something about Bleed that we don't. But for now, let's take a look at the draft, right? Hylos picked up from the side of Evil.
Roger's
that means
open.
that Ling is actually open and over to the side of Bleed. But I think based on the current meta now, it does seem like people are starting to not really prioritize Ling all that much because of the vast amount of assassins that's available or heroes that can fill Ling's shoes despite being so good at rotations.
Well, to add on to that, like they prioritize the Hayabusa and the Jas. So the Roger going to the hands of FMM is going to be really aggressive coming from them. What I'm really excited about is the Marquee FMM lane matchup. Like, who is the better laner at this point? We know how Marquee plays, a very passive GOAT laner. But for FMM, judging from what we see from like way back in Season 6, he's always very aggressive, tries to win his lane, tries to rotate a little bit more to help out the rest of his team. But whether or not he wants to pick up that Roger, try to maintain the lane dominance that he has, is really, you know, there's a lot of questions in my head.
I think biggest question in my head is definitely, do you go for the Roger right here, right? Like Roger jumping into Evil's roster, you just take a look. The only person that can blow up on the side of Evil is definitely Hayabusa. But Zask, I don't think you want to dive into right there. That's why Bleed switching the gears just a little bit. That's cute. That's going to be FMM on the Harif. Proceeds to ban away to Lunox. That is telling because Bleed may be going for a lot more, tankiness, someone with more tankiness run, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because I've only ever seen a Lunox Harith matchup in MPL ID. I can't remember the last time I saw it in MPL SG, but there's a lot of magic damage right from the early game from the Valentina and the Harith himself. The Phoveus is already swapped out from the magic damage to the more physical based damage, but the Popa and Koopa are getting banned out right here. Like, man, I'm trying to think of a strategy where Popa and Koopa would be good in terms of like maybe taking down the turrets, but like I do understand maybe the Popa and Koopa getting picked up here. Combo as well of Zask in the fact that like the lane pushing power is there, but other than that, I don't know, win the lane or go for the turret objectives. It seems like Evil wants to go for like more turret pushes, more objective pushes, and very heavily favored to like, let's just take down the throne.
It's kind of interesting bans, right? Evil bans away to Freya, bans away to Popo Koopa, something that we don't really see very often. Bleed proceeds on to ban away to Lunox, something that we also wasn't expecting. Tigreal gets banned away. Evil proceeds to ban that Ling. Want to make sure that they maintain the assassin priority, and now we're looking at Bleed. What kind of assassins are they left? There's still the Nolan.
You don't need to build up an assassin because right now you need a lot of damage, especially like maybe true damage coming in from maybe the side of Alpha. Could be picked up right here.
Alpha is good.
It's pretty good against the high loss. It's basically a natural counter because you don't really need attack speed. Your passive doesn't do much to an Alpha. You're just able to melt down that high loss wherever you are. So that could be a big possibility.
So at this point in time, what we are missing out is going to be a single roamer as well as the jungler for the side of Bleed. And they are understandably going to be playing for an area of effect. They want to play for team, they want to control an area, and they want to be able to play within of that area. So for Bleed to actually pick up a Cho here is actually a little bit out, kind of out of characteristics.
There we go. There we go.
Lolita and Hanabi.
The strongest duo. The strongest two picks of heroes that's really in the flavor of all the MPLs all across the world. Evo decides to go for that one. And now all of a sudden Bleed. Now all your CCs are jokes.
A mastermind carrot, man. This is what happens when you put the coaching carrot.
Oh man, this completely slipped out of our grasp.
Yeah, because you opened up so much bans. You ban out the Freya, ban out the Popa and Koopa. It's sort of like, what do you want to go for? And they totally left Hanabi and Lolita open.
I don't think Ima DJ was expecting that one, right?
You could go for the Esmeralda and like just take up all their shields, but like...
But it's not going to help you because you're just going to give Hanabi even more shields if you don't stay close
Esmeralda
enough.
jungle? But that's... No,
you don't do that.
Just gonna give Hanabi like that jungle.
You want to play... You want to
Damas, wow.
Damas jungle?
Hey, Season 8. Season 8 is just being like
it has to be a Damas jungle.
Interesting now. Damas jungle, yeah, definitely.
Are we missing out something here, guys? Like, are we missing out something?
Okay, so one thing's for sure, right? When it comes down to Bleed's lineup, initially with the first 3 picks, what they are trying to do is that they want to control an entire region for themselves to play, right? Especially when it comes down to Phoveus as well as Harif, they're just so strong in hunkering down and just take control of one area and just keep on ravaging with damage over and over and over again. I guess this is also a pretty good segue over to Athamas, which requires him to really just play on a dueling basis. It's very similar to Freya, except for the fact that you do have a little bit more sustainability as well as escape mechanism as compared to a Freya. So Bleed's lineup probably just assumes that you know what, the opponent probably is not going to be playing that much of crowd control. I can play a Thamus who can duel against the enemies until my death.
I am confused. The bans coming out from Evil and the picks coming out from Bleed. Thamus jungle is probably something that I wasn't expecting because Thamus requires that vengeance to be really formidable. And now you basically sacrifice the battle spell in order to go for a retribution. Yes, you can stay in the fight a little bit longer with your ultimate, but at least you're facing against another assassin, right? You can stay in the Lord Pit or Turtle Pit even longer.
Well, the idea is that Thamus outfarms Hayabusa, or like attempts to. especially being a fighter. Taking a look at emblems right here, I'm really interested in how Hanabi and the Lolita kind of emblems kind of work out. They both have the mystery shot because you need a lot of gold to try to get your rose gold meteor, a lot of the shields coming in, maybe even the photo, maybe even the oracle, and even the blood wings. So the blood wings is actually a very core item for Hanabi right now. Like yes, you don't really skill with magic damage, but it's the shields that you're looking for, and like a shield that lasts forever. And which is why it's so interesting for the Hanabi Lolita matchup. But there's a lot of babysitting that needs to be done in the
meantime, one thing I would really want to talk about is the fact that for Dominic, right, that's playing as a Phobias. Oh, in the meantime, we did manage to find the first blood from the side of Boyet onto the side of Jay, so really early kills. But regardless, I still really want to expand a little bit more about the Thamus. I don't know if whether I am going too far into the theory, but I know that when it comes down to the slam as well as the scythe, you can displace your enemies, and displacement does help with the demonic force from the side of the
but if you
Dominic.
have shields, you can't reach the back line, and I think the main goal for Evo is just protect Marky. Using the entirety of your team, get Boyet to try to hit that back line. It made me forget, like, Jay is playing his signature Cho, Jay's Cho, right?
Oh, right, Jay's Cho.
Alright, Turtle is going to be threatened just of now. Fogmar secures a Turtle for now, but Evo will be able to walk away at the very least with the first blood, right? So the Hayabusa doesn't really want to tackle as of yet, but in terms of gameplay and in terms of like who's getting the lead, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, for now, I think Evo still gets the upper hand just because of the first blood. When you're playing a Hayabusa against a fighter jungler, any fighter junglers, you don't want to contest for that Lord because, or the neutral objectives like the Turtle, just because you're gonna get caught out and you don't really have that damage to burst down the Thamus. So if we do some like conceptualization right here, the only target that Boyet could eventually go for is FMM. Basically him or even the Kiwi. But then again, using Valentina, what can you IMU? There's not a lot of options right here unless you go for Numenor Blast, but it doesn't really work out.
Or the Dominated Descent as
Glorious
well.
Pathway is actually a good idea as well.
I'm not too sure whether they will want the Glorious Pathway, considering the fact that they will want to hunker down and play in one area instead of chasing up the enemies.
Oh, you don't have to chase. You can just stay in the green carpet and you heal. Haha.
Oh, true. That's true. Because like you morph
I thought the healing
over to
only works on the Hylos himself only.
Yeah, but if you are morphed into Hylos, you basically get more his attributes.
Okay, yeah. So at least at Valentina, if you want sustainability options, you've got that.
Yeah.
The Boyet's having a lot of trouble trying to assassinate Ogma. We talk about the sustain, right? There you go. That's a fighter, a jungle coming up. But speaking about fighter jungle, powerful, trying to duke it out, but he's getting blown up to pieces. Marky following suit. That's going to be Kiwi taking up Marky this time round. And now the members from Evo, they're trying to trade, but the Dominator's descent from Kiwi is just preventing Evo from advancing.
We're only 4 minutes into the game, and it does seem as though Bleed is really taking quite a game in front of them, right? They won't want to be extremely aggressive. They will want to move around and take control of the river regions as much as possible, especially since we are talking about an assassin jungler, which is not that good.
Jay, that's a kick as well. Dominated Descent, the real one this time around. Look at how Fogmar is just spreading out. Sayla has to bounce all the way back. Powerful raises his shield. Bleed will be able to just push Evil backwards for now.
Yeah. Dominic caught in the wrong side of the river, though, trying to zone everyone out of the way.
He's doing a good job. Here comes also the Glorious Pathway from Ken. Fogmar still secures the Turtle, and now this time around Ken in a very awkward position. Glorious Pathway, not very glorious anymore. It's going to be Fogmar raising on the chase. Boye also on full retreat. Ken will be shredded. Kiwi flickers forward.
Oh my
Fighting
God.
onto Sayla. The damage will be going there. Shadow kill, but not anymore because the artist just kicks him away, delaying that one-more combo from the side. Boye powerful, getting shredded. Look at the damage from Fogmar right there. It's just too much for Evo to bear.
He's not dying at all.
This double revitalize coming in from Ken and Powerful as well. I think we missed that out. It's not the early game that they're fighting for, it's the late game. Evo just needs that items to scale up. And Powerful, you know that you're gonna be building sort of like a support item, like the photo or and even the Oracle. So your defenses in the early game is not gonna be as much as it should be if you're playing a full tank kind of roam.
This is very unorthodox abstract.
You know, the other unorthodox things is gonna be expecting to see Maki actually picking out the Blood Wings.
Yeah.
We definitely saw that in the other regions. They picked up the Blood Wings onto the Hanabi, but I'm not too sure whether Maki is gonna do the same thing. But onto the same topic about Fogmar, 14,000 damage dealt altogether already. It seems like the Thamus is
actually doing a pretty good job in the front lines and not necessarily being controlled as much as I was expecting. Perhaps what they are trying to go for is to address the issue, which is right in front of them, which is probably dominated descent being number one, and the very fact that Evil, they want to survive as long as possible in a team fight. While in the meantime, Bleed actually does flourish on that as well because of the fact that they have a Phobias.
Yeah, Bleed knows their homework, right? They did their homework. The only way to beat a Hanabi Lolita combo is like just rampage through the early game, and that's what they're trying to do in the midst of this entire game, right? Like Kiwi getting Laura's pathway and 5-man collapsing onto any one single member and just leaving Hanabi alone. And that's precisely what Evil wants to manipulate Bleed into thinking. Leaving Hanabi alone, getting the Holy Trinity, and then getting those defensive items, he becomes virtually untouchable in the late game.
Potential 5v5 clash right here. Dominic takes to the air. Fogmar goes all the way to the back line. Hanabi tries to try all the way back. Voyek down a little bit low. Jake will be able to find a kick. Bleed pushing Evil all the way back, but they're going to take a lot of casualties. Kiwi following next. Evil this time around. The magic of the team fight happening even against all odds.
A little bit too aggressive coming in from Bleed's side. They are just going ham at it, and of course, because that is kind of like their MO, right? They want to go all in.
Yeah, they have to, and Evil is so smart. Look at how like clinical they're moving back, like slowly just retreating, keeping Marky at bay. Marky whittles everyone down. Sayla finishes up the job. If not, it's Boyette. And at the end of the day, Evil's just playing it slow. They might have been apart in the early game. They might have been falling apart, but like now we're seeping into like mid-game territory, and it's Evil's game to win.
Evil definitely have got the answers to what Bleed mostly have got in store for them, right? When it comes down to FMM as well as Dominic, they will want to control an area and win in that fight. At least when it comes down to Maki as well as Powerful that's playing as the Hanabi as well as the Lolita respectively, they do have answers for that, right? Because of the Ricochet coming in from the Hanabi and of course the Venom Blast from the Lolita, it kind of puts them in a very good spot to win in team fights.
Look at that, Hanabi just bouncing those projectiles right off the bat. Bleed has to be a little bit careful. Don't forget, Evil right now, they're rotating S5, ignoring the lane already.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, Revitalize also procs favor. So if Powerful buys that favor, it's basically untouchable for Marky. So difficult to break that shield, so difficult to infect any CC skills onto Marky. And Bleed, this is really showing in their entire composition. They can't just like open up a Glorious pathway and try to battle their way through, because Marky's damage is really starting to show.
It really just boils down to how much damage that Bleed can dish out, right?
Can take as well.
Can take, yeah. I mean, Maki, he's got a lot of crowd control immunity coming in from the shield, the endless amount of shields from Powerful himself, and perhaps even when Maki pops up his own ages, he's crowd control immune as well. If he does actually buy the Blood Wings, he's pretty much got constant immunity.
That's a flicker, but Ken will be able to stun it out. Jay in an awkward position. Glorious Pathway will be allowing to step forward. Boyet jumps all the way in, but Ken picking up that kill at the same time. Dominic getting shredded. It's going to be Marky just outputting damage. Nobody can catch Marky at all. The shields and the heals and the sustain from Evil is just way too crazy.
Power of team fights 2.0. They're just situating
Seems
together.
like they have it.
Yeah, the damage is just like chipping everyone off. I remember Dominic just jumped in and his health was just slowly just chipping away.
Yep.
I don't know where the damage is coming from. I don't think Marky has like the full Holy Trinity just yet, because he opted to go for a little bit more defensive, especially for the shields. But the first Lord is being taken down by Evil. No contest from Bleed.
One thing's for sure is that when it comes down to Phobias, it's a very different Phobias now. Back then, the Phobias have got quite a good amount of sustainability, especially when you went for the Demonic Force, which was the ultimate. You are immune, you are untargetable, and you can't be hit. But this time, the Demonic Force has actually changed to the passive, and of course, the new one is, of course, the Pursuit, right? You are supposed to deal more damage now as a Phobias. Your main point is a damage dealer. You drag on the time as long as possible, allow your team to kind of allow you to drag on with the Asteris' eye and literally everything that you have in your boat in order to just keep on jumping over and over and over again.
Yep, Evil is just out-sustaining, right? Like, we talk about how Dominic usually wants to try to stay in the fight as long as possible, propping the Demonic Force, but Evil is just out-sustaining. There's not enough damage from the side of Bleed as of now, because FMM and also, you know, members of Kiwi, these are burst damage, right? The only consistent damage coming from Fogmar.
Well, Evil, their game plan is right here. It's a 4-on-1. Jay again caught out.
Oh, he's buying time. Glorious pathway to cut. There's the advancement from Bleed. Evil just taking this and a landslide. Early game, they're a little bit phased, but now they're in stable positioning.
Man, that's the passive like early game that we know from Evil, and this is their playground right now. And just hunkering down together, taking a little atomizations. It's super interesting. They built the Sea Halberd instead of the Golden Staff. First, going for the Rose Gold Meteor, and there we go, the Blood Wings is being built up. So the Photo and the Blood Wings already built up for Powerful. There's a lot of shields coming in from the passive because it scales to magic damage, and you have shields yourself. So it doesn't matter if people hit you, you gotta revitalize this. Glorious Pathway being laid down.
Dominic taking the brunt of the damage. Everybody just stands in the green carpet. Dominic forced to proc the vengeance. Will dive himself, but Marky will be able to pick up the kill. The defense from Bleed is nowhere to be seen. It's knocking on the bottom lane turret already. And now Bleed has no response.
Where's the CC coming from? Dominic was just standing there. He moves like 1 pixel away and then he gets stunned up again.
I would just say that it is very likely the Higambana. Higambana does actually kind of root you down for a pretty long time. And it kind of does spread as well. Right. So it is a very good answer to what Bleed is trying to get for themselves, which is take control in an area. They can't now. FMM don't have anyone that can really take control in the area in an AoE setting to crowd control, which is why it's really tough for Zaman Force.
Glorious Pathway dominating the main battering ram for the side of Bleed will be no more. Mid lane already cracked open as well. Kiwi taking too much damage. Eva still healthy because of the Glorious Pathway. Bleed, that amount of sustain is a little bit too much for Bleed to control, and here we go. They need to try to do this wrong with only 3 members on the side of Bleed. Evo will be stepping forward at the same time. Fogma up with the damage. He will be able to do so, taking that Powerful along the way, but he's actually getting sacrificed. Kiwi has to run away. At the very least, Bleed clears off the minions for now, but Evil is just rampaging.
The Death Ball, the Evil Death Ball like we know and love. You say that they lost their identity outside of the game, but in the game, it's the same old school Evil that we all know and love. They're layering in the revitalizers, keeping everyone else alive. Powerful losing his life, no problem. I've got Ken, I've got Sayla to try to bear the brunt of the damage as well.
The Evil now is a lot more methodical though. Back then when we know of Evil, when it comes down to their Evil magic, it just so happens that they are winning team fight, but we don't know how they are winning team fights.
But now we know.
Now we know how they are winning in team fights. It's very blatant as to what they are trying to do. And of course, when it comes down to draft, it definitely do put a lot of pressure onto Bleed, whereby they can't play according to their win conditions at all.
It's like it's not magic anymore. Right now we know the secret. It feels like Evo is just doing everything. Just take a look at the damage dealt by Marky. The bounce is crazy, and apart from that, second in is Sayla. Sayla is that invisible damage. Marky, oh, that's a very bad place for you to walk in. Ken tries to save his teammate right there. Lolita is also in the way. The Glorious Pathway, and also the Revitalize, double Revitalize. So much healing from the side of Evil, and Bleed, unable to bleed them dry, and now they're gonna get punished for it. 3 members down. Fogma has to run for the hills.
Oh boy, yeah. Unfortunate, getting taken down by the Lord, marching down the throne. The rest of the team, Evil, they're just gonna finish this game.
This is a lot.
That's it.
This is a phenomenal game from the side of Evil. They definitely know what they're trying to do at this point in time, and I thought that there was only one person from Evil in the top brush, but it started propagating. What happened? I saw 1 life bar propagates into 2, propagates into 4. It's like, wait, since when is there 4 people in the brush?
Yeah, hey, the communication is great, right?
Yeah, bringing the entire village into a team fight, it's like, you know, I'm backing you up. No, it's okay. Marky gets caught out, no problem. Pops are revitalized down. Then Powerful comes in and revitalized. I'm gonna keep you alive, Marky. Don't you worry. This is welcome to Singapore, man.
It's hands down an amazing team fight comp that we are definitely seeing from the side of Evil.
So beautiful.
I will say that
so beautiful game.
Even the draft itself is a checkmate. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I wouldn't say checkmate, but
early game they struggle a little bit, but that's decided from
it's
like
meant to be.
It's meant to be.
You are supposed to kind of lose in the early game. You don't really have any ways that you can actually take control of the early game. I would say that when it comes down to the picks coming from the side of Bleed, I'm trying to. We are definitely trying to look out for reasons as to why the Thamus was picked. I think that it does definitely contribute to what Fulvius is trying to have, so that we have more displacements, more Asteros' eyes, and of course more reasons to actually go for the pursuit. But all in all, I think that what they are lacking out altogether is the power in team fights and the power of friendship.
And the power of friendship.
And in this case, Maki's Hanabi answers to the question as to how do we deal damage to an entire group of people in a closed circuit.
You just can't lock him down.
You can't lock him down.
His heals,
and he
the
bounces.
shields just keeps coming back up.
Yeah, and I would argue that I also play Hanabi once in a while. And if you have a Lolita like that and you've got like a solid teammate, all you do is just spam that that attack button. You win games.
Tipping point was 5-minute mark.
Correct.
5-minute mark, once the tower shields are down, I'm just gonna babysit Marquis. And Powerful is like, yeah, all of y'all just like do your own thing. I'm just gonna be
We're just
Marquis.
gonna do our own thing.
We're just gonna do our own thing, and it works out so well. And I think Powerful really shows him, proves himself. It's like, I don't need to be in the jungle to make the major decisions. I can just be a roam, and I can control, orchestrate the entirety of this team fight so well. Take a look at itemizations. Look at what Powerful is building, and this is the true beauty of Lolita. The pure magic damage Lolita. No tank ability whatsoever, but it doesn't matter because I'm just gonna fuel Marquis' shield need for shields.
Boyets with double BODs.
Double BODs.
I kid you not. I thought that's a Leslie build, but no, Boyet's so confident. All he has to do is just overpower the damage against Bleed.
To be honest though, the damage is only needed for that split push. If you see, like, Boyet is always not in these team fights, always split pushing because that is the insurance that that Evo needs. The macro game, I thought like Bleed would have the upper hand, but Evo has got this covered.
Yeah, you need damage to deal with the turrets after all.
Yeah.
Or whatever crit or whatever damage, what defense penetration. Yeah. All of those doesn't matter to the turrets at all. So in this case, Boyet is really just a split push machine, while Powerful is just a shield machine. We are looking at
a shield dispenser.
It's like an AI in the making from the side of Evil. Right? We are looking at machines all across the map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the items from Bleed, we talked a lot about Evil, but how do you deal with the massive shields, the massive heals that come in? You need Dom Ice. You need a lot of shield regeneration kind of items, but like there's only one Dom Ice from Dominic. You've got the glowing one from Kiwi, but that's not enough because it just keeps on coming.
Dominic actually builds into the tank gear role. So definitely not what I was expecting. I truly believe that Phobias at this point in time is a lot more damagey than the previous Phobias, and you want to make full use of that. You want to take control of the team fights, right? You want to push people out, so you need to damage them to scare them. But if you're just constantly flying up into the air and not doing any damage, they're not going to be threatened.
There's no point in the Phobias as well. I mean, I understand that Phobias was second pick because it's one of the meta heroes that you want to use, but the fact of the matter is, since you have so much shields, so much like heals, there's nothing that Dominic could do. You want to stun anyone or mini stun anyone, they just walk away safe because it's just CC immune.
Phobias is I think the Phobias pick was revealed way too early.
Yeah,
right?
way too early.
So Evo was able to just react easily.
I personally believe that Phobias at this point in time, because back then the Phobias is kind of like blink, blink, jump, jump, right? At this point in time, it's not exactly that big of a deal as to if whether the opponent is able to blink or if the opponent is able to be crowd controlled or not. It definitely comes down to the point whereby if whether we can keep people in a fight so that the Phobias can slam more people down, right? When it comes down to the Monolith, I believe the second skill, if you're able to grab people in and kind of displace them, you put down the Sinner Stack onto everyone that is affected so that you can jump multiple times. If you hit all 5 people, you can jump 5 times. That's a crazy amount of damage that Phobias is able to dish out, which is something that we want to see out of a Phobias.
But that's under the condition that he pulls people in with his skills. It doesn't...
I believe that all you need to do is land it.
No, you gotta have that small little dash, you know, that mini dash.
The dash helps with the cooldown. Only help with the cooldown, but you can apply the Sinner Stack.
Oh, apply the mark.
Yes, the mark.
Okay, I gotcha.
Onto them as long as you kind of land it. It's like the same thing for the Asteris' eye.
Yeah. How do you deal with this kind of draft?
For Evo's draft?
Yeah, for Evo's draft.
I think this is not about. It's not about being able to deal with Evo's draft. It's more of the fact that how do you execute yourself and how to itemize yourself in the right way. I think that the last pick on the Thamus, in some sense, and to me, it kind of sets them up for failure. They could have been able to kind of lead themselves over for more ways to get FMM online, get FMM to be able to play alongside of Dominic to take control of an area. Like, yes, you may be shot, you may be hit by the Numenon Blast, yes, there may be a lot of ricochets from the side of the Hanabi, but it doesn't really matter because in the end of the day, our game, in this game, is about who can deal the most amount of damage within a short span of time in an area setting, which is something that Bleed wasn't able to do it.
I feel Bleed in the earlier parts of the game was able to do exactly what they need to do, right? Like punish Hanabi and also the Lolita, especially when or before they start the snowball, right? Yeah. Joe, as you mentioned it, once they hit the 5-minute mark, Hanabi starts to come online, everything's history.
Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, remember in the start of the entire series, Jace was saying like, hey, we have to talk 30 minutes about these two teams. But right now, I think that 30 minutes has become like 3 hours. We can have
I feel like we need to talk
like
more.
There's so many layers to this one. There's like as I thought I could just peel off one layer, there's actually more layers hidden like an onion.
There's so many things. And Boyette he knows his job so well. The way that he manipulates Bleed's attention over to him, leaving Hanabi wide open, and that's how you pretty much play a split push kind of composition of 4-1. For the side of the imports coming in from Bleed, though, they were good as well. I mean, not to discount them, the early game, they knew their jobs, they knew who to go for. They took down Hanabi and Lolita at least one time in the top side, but they didn't capitalize on those situations.
It was super aggressive all the way into the opponent's, inhibitor turret even? They kind of proxy in between the inhibitors as well as the tier 2s, right? They definitely showed their aggression, but unfortunately they wasn't able to really quite translate that kind of aggression to move on to the next phase of the game, which is definitely the power spike of evil, where we can finally bring Hanabi into the team fight. Hanabi will be safe, will be sound, and you will always be able to get some of these assist goals for Hanabi, even if Hanabi don't have enough damage to kill people yet.
This is the reason why NIP Flash banned Hanabi twice.
Yep.
And this is the
They foresaw that.
Yeah. They foresaw the power of the Lolita and the Hanabi one-more combo, and they fear that.
Yeah. Where did it come from? Like,
PH?
combo.
I think it was PH, right? It was just random experimentation, and I think that at this point in time, it's just the generic flavor of the season, and they know that it works, and might as well just go ahead with it, right? I would believe that it's also because of the fact that we're starting to see assassin junglers. As such, it kind of changed the way that mages are played, so it actually enables the gold laners to play this way and to have Hanabi in now.
The best part about Hanabi is that you are forced to bring an Aegis. And Aegis is the bane of all assassins, right? You jump onto it, and then all of a sudden, all the Hanabi has to do, pop the Aegis, and so all of a sudden you have a lot of shield, and you've already burned most of your skills, you're caught off guard, and that's where it really strikes. So the change in meta really brought in so many things.
This was the team fight. Like, everyone just went back because Marky's in trouble. Is like, I can imagine their voice lines like, Marky, help me, help me, help me. The entire team just switches their target prioritization, and Evil has really grown over the last season. Now, back then, they used to be like headless chickens just going around in different areas within team fight, but right now they know their win con and they're playing towards that win con. But hey, it's still first game.
I'm just waiting for that propagation kind of highlight.
Yeah.
All the way at the top side, we can see that one single marquee. And then it suddenly propagates into more. I hope that we have that I hope that we have that replay, because it will answer a lot more, answer the question that I have in my mind, like what happened there? How do they even come together, and how do they even like help each other out in that short amount of time?
Yeah, I think this was not the end yet. Like,
this isn't the end.
Yeah, this wasn't the end.
They were pushed back also because Dominic was coming out, so they needed a little bit more time and a little bit more leeway for them to play things a little bit more methodical.
This was the one you were talking about.
Yeah,
so Marky was just
slightly before.
Yeah,
slightly before.
Slightly
after.
After. It wasn't the start. I want to see you when Marky was in the brush, and then everyone just appeared.
Look at the shields. After the Holy Crystal, the shields coming in from Powerful was just immense.
At this point in time, I don't even know if it's just the fact that there is a single Lolita in the game, or do they all just have blood wings?
That's right, yeah. I think it's coupled up with that fact. If everyone buys Oracle as well, that shield doubles.
Oh, right.
Imagine.
Is it actually double, or is it
like
1.5?
1.5.
1.5.
Yeah, 1.5-ish. But like, this is such an incredible match.
It is. Like, the best part is, right, you get to see Team Evo really starting to step up, right? Remember, they had the worst season last season, where they're usually at least top 4, but they ended 6th. They barely climbed through into the playoffs. Don't forget, it is now a way where you only have top 6 going to during the playoffs after the regular season.
Yeah, and anyways, I believe that it is almost about time for us to have a proper breakdown as to what exactly happened in the previous game. And perhaps Mo will be able to tell us a little bit more about why certain heroes are picked. So let's move on over to Mo Man over at the analyst desk.
Welcome everybody. So we have the analyst segment here. All right, so let's just see what happened. I just want to say 3 win conditions coming in from Team Evo, right? First is the Pony of Death, of course. With the Glorious Pathway, it's just a win button coming out from Evo. Marquis' positioning was immaculate. And Boyet, he was playing a very dangerous game with a Hayabusa, playing keep away. The Shadow Kill, not used to kill, but as a distraction. So let's just see what happens at the start of this clip here. So for this side, you can see that Dominic is actually going in. Meanwhile, FMM is all the way nowhere near the team fight. So with Dominic just getting stunned up and going down, they essentially lost this team fight. And with the Glorious Pathway going down as well, it was a clear retreat path for Team Evo away from FMM. So that means the main damage dealer, the main source of damage from Bleed was not there. The Zayman's Force not available. And at the same time, Kiwi already used the IMU. He did not have it. He could not replicate that Glorious Pathway. He used it on Dominator's Descent, as we will see later on. And now we have the rest of the team going in, falling out one by one. And this was the team fight that essentially put Evo on the advantage from the side of Team Evo. Yeah, so now do we have this second side? We see this Glorious Pathway being a button to win. Just put the Glorious Pathway down, pick off someone, and then you get another pick off as well. On top of that, you have the Aluminum Blast of the Lolita as well. So it's just extremely crazy to see. And they have no answer. With this, that Glorious Pathway pavement, once again, that placement, Jay is out of position and everyone is pushed away. They cannot take this team fight and Jay is just picked off for free. But let's just look at the next few segments coming up where we have this team fight. The Glorious Pathway down once again. FMM is unable to answer. The damage is not there once again. The Zayman's Force can be put down, but it's just that Dominic has been pulling the trigger a bit too early ahead of FMM's timings. So now they have 3 inhibitor turrets to take. But the crux of the matter will be coming in the next few team fights. This is not too much. It's just a Glorious Pathway again. But in the last few team fights that we see, possibly over here. Yes, we got it. So this is what Abstract was talking about, right? That propagation of that shield. Marky gets caught. He's supposed to die. Any gold laner is supposed to die here. But look at this. He's just surviving again and again and again. And Marky he just took the brunt of the damage. He just took the brunt of everything. So that's all of Bleed's damage gone. So that means they don't have enough damage to follow up onto Ken. They don't have enough damage onto Powerful. And Ken can just go on a free runway onto Bleed. And that's all she wrote for Team Evo versus Team Bleed Game 1. So casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mo. Exactly what I was looking for, right?
What are you looking for?
The propagation.
Okay.
The propagation, yeah. It was definitely crazy how he managed to get... Marky got out of it, knew that Thamus was about to come in. He backed off even more, even though he couldn't see Marky. Even though he couldn't see the Thamus coming in. The Thamus come in already, then he went back in again.
Yeah,
and
actually
just
he has a little bit more sustain from the lifesteal from DHS
A
as
little
well.
bit?
Just a little bit.
A little?
So you got heals from Vitalize.
So much,
Lifesteal as well. Because they're fighting Glorious Pathway.
Yeah.
And then you have, you fight around the minions. So your blade just keeps bouncing around the minions. So that team fight, I don't know if it was just luck, but it was just so strategic, that position.
The Lolita shields was always giving. You also have, Ken being Ken. not the cannot this time around. Sorry, I had to do that. Sorry, I had to do that. I'm sorry, guys. I will show myself out. I'm sorry, I'll show myself out later.
Yeah.
During that very small little excerpt of looking at Hanabi just hitting that one beetle creep, every hit is 100 HP back.
I was actually squinting my eyes just a little bit because everything is just so messy and everything was just in my face.
And of course, we're just looking at screens all day as well, right? Like a screen here, screen there, screen everywhere. So honestly, kind of like gets our eyes super dry. So Roto comes into the rescue, of course, as we definitely have got a lot of games on our hands. Gamers ma, right? Gamers, mobile screens, tablets, of course a big screen right in front of us. In fact, lights as well, even the lights. Oh, look at that. Definitely gets our eyes super tired. So Roto Eye Drops is of course a very important accessory for all of us, and definitely for every single one of you gamers out there, especially when it comes down to the Roto's extra cool eye drops, the signature cooling sensation.
I saw your story. I saw your Instagram. At Such Abstract, go check it out. A day in the life of a caster.
Yeah.
Very difficult, especially when he has a baby along with him for the entirety of the ride.
Super tired, right? Definitely, when it comes down to that cooling effect, right, it gets me awake all the time. That's like my small little secret. You feel tired, right? Especially for your presentation or your classes, right? Drop one. Confirm wake you up. Definitely. So, huge thanks over to Roto Eye Drops. They are definitely my MVP.
Man, I really definitely feel like we really need that one because Marky just went there. We're all like squinting at it just a little bit, and then you know what? All of a sudden, everything. And I think I blink a little bit too much, so definitely need to secure
want some
that
Roto
one.
Eye Drop? I got for tired eyes. I got the extra cool one.
Just give me all of it.
Hey, you know, I'm the only one without glasses over here. I've got like perfect eyesight, right?
Shut up.
Shut up.
But like after that, I kept squinting at like Marky because I keep seeing like there was slivers and pixels of his shield being popped up. So I don't know how this is going to turn out, but the Freya is going to be banned first from the side of Evil. Once again.
They know something we don't.
Bleed is banning out the Link and the Hylos on the first round.
Wait, Bleed themselves banning the Link? Normally when it comes down to Chip and Link, is normally banned out by the second pick, second ban. Because as a first pick, you normally will want to steal or take away the chip or the Link. But to be fair, the current trend in MPL SG is that we don't have that much of a priority over Link that much. In fact, in the previous game, we don't even have a Link. It was Evil themselves.
Hades played 2 games of Link.
No, as in for this game.
Okay.
For between Bleak versus Evil, right? Link was wide open. They didn't pick it up, and especially for Evil, they picked up the Hayabusa instead.
Yeah, I remember in like season 1, season 2.
Play the Link.
They banned the Link.
Oh, they banned the Link. Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, we are looking at the Link, Hylos choosing the ban from the side of Bleed. So Evil now, they do have quite a lot of heroes that they're gonna have to consider, right? Zask is currently open. Since Hylos is taken away, there is a very high chance that Bleed might actually just pick up the Zask since the number 1 problem for Zask is already gone. But they have decided to ban a Ruby instead, so quite a lot of these heroes is currently available.
Yeah, I think Zask is a no-brainer right here. Unless Bleed decides to go for Roger to make it a little bit more flexible. Technically speaking, you can bring
still
over the
available.
jungle, or you can also bring into the marksman.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when it comes down to the flexibility role, Roger can definitely be one of the very good picks coming in from Bleed, but the question is if whether they would want to play Roger into the jungle or not for the flexibility option. Phoveus first pick. Okay.
I can a little bit early.
I can dig that.
Phoveus. It's probably going to nod over to the Evil. Remember, just now I was just saying, man, maybe it's a little bit too early, but I think this is like, I'm going to first pick that right off the bat.
Yeah, so at least on the casters table, we do have very differing opinions for early or late. For me, it's more the fact that if you're able to keep Phoveus damage output in the early stages to the mid stages of the game, you pretty much have got a Phoveus that managed to do its job.
You know, outside of this game, I just want to say I like how vocal Marky is, like just really assimilating well into like this a Singaporean team and just making his mark with Evil. So like with that, like I also want to add on to like the meta of the hyper carry. You don't really need like a marksman in the gold lane. You don't need to have so many damage dealers. You just need that one.
Yeah.
You just need that one right now. So Evil picking up the Zask and the Edith is a more defensive option. Edith, very, very flexible. Bleed picking up the Jawhead and the Julian, a very, very Filipino flavor yet again that we see. Julian scales up very early on, level 3 power spike, so I think most probably that's gonna be in the jungle, but you could in a way flex it into the mid side if you would.
I doubt that that's how they are gonna play.
Well, if you're reactive to the draft, so
fair. Jaw head over to the roam. So once again, this is yet another lineup from the side of Bleed that doesn't really have a very strong stance on AoE crowd control, right? They do, okay, technically speaking, they do have Julian with the enhanced chain that can do quite a bit of AoE crowd control. But understandably, when it comes down to Julian in the jungle, you always want to work on your enhanced side in order to deal massive amount of damage. Only in the late stages, yeah, enhanced chains is great, but the AoE is not as big as what you would normally expect. So honestly, if Bleed is able to kind of like flex the Jawhead somewhere else, like EXP or something like that, at least to make way for a roamer that can really take control of an area in order for Phoveus to keep himself in the fight and really deal with evil themselves.
Look at that, Bleed. Bans away the Lolita. They got bitten.
Traumatized!
Yeah,
Well,
I would be traumatized
trauma.
with them.
rightly so. But this leaves Roger still open, so Bleed might be looking to ban that out as well.
Such a good ban.
It's a very, very good ban from Bleed. But they want to ban out the Harith. So Evil, they have choices right here. I remember Marky is very good on the Claude as well, one of his signature heroes way back when. So he might be choosing Comfort over a little bit more of the meta picks. But like having the Roger open into the second phase seems really, really interesting to me.
I'm looking for catch from the side of Evil. They still have an EXP laner that they need to fill out, so they can lock on with Edith for an extended period of lockdown in order to really keep Zask in the game for just keep on killing over and over again. But with a Moskov pick from the side of Evil, essentially just discourages Bleed from picking up the Roger.
Yeah, I think for Bleed right here, Vexana could be possible.
Vexana is okay. Yeah, I agree. Vexana can be a good pick.
Yeah, team fights, you're playing a summon versus a summon mid-side.
Lilia can also be a pretty good pick from Bleed. As long as the team fight is able to drag on for an extended period of time, that is something that Lilia can dig, especially the Glooms just keep on exponentially deal crazy damage. And you should be able to deal with a Zask on hand too.
Yeah.
That's going to be the Roger.
Yeah.
Definitely selected. Thinking Bleed needs something that
Faramis.
something more safe. A Faramis is actually quite good
It's
as
a dead
well.
ball. There's Minotaur. I was going to say the Minotaur because Powerful plays the Minotaur really, really well.
EXP Edith, huh?
Yeah.
Don't really see that all that much.
Actually, wait. Okay. I thought it was going to be a mid-lane Edith. that'd be interesting to see.
That would be.
But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised too. If Evil
it
wouldn't
could
do that.
work if an Edith is mid, Zask in the gold.
Yeah.
But they have a Moskov, so at least we know that a Moskov is definitely gonna go over to the gold lane. But between these two teams, Evil versus Bleed, let's say let's hear it from the both of you. Who have you got your sights on? Jace.
I'm thinking Evil.
Evil.
They
Okay.
have good solid zone control in terms of the Zask and the Minotaur. If Bleed wants to jump onto them, Evil should be able to do that. But Bleed, the only thing is the popping of that Faramis Nether Realm is going to be very important.
I do have to agree with you, but I'm actually favoring Bleed for this one. It's a perfect death ball. Everyone all in, but with all in, it's really a big risk, right?
Right.
You put everyone in harm's way. If one goes down, everyone goes down.
So, how is this gonna be like? Ladies and gentlemen, let's just jump right in between Bleed versus Evil. Game number 2. Match number 2.
Evil showing a little bit of thanks this time round in game number 1 earlier just now. This season feels like their season to win. And I think they're slowly inching closer. Bleed, on the other hand, lots of things to work on. They need to kind of find the assimilation from Dominic and Folkmar. But Evil seems like, you know, Boyette and also Mark, it feels like they've been part of Evil as well.
It feels like we always had them, right? Here in Evil and Bleed itself, right?
Yeah.
they're working in pretty nicely, but I'm still waiting for Bleed to be able to kind of show who they are and be able to take one game away from Evil. Because now their draft does seem pretty okay. They do have the damage output that we want, and of course, when it comes down to being able to play on the snowball potential with the Roger plus the Julian, I think that they definitely should be able to put Evil in to rest.
Yeah. Bleed has a very, very aggressive draft. Folkmar has already hit the power spike. FMM's power spike is basically level 2. Then that's where you have like unlocked all 5 skills. Or like 6 if you count like double transformation. Take a look at emblems as well. Look at all the wilderness blessings coming in from Bleed. They want to go for more early rotations, cross-map plays, especially for Faramis as well as the Jawhead. So Bleed needs to be able to hunker down, get the aggressions going, and get these team fights going.
Quite a bit of thrill that they have picked up for themselves.
It's a lot of damage.
It's a thriller.
It's a thriller. Sorry. Before we get muted. I don't know about DMCA, but gotta be safe about that. But anyways, we are currently 2 minutes into the game. The turtle is currently available, and it does seem like both of the junglers will still, of course, will go for their level 5 before trying to enter into a trance with one another. All of Evil's members are at least level 4 now, while Bleed just hit. Yeah, we still have got Jay that is currently at level 3 though.
Yeah. It's a little bit slow because they would have been able to give up that mid side for Jay to hit his level 4. He's still a long ways away.
Slow, yeah.
Yeah. Because they can take control of this turtle, but hold on.
Download just a little bit, but yet still securing that one. The Spear of Destruction will be able to land another round. Nice connection from the side of Powerful, knocking everybody out. Barky joining the fight onto Kiwi as well. The first one to go down. Dominic tries to output some damage, but is going to be slashed down by Boyet. He's going for more though. Vokmar also right here going to try to go do something about it, but Boyet has to back away.
The Jawhead's in the midst of everything, trying to deny Marky from getting into his gold lane. Flicker out of the way just to get a little bit of safety, but that was a good play by Jay, body blocking himself to get that gold turret away from
Forcing the flicker too.
Which is interesting, right? Moscow should usually go for Inspire, but Flicker is used from the side of Evil instead. Really afraid of that lockdown from Jay and even to a certain extent Folkmar.
There was a few times where I saw the flicker, but even I myself just thinking, you have quite a lot of blinks yourself.
Yep.
So I suppose that this is just their way as a Moskov to really want even more ways to kind of get yourself out of danger. I guess the main thing is because your own blink is used very aggressively, while your flicker can be used defensively.
Bit of Pinsabu happening at the bottom lane instead. Powerful still able to just push everybody away with Expansive and Ultimate. Marky not stepping forward as of yet. Boy looking for pickoff. We'll be able to find Boyet instead of Fokmar. NetherRealm already committed by the side of Bleed at the same time. They're just trading blows. No clear winner as of yet.
Oh, but look at Evil. They're already situating down the purple buff because they know how Fokmar is going to rotate over. Sayla actually picks up that purple buff away, denying Bleed of their like power.
Buff, yeah. I mean, it's just dropping Bleed's power spike, or rather dropping their power altogether in the later stages.
Okay, knock up for knock up as of now. It's kind of awkward. Ken will be able to just shrug out of it. Turtle is actually on the bottom side. That's also going to be unstoppable force. Ken will get tossed all the way back, but it's just going to be a trade because Evil right here, they're not going to go for that one. They're looking at bottom lane domination instead.
Bleed's looking good on the pickoff potential. Jay making the right moves on the right targets. Does look like, take a look at itemizations. First core item being brought up by Marky and FMM. Got a lot of attack speed going in. Looks like the turtle is going into the hands of Evil. No contest there whatsoever. Bleed looking for that trades down that top side. But Evil actually ramping up that tempo, getting the aggressions going. And I think it's fair that they do that because they're up ahead in goal. They need to be able to snowball their way through, denying Bleed of the that momentum that they need.
This game is still kind of up in the air for both of these two teams, right? We don't really have a very good idea how they are gonna fare. So I think it's still relatively okay for Boyet to pick up a Sky Piercer at this point in time. He's definitely not fallen behind, so he should still be able to make full use of it.
Actually, I would feel that Bleed has a lot more pressure, right? They are the one that definitely needs to kind of ramp up the aggression instead because Evil, this is a late game draft, right? And Bleed wasn't able to make full advantage of the aggressive early game to really do something against Evil.
Yeah, I don't know why like Bleed wants to play a little bit more passive, because in the late game, it's all Evil's game. Moskov scales up so well, and look, 5-minute mark or 6-minute mark already hit, and now the rest of Team Evil, they're going over protecting Marky.
The AA, Jay will get tossed out. NetherRealm also already committed at the same time. Kiwi gets stunned out. Dominic goes up into the air. Boye will be able to find onto the assassination onto Jay, taking him down. Ken finding Dominic at the same time. Sphere of Destruction doesn't connect, but it could have been gone so much worse for Bleed.
Power of team fight from Team Evil coming into play yet again. 6-minute mark. Everyone's just sitting over onto Marky. Boyette, a little bit of a disrespect right there. FMM will not be able to take him out, but at the end of the day, Evil just snowballing in terms of their economy. 2.4k ahead.
I love this Evil right now, man. Evil, you've earned a fan. I'm sorry, Vertigo, for doubting you for multiple seasons. Evil is online right now.
I mean, at this point in time, Evil is taking the game to their own hands, right? Bleed is the one that wants to play a little bit more of that snowball factor, but they are taking that snowball away from Bleed. So how is that gonna look like for FMM as well as Folkmar?
Knock up, OG Shadow Kill will be committed as well. A little bit down low, but it's just a safety ultimate as well. Sphere of Destruction lands all the way from downtown. Will be able to catch onto Dominic as well. He's getting knocked up, he's getting stunned. The NetherRealm will be committed, but look at how much damage from the side of Evil. And then here comes the Minotaur ultimate at the same time. Everybody knocking sky high. No more NetherRealm as well. Boye coming in for the Shadow Kill at the same time. We'll be able to find onto Kiwi. The damage from Evil really ramping up.
Immaculate target prioritization. Marky lands the SOD. He gets to that backline. Everyone shifts their target over to Dominic, makes that U-turn just to protect Marky from harm's way.
And they also managed to kind of change the target right after Dominic gets himself in a really low spot and know that, yeah, there's no way that this guy is going anywhere. Leave it over to Marky. We'll deal with the rest at the front so that we can get even more suckers into our grasp.
Guys, Churros, the snowball factor is not there for the side of Bleed. They're still a snowflake right now.
Yeah, not at all. Like, if you're playing a Julian, you should go for all these early pickoffs, coupled with a jaw hit in the hands of Jay. You're supposed to take in those early kills, but at the end of the day, there's only one kill for the side of Bleed, the entirety of Bleed, and Evil is just ramping up that momentum, trading blows, taking down turrets, and everyone from Bleed, they're scrambling. They don't know what to do.
Relatively uncharacteristic, since Bleed now have got the damage that they want from FMM as well as Folkmar, but they are, and not to forget, we even got catch, right? We even got a catch potential from Jay. Even Kiwi's Shadow Stampede can actually catch people, but they're not really getting themselves at that spot to be able to catch anyone at all. It does seem as though Evil is just getting themselves right in the face of Bleed. They do have quite a lot of crowd control for themselves, and if they want to catch important players, Sayla, for example, Boyette, as well as Marky, they all have got very strong ways to escape.
It's going to be a Shadow Kill once again. NetherRealm activated one massive one. Can't skill flickers forward though. Will be an onslaught. Finding Kiwi, the best rookie of last season, deleted by Evil.
Being very patient about it. They just want to take all the T2s, but I saw the itemizations. Dominic is actually going for a tank. Phobius, once again, no damage, even if he goes in. The main target, being Marky, is virtually untouchable, and Evil is making their entire composition work.
This is a statement right here that Evil was able to deliver against all of us. In this particular season, this is their season. I'm done of being top 3. I want to go to the grand finals, and this begins at this day. A strong showing against Bleed, and we'll see how he goes right here. Powerful, activating the ultimate as well. Folkmar right there, also trying to output the damage, but he has to dash away instead. Shadow Kill, still tagging on top of them, but Boye will be able to bounce back. Dominic losing his life. Sphere of Destruction doesn't really land, but it's damage from Evil. Astronomical against Bleed.
A textbook front-to-back play from Evil all the ways through. 9k gold lead. The rest of everyone of Evil is still alive. And now they want to go to the end. They want to face it. They want to take down that throne.
They have to put a full stop to this essay right here. Evil beginning to try to end this one. Bleed throwing the bodies at the problem. Will not be able to do so. Evil takes game number 1.
Game 2.
Desperate for the win, desperate to end it fast, even to the point that just going off on a primal ref just to get himself out of Phylax and just destroy the throne as soon as possible. That's what Evil have got did going for them.
Man, it's just so textbook. Their foundations of having a front-to-back play, the team fight orientation that they have, target prioritization was immaculate from Evil. Everything came into place. And I think Powerful being the main shot caller is making those calls, dictating the rest of the team's tempo, dictating the team fights. It works out so well, and I think Evil is a very strong contender.
We were expecting and asking for a 2-1, at least for the both of you in favor for Evil, for me in favor of Bleed. Clearly I was very much wrong in this case. Evil definitely showed what they are made of, and I think that I'm gonna change my predictions from now on. It's just like Evil,
yeah, man.
These guys. But because of the fact that they won this very first game of day number 1, makes me realize and remember they have lost yet another identity. They are supposed to be they also have the playoff magic.
So they're supposed to be, are you insinuating that they're sucky in the regular season?
Yes.
But
let's be honest here. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I agree
with you. They have always had issues
at the start of each regular season, right?
To be fair, it is experimental stage, and we don't have Powerful coming out with the book.
But actually, the book changed color as well, from red to blue. The MVP goes over to Boyette. Our two new imports over the side of Evil, actually making their names known. It's assimilating so well into the rest of the team, and taking a look at the itemizations, going for, I think, yet another BOD again. I think that's just a Boyette special.
Double BOD.
I mean, if it works, it works.
I mean, as a Leslie main myself, if I can have 6 BODs, I would go for 6 BODs.
Leslie's a little bit different. Let's just put it that way.
I don't mind, but I have to agree to a certain extent where, you know, Evil is really looking very solid, looking very strong at the start. It feels like they've rehearsed this particular draft together. It is Bleed, on the other hand, that doesn't feel really much prepared walking into the regular season instead.
Yeah, I think that we did manage to see Evil just kind of like mentioning that maybe Bleed don't have enough time to really gel together. They don't really have a lot of time to learn how to play play with one another, and I think that is very much evident, right? I think, was it JS that made that comment in the interview just now in the head-to-head? It was one Coconut. Oh, it was Coconut. Okay.
JS is not. Jesus is not in.
Oh, he's not playing.
No, he's not playing this season. Yeah.
But so yeah, Coconut made the comment.
They're the same
hey, look! One of them are like cousins with one another. So
Powerful and Coconut are cousins.
Who Powerful and Coconut?
Yeah.
See?
Coconut.
Okay, maybe it's not
That's
JS.
a powerful Coconut.
It doesn't help my point. But
I'm sorry for throwing you under the bus. I'm sorry.
Regardless, let's move away from the point and take a look at the stats and, of course, the items coming from everyone. We did mention something along the lines of Yunsky half building everything. This is going to be the case for Jay, as well as they, of course, realize that, yeah, you know what? There's a lot of crazy damage from everywhere,
Actually,
right?
the trend I see from most of the roams, they build up their first core item, especially like if you're sort of like a semi-enchanter tank, you go for the photo, and then the rest of the defensive items just build like half-build everything first,
Dreadnought armor.
Because your gold is already so low, just like half-build everything, try to get as much out of, like min-max it, as fast as possible.
Yeah, sounds exactly like Mo to me. the min-maxer of us. But regardless, yeah. So the Dreadnought armor as well as the Silence robe coming in from Jay, it didn't really quite help him a lot when it comes down to the durability, but at least his main job was kind of to take people out, to go for the force ejection and just kind of toss them backwards. It happened once and it worked out, but it required 3-person.
Yeah. I also want to point out Sayla Powerful being the mid lane duo right now, right before the 5-minute mark, before he starts they start babysitting Marky. They have 0-0-10. Every single team fight, they're participating in it. I would have thought like Bleed would have like cross-map plays, a little bit more aggression going in, but it was Evil on the other hand who was doing all of those team fights.
On hindsight, if you want to say babysitting, can you please finish the sentence? Because you said the both of them making starting babies.
Did I actually?
Yeah. The
Man,
both of them
I don't know.
starting
I have
babies.
so many things in my head.
I'm not ready for responsibilities.
Take them out for a date first, alright? Let's
But
go
it
at
just
things
goes
one
to
at a
show.
time.
Just goes to show, like, Powerful is being the leader that he ought to be.
Right.
In this season, in season 8, and it really shows. Marky being a new mainstay in. I mean, he doesn't really have to do as much as he needs. Just because Powerful is right there, he's got his back, and he's making the team like truly how he wants the team envisioned.
I'm honestly just waiting for Evil to go up against NIP Flash.
That's what I want to do. That's what I want to know.
I want to see how Evil tremble before them and how their coordination, how their gameplay would be like, and drafting as well will be like against NIP Flash. That's going to be great to see.
That'll be in week 3, day 1.
Week 3, day 1.
Yep, that's the
Too
one I'm
early.
looking for. Like, to be honest, the Evil has to start this really strong, right? It feels like they wake up at the right side of the bed. You gotta feel Evil is also another team that really rides on this momentum.
Yes.
And they're really riding on the momentum during the regular season. I'm looking forward to what they have to show in the playoffs.
Yeah. That being said, though, I feel like for Singaporean teams, I'm going to take this out of Arcadia's words. I saw him during MPL ID, and he was saying, like, what is the downfall for MPL ID teams? And I'm also saying this for MPL SG teams. Like, the downfall is that you only prep for only MPL SG teams.
Right.
You need to prep for an international scene because you need to be able to think far ahead into the future. How are we going to face up against teams that have so much more experience? And I think Evil is starting to do that. Having that Filipino import, having that flavor in, and having those information, the experience that they have from like international stages, it really starts to show their adaptation to a lot of different movements and rotations around the map and in-game.
Now, of course, when it comes down to this final game between Bleed versus Evil, we do have Marky that put himself at 847 GPM. And of course, Marky being the carry of the team as well. Sandbag, we definitely do have a total of 32,000 damage taken all across the board. So it's pretty fair to say that when it comes down to this game, Evil, they are really throwing a lot of pain over to our fellow friend Dominic, right? Yeah, Dominic on the other side. Was it Dominic?
Yes,
yes, Dominic.
Yeah,
okay,
that's Dominic.
yes. Well, in the meantime, okay, so, best Meng, 0-0-0-10 coming in from the side of Powerful. Now, I reference over to the point that Zarate was talking about in the previous game, right? The team that they are looking forward to. Bleed as well as Evil, the two teams that have geared themselves up for a very good season. But after looking at this game, what do you guys think?
I think NIP Flash Evil definitely is going to be a very spicy matchup. I think Bleed, they will take a long time to really ramp up because that's why I actually put Evil first, right? I feel like Bleed would definitely need a lot more time to really wiggle and make sure that everything is, you know, really rock solid before they go in. Expect Bleed to basically improve across the regular season.
Yeah. You know, over a lot of the seasons, we always see teams that come in from qualifying season and relegated out.
Yeah.
But Evil has been the mainstay since season 3.
That's
They're
true.
the only team that has survived
all the way through since
survived the time,
the qualifiers.
survived the weather, and they have grown to that chemistry. But yeah, I just want to see how they grow in the mic check.
Yeah, that's good.
Estamos. I got this. Nice. Hey,
Chill. Yeah, relax, guys. Go. I already beat guys.
Chakaya, guys. I got it. He's dead. Estamos. Sorry. Balance. Okay.
I got Rift Esports.
I got you.
Nice. Voila, lucky. Nice one, guys. Watch me. Nice. We can fight.
Slowly, yeah. Ulti. Dominic.
Nice. Careful, boy.
Wait.
I go bot. Top na pin. Nice one, nice.
Dominic.
Go. I can zone the rest.
Yeah, for you.
Kiwi next up.
Kiwi next.
Para after that.
Let's go.
Para. Up, probably. I took the rest.
Watch me. Nice.
I fine.
Nice.
Yeah, I got it. We can take out.
Nice one, nice.
Just aim the G. Cannot.
Can.
Evil may have changed a lot when it comes down to lineup and all everything, but there's still one thing that maybe two things that clearly didn't change. Number one, they still their communication is still loud. Number two, we are still looking at head cam onto Mr. Powerful.
Yeah, we can never see his face during the games, right?
Never. That's the only thing that wouldn't change.
You know what's interesting as well? Evo is not a 5-man team. They're a 100-man team. You can hear the comms through their headsets from the fans. That's like the
that was the loud
power.
one, right?
That was the loud one. Actually, almost all the way through every single fight, no matter they win or lose, there's gonna be this fans just like shouting out. It's like, man, there's lots of new things that goes on to Evo, but that's the mainstay.
Another thing I also have to point out very quickly right here before we go, it's like, look, they're singing the same tune.
Yes.
They're basically playing the same tune. They lock on one person, they lock into it. And then not only just the fact they lock on one person, they queue up the next person on the play. It's like it's like on Spotify, you're playing a song on his playlist.
Now, of course, we do have a lot of things that we really want to talk about between these two teams.
Man,
but let's talk about Suyo as well. The Master of the Immortal that will be available on the 21st of September. So make sure that you guys stay tuned to what Mobile Legends Bang Bang have got in store for you on the 21st of September, because, I mean, we've been teased with what Suyo is able to bring for us.
This is a hero you guys don't want to miss. Like, I've tried it in the advanced server. It's a cross between Yi Sun-shin, Alpha, I think Tigro in one sense or the other.
That's a very complicated relationship.
I mean, that's like
so who's the dad?
They took the best parts of a lot of these heroes and put them into one solid team.
Which is
a solid hero. Which is
unit.
Suyo.
Yeah, solid unit.
That's a unit, yeah.
All right, so with that all said and done, we are going to be closing up this chapter and passing it over to Mo to wrap this up and, of course, tell us a little bit more.
Guys, welcome to my segment. All right, speaking of solid, okay, solid teams, we have Evil. All right, in terms of just drafting alone, I feel that your draft is extremely solid, especially for Game 2, because if you take a look at Game 2, they have a lot of macro factors. They have the Hayabusa, they have the Moskov, but looking at the side of lead, their win conditions are very vague compared to what Team Evil had. Because if you take a look at it, they only had the answer for Hayabusa in the form of a Netherrealm, and that's what they did all game. Like, if you take a look at just this clip right here, Boyette is key targeting down Jay and making sure Kiwi is forced to use the Netherrealm. And with the Netherrealm not being available, knowing that this itemization, this utility is off cooldown, he just jumps in unabated, not caring about anything, even pulling off a few recalls there while getting out as well. And this is while cementing this early game advantage for them. And now, the next few team fights become so easy for them. Boyette is just playing as a singular unit away from his team, dealing the damage when needed. But still, without Boyette in the team fight, Team Evil just takes it so handedly because all the utility, all the damage has been put onto Boyette. And now the rest of Team Evil can just fall in and deal the damage. And now look at this again. No Netherrealm. Kiwi Netherrealm has been popped. And what does that mean? Go time for Ken, flickers in, gets their Earth Shatter, and that's just all she wrote. As long as you can cycle Kiwi's Netherrealm again and again, that's the win condition for Team Evil. And for Team Bleed, that's just taken out of the equation. Because if you take out the Netherrealm, there's no survivability, and without survivability, your Roger cannot go in, your Jawhead cannot go in, Dominic cannot go in, Folkmar cannot go in. So with all four heroes being just hampered down by that singular win condition, Team Evil did an extremely good job of prioritizing their targets, making sure that Kiwi is always kept down. Even if he's not down, his teammates are gone. So they made sure that Dominic and Jay did not have a good game at all. So that's what Team Evil did. Their drafts were on point. I feel that Team Bleed has to go back to the drawing board for quite a bit because I feel that there were a lot of drafting errors. But speaking of drafting, right, we have the draft man himself, Carrot, who will be interviewed by Cheryl downstairs. So see you guys later on.
Thank you so much, Mo. Now, big question is congratulations on your promotion. Yeah, you from player promoted to become coach. So congratulations. Anything you want to say about this promotion of yours?
I think it's easier because don't only play on stage, then not really nervous.
Say only, right?
Yeah,
Say only.
just use mouth.
Just say only. Okay, so given that now this role is say only, right? Like, you know, how does it feel to be coaching your ex-coach?
I feel, in my opinion, it's quite good because he can give me opinions as well as my team. They always give me opinions, so I just need to recommend them what we need. Then they will choose themselves. So it makes my job easier.
So won't get blamed, just suggestion.
Yeah, correct.
So last time, maybe get blamed for not setting up. So now you can blame people for not setting up any fights.
Yeah, now I can scold people.
Idea. I also want to become coach now. No stresses. So the next thing is on your newly minted day of being this coach, right? Do you expect to see yourself getting, a full meta draft in game 1? Almost all roles are full meta. We're talking about Hylos, your Hanabi and your Lolita, your Hayabusa, as well as the Zask. Was this something that you expected? Serve on the silver platter a meta draft?
In my opinion, I feel that first game it was quite well predicted. Then second game was just following the flow. Anyways, if we don't have we will always have another hero to replace the meta one.
Right. So we're very excited for that. And speaking of which, right now you guys have 2 new players. All right, this is going against the grain of what Evo usually, stuck by, which is the whole Singaporean special thing. So this is a new Evo 2.0 with not just imports, but you promoting to coach also. So anything you want to say about your 2 new players, or Boyet as well as CC Immune? Just kidding, because Maki was perpetually called CC Immune in game. So anything you want to say about these 2 new players and what can your fans anticipate from them?
I want to say well done. Good communication to not just Maki and Boyet, to the team itself. Well done, and keep it up. And yeah.
Not bad, coach this position, just say only. I love it. So, okay, so moving into this game, FMM was touted as one of the best goal laners and this is a common consensus amongst a lot of MPL Pro players. What do you have to say about that performance?
I feel FMM is doing a good job itself. Maybe my Maki is just better.
Not bad. Okay, final comparison. So now that you're newly minted coach and used to be roam, and now your ex-coach is in the roam position, do you think you're the better roam or Powerful is the better roam?
I feel it's the same. Maybe sometimes we can swap around. So maybe I will jump into the roam, you will jump into the coach.
Oh, so flexible.
Yeah, we can flex the role
Wow,
also.
so flex. Wow. So this is the brand new Evo 2.0, guys. Thank you so much, Carrot, for joining us for this interview segment. Amazing. So that was Carrot, guys. We're so very excited to see what this brand new Evo 2.0 has for us here at MPL SG Season 8. Now, the next series that's going to come up super soon, we're going to be seeing the likes of Rift Esports going up against Vanguard. So stick around and we'll see you for Match 3.
crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
哇ใช่เว้ย What
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
like the actual name
The actual name?
I forget the last one
I don't know. I forgot last one.
it's wrong
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
I start one right what do you start
Nibiru. I got nerve from my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Name me Charisma second skill.
Can, bro?
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one
2, 1.
Just I don't know. I
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard. Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Tornado.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow Q is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow Q is correct.
I got it!
Shadow key.
Shadow Q is correct.
Shadow
Shadow Q is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow Q is correct.
Is there something in front? That's like.
Yes.
That's not the thing is
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
wait I know this
Wait.
Wow. Mexala's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy. I don't know any skill.
Konoga.
I try to guard Inky-boy. What we call different things. Inky-boy.
We say Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Konoga.
it's something like right I remember
Konoga.
Oh! Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
ว้าใช่เว้ย What
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one.
I don't know. I forgot last one.
It's wrong
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
I start one, right? What do I start?
Nibiru. I got nerve from my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Name me Charisma second skill.
Okay, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know.
Execution strike.
That's so
Oh
hard.
my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Oh, there you go.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow Q is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow Q is correct.
I got it!
Shadow Key.
Shadow Q is correct.
Shadow
Shadow Q is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow Q is correct.
Is there something in front? It's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing, sir.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this,
Wait,
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy. I don't know any skill.
Tanoga.
I try to guard Inky Boy. What we call different things. Inky Boy.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Tanoga.
It's something like right? I remember.
Itanoga.
Oh! Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
哇，ใช่เว้ย What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forget the last one.
I don't know. I forgot last one.
It's wrong ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet there.
I start one right? What do I start?
Renner, Nibiru. I got nerve from my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Name me Charisma's second skill.
Okay, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know.
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard.
Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Tornado.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow 2 is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Huh? I got it!
Shadow key.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Shadow.
Shadow 3 is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow 3 is correct.
Is there something in front? There's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this
Wait.
Wow. Like Sana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy. I don't know any skill.
I try to guard Inky Boy. What we call different things. Inky Boy.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Eternal God.
It's something that right? I remember.
Eternal God.
Oh! Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
哇ใช่เว้ย What
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow. Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one.
I don't know. I forgot last one.
It's wrong ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
I start one right? What do I start?
Rena, Nibiru. I got nerve from my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Can you name me Charisma's second skill?
Can, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know.
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard. Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Sorry,
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow Q is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow Q is correct.
Huh? I got it!
What the Shadow Key.
Shadow Q is correct.
Shadow
Q. Shadow Q is correct.
Yeah, Jess, what is shadow form?
Shadow Q is correct.
Is there something in front? There's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this
Wait,
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
It's crazy. I don't know any skill.
I try to guard Igipod. What we call different things. Igipod.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
It's something that right? I remember.
Oh!
Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier Chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
哇，ใช่เว้ย What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one.
I don't know. I forgot last one.
It's wrong ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet there.
I start one, right? What do I start?
Nibiru. I got nerve for my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Can you name me Charisma's second skill?
Okay, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know.
Execution strike.
That's so
Oh
hard.
my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Sorry, no.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow Key is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow Q is correct.
Huh? I got it!
What the Shadow Key.
Shadow Q is correct.
Shadow
Shadow Q is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow Key is correct.
Is there something in front? It's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this
Wait.
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy. I don't know any skill.
I try to guard Inky Boy. What we call different things. Inky Boy.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
It's something that, right? I remember.
Oh! Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier Chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
哇，ใช่เว้ย What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one.
I don't know. I forgot last one.
It's wrong ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
I start one right? What do I start?
Rena, Nibiru. I got nerve from my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Name me Charisma second skill.
Okay, bro.
Oh shit.
Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one
2, 1.
Just I don't know. I do.
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard. Oh my god.
Execution strike.
There you go.
and welcome back to MPL SG Season 8. Right now, we're in the midst of Week 1, Day 1, and now we're down to Match 3 itself. And even for the past 2 matches so far, it has been a very, very exciting day. So right now, we're going to jump into Match 3. Now, this is going to be a pretty even match. Looking at it on paper, we're going to see who will come out victorious, as this is a match to gauge the stability of each of these 2 teams. So starting off match 3, let's take a look at the wonderful faces of Rift Esports. Incredible stuff right here for Rift Esports. Definitely some familiar faces that we have seen here before in the MPL Pro scene. Now, who will be going up against Rift Esports? This is none other than Vanguard Esports. So yes, once more we have Vanguard Esports, and of course the staple Vanguard Esports, the Stain brothers are still here, but we do have 3 brand new additions right here to Vanguard Esports. So what will happen right here in this match of stability, where we will see which team will proceed to secure a wonderful spot right here in the overall standings? Let's hand our time over to the casters to find out more. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. This time round, it is us. This time, Moment on the analyst, and it's going to be Abstract doing the play-by-play. Of course, this is still Jace. We are going into this particular match between Vanguard and Rift Esports. Oh boy, we have to talk about Vanguard first. Vanguard, major changes once again, especially the 2 imports. You still see the same brothers. What do you think about it? Sure.
Well, Vanguard, they definitely did have some changes, I gotta have to say. But when it comes down to changes, it's not that big of a change. They did manage to get 2 additional, or rather 2 new players. We've got Ding as well as Asteris. So at least for the side of Ding, he was from Team Falcons. So champions of MPL mana. So he's the one that has the MSC experience. Alright, so I think that this is going to be one thing that we are going to be pivoting from. For the meantime, Asteris was X Game Lab and also played in MDLPH Season 3.
Yeah, and of course, you know, definitely Ding will provide that important experience. Apart from that, you also get to see Fear and Well, technically speaking, if you recognize Joe. He's been the sub for RSG and also Team Flash for a period of time. But now, let's talk about the other team, right? Let's take a look at Rift lineup, especially when we also talk about Rift. Moment, do you have anything to add on for this one?
Well, if you look on the screen right here, this is the main lineup that they will be going in for today. Yuda on the EXP lane, slowly in the jungle, making his return on Rift Esports. And of course, Melon on the mid lane, Pancake on the roam, and Chu on the goal lane. Of course, ex-Asteris Chu. I touted him as one of the best Rogers in the league, and I feel that he is a very dominant goal laner. He does what similar to an FMM playstyle, right? As how Chu would play, FMM would do the same as well. They want to get that lane advantage. They want to go for that aggressive playstyle, and I believe it works very well with Slowly in their team right now, because Slowly requires that space to be that assassin menace that he is, especially on the Hanzo, especially on the Hayabusa.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's gonna be one to watch.
Yep, this definitely is going to be his meta. But let's take a look at back at Vanguard once again. Looking at this roster, which one is the team or player that I have to look out for if we're watching Vanguard Esports?
I gotta have to say, at this point in time, even though it is a very jungle-based game, they are very individual players at this point in time. So I would definitely want to look at how Ding plays in the EXP, the MSC experience, that is definitely going to pave the way for the team, and of course, how they're going to be moving around as a team comp. But, you know, let's take a look at the other teams as well, or the other players. We've got Asteris onto the jungle, Fryren onto mid, Nick Stain onto Roam, as well as Luxionstein onto the gold lane. When it comes down to the EXP laners, they of course play a very big part in setting up for team fights with the current meta of what kind of heroes are generally picked out. Ruby, we've got Ruby, we've got Hylos, one of the few very popular picks in the EXP. Most of the EXP laners that generally deal damage, unfortunately, is not really that suitable in this patch anymore. So all we want to do is to look for people to soak up damage, start up team fights, and I think that Ding technically is going to become like the secondary roamer per se after the EXP lane, or rather laning phase concludes.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, I think we do have our own opinions. Let's take a look at the players' opinions in this head-to-head video.
I think that Nick Stain to move into the main roster, because he was a sub in Bleed or EVOS when JPL was the main. I think that he actually did a really good job, and he's like a very good player, and he understands his role well, and he knows what he's supposed to do for his team as a roam main. So I think that when I fight Vanguard, the player that is going to give us a hard time is probably Nick.
Honestly, the regular seasons, the day I went against Vanguard, I was not on my best performance. But I'm not going to come up with an excuse. I will take the defeat. However, this coming season, I will show them who is the better team. The mid position wise, I'll feel that they both have the same playstyle, both Super MJ and Joe. However, mechanic wise, Super MJ is better. As for jungle, Ding should be better. I think he's known in other regions. However, I haven't heard of his name before, but I think he should be better. So I think the next roster for Vanguard in theory, should be stronger, since their mid trio is stronger. I think JH team is stronger, so I think Vanguard should come in top 7.
My first thoughts on Rift Esports was the two best players leaving. We might stand a good chance. Yeah, that was my first thought. But after seeing their new roster, it looks quite promising. With Slowly and Pancake. Yeah. So we shall see how they with Slowly, he's coming back for the 3rd time. And yeah, I know how good is he because I've been in the team with him. But for Pancake, I think time will tell. Definitely knowing a bit of his hero pool from the season 6 will definitely be an advantage that we have. But think about it, it's about close to 2 seasons. We are about 2 seasons away from that point of time. So he could have changed his hero pool by a lot.
I think with regarding Kiwi and FMM, I think inside of Rift Esports, they weren't even part of their plan at all. So like their whole roster is like by themselves. So like I think it cannot be like you cannot say they are related at all. With Melon joining the lineup, we shall see. Cause as Sony said before, no Melon, no win last time in EVA. Then let's see whether with Melon they can win or not. Having Slowly back in the jungle, no problem. There's a reason why we have brought in Asteris. So we feel Slowly it's time's up. So it's time to replace him that time. Then there's no difference. Last season 2-0, this season is going to be a 2-0 as well. Then this season they want to bring the roamer called Pancake also. Then what, you think MPL SG dessert shop? Want to eat pancake? Then you want to eat what next? Got what on the menu? Got ice cream or not?
No! Oh no!
The way that Nick Stain does it.
Oh no!
Do you remember when Evil basically had the names named after salads? Salmon, melon,
yeah, but
carrot, coconut. Decent shot!
Oh my
this guy.
God! Melon and pancake! It didn't even register till Nick Stain said it!
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention and when he said it, it's like, That's actually a good point, Abstract.
Yeah, never name your IGN after food because people will eat you.
Then we have churros.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
Next day is gonna flame churros next, but okay. Let's talk about this team right now. Let's pay attention over to for the side of Rift Esports, right? For the Rift side of Rift Esports, you get to see a lot of weird combinations, right? You got the likes of Asteris from True, then after that you also got Melon who used to be from Team Evil, and then after that you have Slowly, which is Exco, and then now Yuta coming back, and well, Slowly is also very close to Vanguard Esports. So would that be a problem going into this matchup?
Well, I feel that Nick Stain, Lucian Stain, they might know what Slowly can bring into the game, right? But now with Yuta on the EXP lane, we talked about the EXP lane meta shift. And I feel that Yuta is extremely strong on the EXP lane. If they had Bear, it would be stronger, of course. But still, Yuta is an extremely solid EXP laner. The way that he plays brings a lot of value to his team because he generally likes to dive in and die for his team. And that's where the EXP meta has shifted right now. And I believe Yuta on this new EXP meta would do extremely well.
Yeah, we're gonna hold that thought as well, because if you take a look at the audience prediction, talent prediction, you're right. We're both going to be cheering for Rift. Abstract this time is going to do a Vertigo this season.
I don't know. It kind of seems as though that is kind of my way now, huh? I don't know. Props over to Vertigo.
So what about Vanguard? Why do you feel like they're going to get this one?
They got Steam Brothers, huh?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Lucian Stain is kind of one of the strongest gold laners, right?
He's pretty strong.
But he's now up against a revamped Chu. So Chu on Asteris, I feel that he was one of the cornerstones of Asteris as well. But now with the meta shift being the assassin meta shift for the jungle, I feel how Slowly can complement Chu, that would be a synergy thing, right? It has to be extremely important.
Let's take a look at your predictions instead. Seems like it's a very hard split between Rift and Vanguard. Well, definitely Rift and Vanguard this time around, they bring in their own people, especially from the side of Rift, right? I think highlight is definitely on Pancake. He was in Onyx PH before, was ex-SRG player in Season 12.
No.
Third place in MPL Malaysia back then as a PH import as well. So really, you've got like decent imports coming from Rift Esports. You also got decent esports imports coming from Vanguard. But I think all eyes on Vanguard is definitely on Astrid. Whether he's able to pull off that assassin meta, I think that's something going to be very important to me.
Yeah, I really put a lot of... what's the word? Put a lot of importance onto Ding having the MSC experience, just because when you go over to the international stage, you pretty much experience a brand new
learn a lot.
You learn a lot, So I think that with that MSC experience from Ding, he should be able to impart quite a lot of knowledge over to the team over at the side of Vanguard and trying to get them out of the MPL SG sphere and hoping that it will be the international sphere next.
Yeah, but that comes to a stance of like, you have this international perspective, right? You bring in that international perspective to this regional scene. And when you bring it to a regional scene, there comes to one thing in mind. Do you guys listen? Like whether you listen to the international perspective for someone who has MSC experience, when he brings in that experience, when he talks about the draft, do you guys listen to his input? And that's going to be very highlighted in their synergy. Whether or not they listen to him moving forward, whether or not they put his input to value, whether or not it actually meshes well together with the current team that they have.
It's kind of foolish if you bring in an import and just kind of put a pillow over their face, huh?
Yeah, it's like, you just play how we're gonna play.
Or maybe it's just a gag on the mouth.
I don't know why I'm literally feeling that. I'm just picturing that happening right now. Not too sure who the victim is, but ladies and gents, we're gonna go into the draft right now. Rift and Vanguard. Rift, first pick. Bans away the Roger, Ruby, and the Hylos. Right, Vanguard, okay, that's gonna be a Chip and also Juicin getting banned away for now.
Wait a minute. I think that's the ban on the side of Vanguard, right? Edith being the fourth ban?
Could be.
We'll find out soon.
We'll find out sooner or later, okay? Let's talk about the first three bans.
Yeah.
Right. So we do have the Juicin, the Chip. I mean, Chip extremely vital. All right, but what leaves it in the pool? Like, there's still a lot of meta heroes in the pool. If you think about it, Hayabusa is still in the pool. If you think about it, Ling, Angela is still in the pool as well, extremely strong in terms of having that roaming shielding power as well. and Harif will be taken out of the equation as well. So right now we will see the picks from Rift Esports.
Okay, not too sure what to trust right now. Maybe the reality is a lie. You're in the simulation. Rift right here, first picking the Roger for now. But let's talk about the two coaches, right? The one that are really fighting in the draft right now, right? It's LY4 going up against Riston. LY4 definitely, we talk about international experience. LY4 does have it as well. But Riston on the other side, for the side of Vanguard, under the tutelage of Youngin, should be A-okay in terms of understanding the draft and whatnot. But Ding is the one that has the international experience. Technically speaking, Nick also went to M3, if I'm not mistaken, under the banner of a sub or something. I'm not too sure about it. Can't exactly remember because there's so many people moving around. But yeah, Vanguard, hopefully, like what we mentioned about, they take into advantage of Ding's experience and try to win this one.
Yeah, and with this, right, they pick up the Roger that can be flexed into the jungle or the gold lane. So Chu, extremely strong Roger, but I find that if you want to make that gold lane Roger work, right, you have to have a lot of priority placed into that gold lane Roger. It's not exactly a one-size-fits-all solution anymore. Roger is no longer that envelops all gold laner that we are used to seeing in the previous season. So it's completely different. And right now, with the drafting patterns, right, they went for the Aurora, they went for the Cho. So the game plan is very, very telling. They want to go for this very nice AoE that they can have from the Aurora. Cho, of course, with that pickoff. So now it comes to Vanguard, whether they can disrupt. Going for that Phoveus pick extremely very early. Might this prove to be the undoing here? Because Phoveus is a hero that requires a lot of synergy, a lot of teammates to support him. Having that burst damage now, he is going to need a lot of things.
Now, of course, I'm going to talk about Phoveus in a short bit, but I want to address the elephant in the room about the simulated universe that we are in. Of course, when it comes down to Roger, which one is which? Is it a ban or is it a pick? It is a pick from the side of Rift Esports, and the three bans from the side of Rift Esports is Ruby, Hylos, as well as Edith. So just take that ban with a pinch of salt, all right?
A fistful of salt.
A fistful of salt, yes. So when it comes down to Phoveus, he's definitely a hero where you gotta have to play according to his strength. You would want to. You're technically looking at area denial, right?
Yeah.
As long as you are able to get into Phoveus' space, he's just going to be using Asteris' eyes and literally anything that he can with his pillar or monolith to just drag you in and just slam you for days. It is not. Phoveus now no longer have those shields whenever he goes for his jumps. Now, he just give us full damage, not much of a utility now. So we gotta have to really expect to see Phoveus more of a damage-based EXP laner, and how we want to play around in a full team composition where you just lock down one area, deny the opponents of being able to, come into your comfortable zone.
And that's where I feel that the Aurora is an extremely good pick, because you have that second lease of life versus that Phoveus. So I feel that Rift Esports, they're currently answering very well in the banning and drafting patterns. In terms of lane priority though, you have to have a lot of roaming support from the Cho to have that lane priority versus the Zosk. Because the Zosk is just a lane bully at this point in the meta, right? Now, they do ban out the Fanny from the side of Rift Esports. So, I mean, there's still a lot of premium jungle choices. If you think about it, Hayabusa's still in the pool. Think about it, Ling is still in the pool as well. Yeah,
I think we're walking into this one, right? Slowly definitely has shown himself he can play assassins, right? Remember his Pocket Joy, remember the like of his Hanzo. You really cannot count it out, but don't forget how Rift can basically just change that Roger back into the jungle. That's something that's already wide open for the side of Rift. LI4 definitely set out for that one. Now Vanguard, okay. Going to select the Nathan this time around for the side of Vanguard. This is going to be interesting. Now, there's a lot of magical damage that's inside their kit. They need to look for more physical damage.
Yeah, that's definitely key in one of the plans, right? But for Rift Esports, if you think about it, Vanguard, they have there's scalability already. With the Nathan pick, it gives them that late game flexibility. It gives them a higher end cap damage as well in terms of that linear AoE that the Nathan provides. But for Rift Esports, they do not have that sense of security yet. If the Roger is going into the jungle, they are going to require an answer to the Nathan as fast as possible. And I feel that, I mean, okay, they pick up the Hayabusa and Terizla, so it's going to be a Roger goal lane.
Okay, yeah, that's something I kind of expected, right? Like, Chu should definitely hold on to the Roger. You expect Hayabusa coming in really prime, one of the first A-tier picks right now in this particular patch because of his iframes, and has full access all the way to the Nathan in the back line, and after that goes in iframes, right? You really cannot target down this Hayabusa when Hayabusa is just doing a lot of damage onto you. Now Vanguard is going to solidify the whole pick now. Okay, it's going to be a Ling. Now Vanguard is looking, at the very least, does have decent amount of physical DPS in terms of that Ling as well. Once you pick up Berserker's Fury and also your next item, you probably have some like 100% crit.
Yeah, but Rift Esports is playing an extremely dangerous game here. For Terizla to be a primary frontliner alone, he's gonna be there in the front lines alone. They have nothing else to soak up the damage.
They don't have anyone that can really hold down the Lord or hold down the Turtle per se. And you're gonna have to really rely a lot on your EXP laner to actually kind of open up the maps well enough. I do like Rift's answer to Vanguard's full all-out team play kind of composition with the Aurora. However, when it comes down to actually being able to lock someone down using a Cho, that is something that I am very curious about, and if whether they are even able to do so.
Alright, ladies and gents, with that said, we're going to go into game number 1, this match number 3. It's Rift going up against Vanguard. I think this is also a very interesting matchup, whereas you don't really know what to expect out of them. Yes, you've seen them in other teams before, but how are they going to operate with each other? How do they interact with each other and also the enemy team? We shall see in this particular game.
Yeah, the priority is extremely important, right, on the side of Rift Esports to funnel that early game momentum into Roger as much as possible. And I just don't believe in this lineup that can do that. The lack of frontliners is very apparent, right? The holes that Team Rift has versus Vanguard, who have a Tigreal and a Phoveus who can run at you, is going to be extremely scary.
Yep, Rift, right now, you can start to see there, like, you know, you got the Tigreal poking just a little bit into Vanguard just a little bit, so that's still A-okay, but right now I'm just looking at how, you know, the Hayabusa, they need to try to secure something, especially early on. It's up to Rift to basically get that early game snowball as quickly as possible, right? Whereas Vanguard, technically, yes, they're late game scaling, right? It all boils down to their base identity as Vanguard Esports, where they really want to protect Lucian Stain as much. Speaking of Lucian Stain, that's going to be a Quantum Charge going to Mage Emblem and a ton of attack speed going into this one.
Yeah, and so with that, right, you saw the emblems coming out. We have the Quantum Charge from Chu, right? So with a Quantum Charge Roger, which is pretty standard right now, but last time we did see other emblems, yeah, Warcry and whatsoever on Roger. But with the Quantum Charge Roger, you want to play that mobile, you want to play it ganking, you want to buy the Windtalker, you want to buy the Thunderbelt, something to enhance your first kill potential, that early burst potential that's going to come out from this Roger. And Vanguard, they can take this game for days because they have that late game hedge. They have that Nathan, they have the Ling, so they can just go as late as they want. Meanwhile, Rift, the only answer that they have if this game goes later than 15 minutes will be the Hayabusa.
It actually seems like when it comes down to the starting of the game, it kind of looks really good for the side of Rift, at least because Hayabusa did manage to get himself the orange buff, which is the 3rd buff of the game, and then moving over to the purple buff, which is the 4th buff of the game, as compared to Ling that is still on his way working onto the 4th buff and now only onto not 4th. But in the meantime, Yuta just jumps right in immediately when it comes down to penalty zone. He's just flying all the way up, coming from the side of Ding, dealing pretty much enough of the damage. In the meantime, the Frigid Glacier did land onto Ding, but it is just going to be used for them to quickly disengage.
Yeah, and that early game advantage taken over, right, from Team Vanguard.
Ding doesn't seem like he's gonna be through just yet. He will be able to get himself right into the face of Melon. Look at this, constantly, time and time again, slamming right down. But unfortunately, the passive, when it comes down to him, he wasn't able to connect down Melon, but it gives more than enough time and experience time for him to, for Astrid to come in for the kill. But unfortunately, it's a 1-for-1 trade. off of the other side of the map. It does seem like Ding found himself in a pickle, but at least Nick Stain joined into the fray and manages to pull an amazing implosion right down on the slowly.
The Brave Smite coming in clutch right in a flicker, just used to make sure that Dick stays alive just a little bit. And not only just that, they're able to trade it with slowly. It was a very scrappy total fight, right? And in terms of power scaling and also objective, I really feel like Rift should be the one that's winning all of this, but Vanguard was able to bite back.
Yeah, Vanguard are doing an extremely good job right now of getting this consolation, and Chu
doesn't seem like he's gonna go down in time soon though, but it definitely Vanguard definitely put a lot of resources down at the bottom. With a Dragon connecting down Nick Stain, Raging Glacier lands on top of Nick Stain, and of course even with the Jikundo from Pancake did send Nick up to the sky, but not quite enough to bring him down.
Yeah, Rift still managing the problem right here, still okay. Vanguard, on the other hand, is ramping up in terms of these aggression, even though it's not their time as of yet. A little bit too early, perhaps.
Yeah, this is what I'm very worried about for Rift, because their primary target has been Nick Stain so far. And Nick Stain is not exactly a key target that you want to take out. You want to hamper him in the early game. But if you keep doing this, the other key funnel farmers like Luxian Stain, like the Zosk, and the Ling are gonna get their farm eventually, right? Nick Stain can be as down as he wants. He can be 0-15. He will still provide value with that implosion no matter what.
Massive ultimate spikes already for Luxian, but Ling having in trouble.
It doesn't seem like he will go down that easily. Even popped out of the Vengeance, and it's just a small little poke from the side of slowly.
Yeah, but that's a Vengeance being baited out, right? 70 seconds on that timer already, as Turtle is up. Ding, at the very least, with this Vengeance, should be able to sustain as he jumps into the air and whatnot, right? But right now, that's something that Rift was able to take away from Vanguard walking into this particular turtle fight.
And of course, the Dark Wave as well as Demonic Force is really doing quite a number onto Hayabusa, really forcing the Hayabusa to actually go back home. So Vanguard does have a small little priority over the turtle if they very much want to engage onto this business.
Pretty interesting right now. There's going to be a knockup as well. Utah will be just trying to zone out the rest of the Vanguard members, but now Rift, I don't think they're in a good amount position because Pancake is a little bit down low right there unless he finds a pickoff.
They're looking for 5v5. Pancake immediately hoping that he'll be able to get away with Dragon in, but he flickers himself right out of dodge. Fryron tries to go for the continuation, but wasn't able to do much. As now the charge coming from Nick Stain, and of course a further pursuit coming in from the side of Ding, keeping himself alive for a pretty long time, but Chu takes the opportunity off of the hands of Vanguard, picks off a triple and hoping that he'll be able to do a good amount, but Asteris, he was absent throughout the entire fight, only to come in at the final second to take the turtle away.
Super unfortunate right there for the side of Rift. Asteris taking that turtle away, but Chu is starting to scale up. This is exactly the kind of Roger that we expect, especially when you go for these kind of Roger, but now bottom lane.
Oh, immediately melted down by the hands of Rift. That is one marksman away.
Yeah, Ding, look at the damage dealt by the side of Vanguard. It's actually doing quite a lot, right? But how is the damage not transferred over to the side of Rift?
Yeah, the problem is, so far, just now, Team Vanguard, they were fighting that 3v4 without their main damage dealers. They did not have the Link, they did not have the Nathan in position, and they might be doing it again.
A penalty zone connects down onto Fryron, but he immediately popped the Dominator's Descent. He will be able to keep himself in the fight for a little while longer. Frigid Glacier lands, but I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. Ding jumps himself right in front of everything, and of course taking up a lot of damage, but splitting the fight into two. The most important thing is the fact that Chu got caught off by quite a number while Ding pushes Melon away.
Oh, that's a really bad fight, Abstract. Vanguard, exactly this is what they're looking for. They're starting to ramp up in terms of the damage. When they start Luxian joining these team fights, Rift find themselves in a load of trouble. Nick Stain being really a pain behind for the side of Rift. Whatever they want to do is just immediately stopped.
And that's the problem with the Roger pick, right? When you pick a Roger, you expect him to go in, and once you go in, what's next? You need to compound on the kills and make sure you get that killing spree going. If you don't get that snowball going, that's not going to work out in the mid to later stages of the game where Vanguard is going for. They are going for this power spike, whether Nathan gets the items, where Link gets his Hoss Claws, like now, and it's going to be a very bad outlook on Rift Esports.
Oh, down in the middle lane, immediately we're just going to be looking at the entire collapse from the side of Rift, just jumping right down onto Vanguard. It is
say 1-for-2 trade at this point in time, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the end just yet for coming from Vanguard, as the Tempest of Blades connects and will be able to bring down Cho, which is Pancake, and the Lord is currently available. Vanguard, they do have themselves only 2 members available.
This is a massive trade that I really feel like it's if you side of Rift, you're losing, right? Even you're not supposed to be able to, you're not supposed to trade against a lineup like Vanguard because, you know, Lucian is looking to scale and perhaps already has scaled. Astrid earlier just now has already started to pick up the hard scores. It's going to be even harder to kill. And now Rift, they need to try to find some form of a trade, because every time if you do these trades, if you're not winning it favorably, at least take out one turret or objective
trades, right?
There's nothing to be done.
Yeah, and that's what I feel. They're lacking in that macro sector of gameplay where Hayabusa or Chu needs to be playing separate from the team. So one of them needs to take a map objective or they're going for the team fight objective at the same time. I feel that that's what they're trying to achieve with this lineup, but they are not executing it. And Vanguard is just having the first step, right? Having that advantage all the way.
Oh, gonna be on his back. Yuta finds himself taken down by the Infernal Pursuit. And Ding is just gonna be right in the face of the enemies, and this is gonna be this moment in time when it actually continues on with the Infernal Pursuit. He did manage to pop the passive coming from the side of Melon, only for Astrid to pick up the kill. Amazing gameplay thus far. Fryron even managed to bring a kill down onto slowly, and Chu returns the favor, responding kind, bringing Ding down.
Ding just bought so much time, Abstract. You saw how this is a very different Phobias that we saw in the previous matches, whereas Ding understands the limits of this Phobias, push it all the way there. And don't forget Rift, there's so many people that would dash around, right? Especially on this Terizla, on this Yuta. Every time he slashes and deals damage, allows Ding to jump in the air.
And that's where we start to see the holes in Rift's lineup, right? As we said at the start, there's a very, very scary game that Rift is playing. They don't have enough frontliners. And if Ding can pull off that aggression for days, the damage is going to finally pull through from Lucian Stain. Ling is finally going to come into the background as well. There's going to be so much damage that you cannot deal with. Aurora is only one character, and that's the only form of control that you have.
Yeah, we're definitely looking at the penalty zones, right? We're taking a look at Pancake's pickoff, right? Right now, I think Rift, they need to change the strategy just a little bit. Instead of going for this massive clashes that Vanguard likes to play, they really need to try to find his pickoff, right? And don't forget, Vanguard, Nick Stain as a Tigger right here, he acts as a combo breaker, and that's not what Rift wants to fight really into.
Long charges up in the top lane, of course, preparing to plunder. Well, Pancake heads on the Thor with the weight of the dragon. Of course, even when it comes to penalty zone, locking down on Nick Stain. All of the damage on Nick Stain, but what does it do for them? Bringing Yuta down, that is what's going on for them. Even the Lord is still completely untouched. That initiation from Rift does not work out for them.
Yeah, the tides have shifted, Moment, because right now, not only just the fact that Vanguard was able to take down Yuta, even though it was initiation coming on Pancake, that angle kick a little bit off, but you saw how Fiorin engaged. Activates a dominated descent. Right now, Vanguard is just hoping that Rift engage on them, and they just follow up.
Yeah, the game plan wasn't right at all for Rift Esports. Trying it again, but yeah, just easy escape for Lucian Stain at this point. They were trying to get Nick Stain, hamper Nick Stain, but not going to be a good job, right?
Not going to be a problem at all. Astrid did eventually seem like he is looking for food on the side of Chu, but it does seem like they would much more prefer, Vanguard that is, to play things a little bit slower. They did manage to get all of the outer turrets though, so I guess that the First Lord pretty much works their way.
Yeah, definitely. Remember we talked about how Rift is supposed to catch people from the side of Vanguard. If that strategy doesn't work, what else do they have in their pocket?
Only thing, right? Way of the Dragon onto Lucian Stain without the Purify. That's the only target that they have right now. And Ling might be a potential target given the fact that he's full damage. He is squishy after all.
I would say that it is, for Rift, they're supposed to kind of work on like front to back kind of strategy, right? So leaving Lucian Stain in the hands of Slowly kind of seems like it's going to be the game plan, no?
Yeah, but he has that...
really got that opportunity.
No opportunity, and the thing is, you don't have that control, right? Even though you have that shadow kill, if Lucian Stain does have his ultimate up and running, that's just an easy escape for Lucian Stain at that point.
Pancake. Looking for a pickoff right here. If you can't pick up Lucian Stain, you try to pick up Fiorin, but both these two players have the Purify. If you kick Fiorin, goes into the ultimate, that's easy gap closer, right? You kick Nick Stain is like, okay, sure, I'll just implode right onto you. You kick Ding, Ding will just jump right into you. You kick Astrid, Tempest of Blades. Who else do you kick?
I think, personally, I think that the only answer is really Luxian Stain on the kick, right?
Yep.
But if you're able to find literally anyone from the side of Vanguard, I think that you will want to go for it anyway. But the main cause of the deal is to use the Whale of Dragon as an opening move, but to cause panic is going to be the one that is the penalty zone, right? Cause the panic just so that Luxian Stain separates from himself away from the team. And speaking of the separation, it doesn't seem like the penalty zone actually did anything at all. Slowly, he's currently still within of his own lines, trying to deal with the link, only for him to head himself over to the mid lane, and the entirety of Vanguard have got free reign all across our Rift lineup. So we're starting to see that slowly Hayabusa, unfortunately, doesn't seem like he's managing to find any opportunities.
Yeah, and that's why the initiation, you cannot follow up with anything else but the Way of the Dragon, because there's an implosion to answer for everything else that's behind. So Team Vanguard, the banning and drafting, they have already thought about the front-to-back approach. Shadow kill though.
Not enough. Definitely. Oh, wait, never mind.
Okay.
It does have a shadow that's embedded onto Ling. At least they have one.
But that's the first kill for the Hayabusa, right? You're supposed to scale. You're supposed to, you know, find all those kills. Then now is a great escape. Ding is right there waiting for him.
Dark Wave and the Force, the Demonic Force, just going to be connecting down slowly. It did, of course, not manage to connect much when it comes down to Inferno Pursuit. But hey, Ding might not be in a very good place at all. Well, Dragon connected down onto him. He does have immortality. He's going to be back in the game. But a Frigid Glacier just going to be landing right down onto Ding as well. Nick Stain holds them down for a pretty long periods of time. Firing right in the face of Utah, only for him to go down right after the Dominator's Descent expires. Slowly comes in and finally managed to find Luxian Stain. That was the winning formula.
Yeah, but that you lose the mid lane turret, right? That's actually worked kind of well for the side of Vanguard. Instead, they've got the goalie to play around with, and now your mid lane is cracked open. That's Super Minions marching against Rift.
Oh, they have a lot.
Yeah, it's those type of situations where you take 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and it's like they won the team fight because Ling was dead. But the Lord was not dealt with.
That was actually a little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it is.
Every hit from the Trident, it looks like the Hayabusa would have died.
If he died right there, I think it would be almost GG for the side of Rift, right? But Vanguard, just take a look. They still have mid control available right there. Still untouched, and Pancake has to make a play.
Well, Dragon connected down on the Ding. The Vengeance pops at 3-man penalty zone. That's what I want to see. Is still some panic over to the side of Vanguard. Luxian Stain right in the face of Utah, but that is going to be Ding that gets himself that kill instead. All 5 members for Vanguard still up and alive, managing to get 3.
Luxian Stain is untouchable, right? Remember, we talk about Vanguard's identity. All they have to do is protect Luxian Stain. If Luxian Stain is well protected, they will win. And like right now, Vanguard, they're winning hard.
As I said, Ding and Nick Stain, they can do this for days. You can damage me all you want. As long as Luxian Stain Link can deal that damage, fire with fire, they will answer back. And right now, they have the gold advantage, they have the scalability, and they have the map advantage as well. So it's extremely hard, right, for Rift to just find an opening.
It's an uphill battle, Abstract.
Well, we have a small little downtime after Vanguard kind of moves back. I just would like to bring your attention that Aurora, the Ice Queen, throws inhale, and yet the creeps get split.
Well,
sorry, wait, what?
have you ever heard of...
Have you seen flames popping out from hailstorms?
This is
Aurora, guys.
This is not lore-friendly, it's breaking my mind.
Yeah, I know about that. Anything that doesn't conform to logic
physics
kills Jace. Just keep looking at Aurora, all right? Just keep looking at him, all right? The hailstorm
Give me a back.
and fire erupts.
Technically, a frostbite is like a burn, but here we go.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at how much of a burn it will be over to the side of Rift, as we have got the Frigid Glacier connecting down on the 3. The Ogi Shadow Kill just going to be connecting to quite a lot of people, but they are all together. So what kind of damage can it really deal, though? As such, Astrid gets 1 kill, and it's all going to be left down on Pancake. The immortality is popped. Chu immediately runs away. Pancake saved his life with the Jikundo. So at least when it comes down to the main 2 damage dealers, Rift still have got Melon, not anymore.
Not anymore.
And Chu.
Are we going to make it a Maniac though? Tempest of Blade save just for him. Oh my goodness.
The style points, man. The style points. And Team Vanguard, right? This was all in Rift's favor initially. It looked like they had the fight of the dreams. Penalty zone landing onto multiple units. But there comes the holes in the lineup. Chu was able to dish out the damage, but where is the other damage being soaked up by? They don't have the counter frontliner, someone to take the brunt of the hits coming from the Link, coming from the Nathan as well. There is no source of soak, there's no source of peel available for Rift.
I mean, Pancake and Yuta, look at the health bar, super thick, but no, right now it's not enough because look, as long as every members from the side of Rift just stays in one line, Vanguard will just shred all the way through. And not just that, Nick Stain will ensure you stay there because of the implosion. On top of that, Fearing there's so many slows in that one particular kit. It's an uphill battle, and now Vanguard sending a Lord down mid as well. Rift has to brace for impact.
As the Lord immediately comes in to plunder everything that Rift holds dear. The first thing that the Lord sees is Yuta. As such, Ding, immediately Infernal Pursuit, just going to be creating quite a bit of diversion over to the northern side, allowing Astrid to find a kill down onto Melon over on the southern side. And now Vanguard goes all in, collapsing down on a Rift, while slowly is stuck in an animation of the Ogi Shadow kill. Nothing they can do to stop the opponents.
The Vanguard, they're supposed to guard, but no, they can actually attack. The rift between them, massive in terms of, you know, map control and everything. Slowly wasn't able to do a lot of impact as well. And Vanguard, you know, all they have to do is just hold down. Yes, you got a scaling Roger, but if you hold down, a Roger would never eventually beat a Nathan.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, why Zask is so in the meta. And I want to talk about a fundamental truth, a fundamental analysis of MLBB, making use of that HP bar as one of your tools, right? Soaking up that damage. This is why Angela is so prevalent in the meta, and she's always relevant. And now we see Zas popping up as well, using that HP bar to actually tank that damage. Then afterwards, going into safety, like going into your Dominator's Descent or going into your Heart Guard like an Angela. So once you do that, you essentially soak up so much of damage, you waste away the utility, and they played that so well. I feel that Team Vanguard, Fryron, very good, well done on his Dominator's Descent timings on Zask.
You really need to have a very good idea of how much you can stretch your heroes in order to do that, right? Peel is much. Which mage can? Okay, other than Lilia. Other than Lilia, which mage could peel for their team? Yeah, it's probably just the two of them.
The secondary life that the Zas provide, not only just that, the Lilia secondary life doesn't really do much damage, but this secondary life acts as a zone denier. We shall see, take a look at the MVP for this particular match, none other than Astrid. His debut, remember we walked into this particular game, has no information about him so far, but he seems like, you know, he's gotten really, he had a lot of fun in this particular game, man.
Yeah, I feel like he's meshing well together with Vanguard's playstyle right now. Given the fact that Liechtenstein is no longer the only key target that they have to protect, Astrid protects him by buying that space, by being that Ling menace that he is, draws away attention from Liechtenstein, added another layer to the already hard fighting Team Vanguard playstyle, right?
Yeah, I like the fact that we talk about he protect from the playstyle coming from Vanguard. This guy protect by attack.
So are we going into the he protect, he attack, but most importantly,
I want a
he
snack.
Snacks. He's a snack. He's a snack.
Anyways, let's take a look at the post-game screen right here. 18 minutes is the game. Well, technically 19 minutes if you round it up. We're not seeing a lot of impact from the side of Slowly, but massive impact from the side of Astrid. We also have to appreciate like Ding building full tank as well. This is the kind of impact we need to see in the previous matches, but Ding is the one that successfully delivered, being the menace for the side of Rift. Just, you cannot ignore this Phobius.
And if tank 2, yeah, if you look at Chu's scoreline, right, 11-3, he did what he can. He got the kills, he got the farm, he tried his best, he played his heart out, but it's just not your meta, my friend. Like, I feel that Roger requires so much of a drafting and banning pattern to the stage where Roger needs to be that main finisher, that main damage dealer, that main person to rush forward and clean everyone up. If everyone's not dead, that Roger does not cut it.
The development of the meta actually shifted so quickly within this meta itself, right? We started with that Moskov and the Roger dominance. We are still in the same meta, but yet Roger seems to have fallen in terms of effectiveness within just a matter of a few weeks.
Yeah, because if you go for the Roger, you really don't have that DPS, right? Usually, back then, you have the flexibility to go for, well, you know, the Trinity build for the side of Roger. But now this time around, if you build a Roger, you go in pure on Assassin.
And also, you're expecting as a Roger, right? As you're expecting to be the one that assassinates other people, or rather you come in and kill all the stragglers. But that is technically also an assassin's job. And recently, not say recent, but we have Sky Piercer now. So when it comes down to Sky Piercer, a lot of assassins love to pick that up. So you kind of take that job away from a Roger, and you don't allow the Roger to skill in the early stages to get the snowball factor anymore. In fact, there is definitely quite a bit of possibilities that we'll want to see from Rift in order to funnel all these kills over to Chu. It did work out, because he has a total of 6 kills right off the start, but it doesn't seem like it really worked out all that well by the end.
I really love how Riston drafted this one, right? Like, if you are the Cho, there's so many, it's really hard to kick any one of this. You kick Ding, that's a free gap closer, right? Rift doesn't really have enough burst damage to burst down anybody that Pancake kicks in the end. And there's also a little bit of a trigonometrical error sometimes when he kicks. And it makes Rift to really overstep their welcome just a little bit more. And Vanguard just capitalize on them with Nick Sane as the Tigro combo breaker.
Yeah, and Melon did an extremely good job of being the Aurora, being that zone denial hero that she is. But Vanguard did an extremely good job of cycling. Yeah, just cycling that utility away, making sure that that burst was used. Then Astrid, then Luxian goes in. Once that burst is gone, then they go in. If you take a look at how Luxian, Stain, and Astrid, they take their engagements, right? Their spacing is to a T, to a point where Melon has used his skills. Then we go in. Yeah, they take their time with it.
Yeah, and yeah, I think it's just about the draft coming in from this one for the side of Vanguard. Vanguard winning the draft in that one. In terms of execution-wise, yes, Rift does have a Chu that's really snowballing out of control. They do have, you know, they're trying to play exactly what their meta the roster needs to be. But you're right. You have to go through so many thick HP bars. We talked about how Ding was so tanky. We talked about Firen having double HP bars. Goes into the Dominator Descent, zoning out everybody, leaving Luxian Stain, forcing the attention away from Luxian Stain. Even though you're supposed to be targeting down the Nathan. Rift winning several team fights is all because Slowly was able to find and push away Luxian Stain earlier.
Yeah, the answers are still not found yet for Rift Esports to deal with Team Vanguard's lineup. Feel that batting and drafting wise, they will have to go back to their scoreboard. They will have to go back to the drawing board, of course. But of course, I mean, they did quite a good job.
Yeah, I think in general what they wanted to do, they did what the roster needs to do, like what I mentioned in terms of win condition. But right now we're stepping into the meta where it's so much on rafting right now, right? 70% draft right now, 30% execution. Of course, if you different skill levels, that's something else, right? Generally, that's what we're seeing, especially when we compare them with equal skill level. Let's take a look at this graphics right now. Rich Guy definitely goes over to Astrid. He's just farming not only just the creeps, but the heroes as well. Firen coming in, 165k damage dealt, zoning everybody else. Yuta forced to be that HP bar that they're looking for, because of the damage reduction, and of course, total assist goes over to Nick.
Yeah, and I mentioned, right, Yuta has a very nice playstyle. I do like it. It favors him in the EXP meta right now, but it's just that there isn't that secondary with him.
Yeah.
Slowly on the assassin, yes, but he needs Pancake to be that secondary soaking factor as well, not on the choke, something else.
I think, yeah, but definitely we have to take a look at the highlights that will be coming up very, very soon. From there, you should be able to get to see, you know, most of how the team actually plays around Astrid. Because if you take a look, even though there's a glacial, a frigid glacier that's basically just zoning everybody out, especially Astrid, it seems like he's sidestepping everything. He's just waiting for the time, like right now, coming in the nick of time, catching all this. And it's really hard to catch Melon, by the way, because of the secondary HP bar as she goes into Immortality.
Yeah, and they just realize the timing, right? You see that all the nukes from Melon has been put out, and that's when they go in. Then they know that the chain damage at now does not matter because they've already taken out the key member of team what's that again? Team Rift.
Rift Esports.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
It is, but right now it's just Rift needs a lot of work, right? Now, not only just the fact, I think, apart from their drafting, I think slowly in terms of the assassination, the only few times that when you see Rift really, really, truly winning is slowly pushing Luxian Stain away, catching him, or through getting a very good angle. But how is that going to happen all the time if, you know, Pancake or even Yuta doesn't force it?
Yeah, there needs to be that initiation factor coming out, and we see that the counter initiation from Team Vanguard was very strong. They had that implosion ready at all times, just waiting. Nick Stain was like, yeah, just take a look at this, right? It just flickers on time when everything is used, and it's how do you reply to that? It's extremely hard.
Yeah, so it boils down to exactly what I mentioned. It is all about the drafting, right? Now you're going to have to prepare your tools in order to go to war. Like what you mentioned, you don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
Technically you can, but it just wouldn't
You
work
don't
out
throw,
well.
I mean, you throw the knife.
Yeah,
there has to be a very good knife.
Throwing knives.
But jokes aside, we should be going over to Professor Churros very, very soon for the analyst segment. So, Churros, what do you have for us?
What's going on, guys? Again, with the Off the Desk segment, I'm Churros, here to bring you guys a little bit of knowledge. And I just want to have a little bit of a chat with the draft. And Jace was talking a lot about draft. And fun fact, Spovius today onwards, this is the third game only, has been picked or banned every single game. Last game with Bleed and Evil didn't work out well, but this game he actually played it. So props to Ding for having the Phobius and putting a lot of menace onto Rift Esports. And I really like the fact that Bling and Phobius couple so well, and we'll be able to see some of the movements later on in the game. For the side of Rift, though, I have to say the only maybe team fight potential would be coming in from Yuta. You have Pancake being a pickoff potential, pickoff CCs, single target. You've got Slowly trying to come in from that back line, trying to take out Luxion Stain, but it doesn't really work out to his favor for the majority of this game. I want to show two clips. I want to break it down for you guys. This was the pre-Second Lord fight, and I think Pancake was initiating it. I'm highlighting it right now. He went into conceal mode. The rest of the team tries to go in, but there wasn't any information, or there was information on where Luxion Stain was at this time, but he opts to go for Ding because he knows that he needs to protect his own backline from, especially from Melon from Ding, because Ding was always hammering onto him. And this creates sort of like this opportunity and space for Nick Stain to try to get it engaged. This is basically a Tigro's wet dream. You've got so many people over here. You've got 4 members trying to defend against the skirmish that Nick Stain would have brought onto that, leaving Luxion Stain open, although Slowly tries to push it away. You've got Entropy trying to bring him out, and the rest of the team backs off just because you've got Ding, you've got Luxion Stain, and you've got Furion trying to get a lot of damage down. But I want to shift you guys' attention to Asteris. There's no words to describe how well he played this. There was 1v3 opportunity right there where the rest of his team went back, take out Chu, and then he just went in for every single one of the members. That was just Asteris outplaying the entirety of Rift Esports to the T. This was the second fight. This was the ambush right before the third Lord, and I think that for Vanguard, they played it extremely well just because they know that Chu and Pancake was on that top side. So with that knowledge in mind, they went for the engage onto Melon as well as Yuta. So they try to get as much damage taken down as possible. Got Luxion Stain already popped in the Entropy, and then the rest of the team comes in just in the nick of time, tries to protect Luxion Stain, Slowly sees the angle onto Luxion Stain, gets the shadow to hit onto him, tries to go in straight. Now, after Ding actually gets unfrozen, look at what he does. He knows that he's not able to do much, but waiting out for that shadow kill, he walks close, kind of lures that shadow kill away, so Luxion Stain is able to walk away. So target prioritization from Vanguard was just immaculate at this point. So walking in, Ding pulls up the shadow kill, and Luxion Stain walks out of the way with the help of the Wind of Nature. And now this is just Asteris trying to get his Maniac and just being a total menace in the face of Rift Esports. And I guess the rest you could say is history, with Asteris just outplaying Melon, poking him, knowing his damage, knowing that he's no skills, and just goes ham all the way through. And that's it from my analysis. It was quite a beauty to watch, a little bit of things to analyze, but also I'm just really appreciating how Asteris has brought a new level of gameplay into the entirety of this series. But it's only game 1, lots to go through in game number 2. So boys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Churros. Yep. So, Astrid, gotta have to talk about him right here. What is the desk feeling about this newcomer?
I feel that, yeah, he is strong. He is a very good complementary factor that Team Vanguard needed. And he brings a lot of confidence into Luxian Stain, right? Luxian Stain is someone who is known for being safe. Being that, yeah, maybe I'll just play behind farm, and we know him on these key characters like the Moskov, the Nathans, something like the Claude as well. But now that he has Astrid, he can play a lot more forward. We see him dealing that damage. And Ding pulling away that shadow kill? Oh my god!
Yeah, and really, like, I feel like Astrid really brings a lot to the table, because back then when it's like, the tank utility meta, you really have to make sure that, the gold lane is the one that outputs damage. But now that pressure, that responsibility shared with Astrid. But speaking about, sharing the pressure as well, I've got something to share with you as well. Not the pressure, but something really good. Because right here, we got JD Esports. Thank you very much for supporting MPL Singapore Season 8 this time. We can up your game with JD as well. Get 500 diamonds free when you have a minimum spend of $110 on jdsports.com.sg. Check out their swags and look really cool.
Yeah, I mean, most of my shoes and my bags are from JD Sports, so I'm glad that they're here. And they're giving me free diamonds? Okay. Like, I need more free diamonds, maybe?
Even more reason to head on over to their website
I'm
to
already
get
at
more
right now.
stuff, huh?
He's already there.
Yeah. Actually,
We've got
to
like
be honest,
a mega sale going on.
Yeah.
Hey, they even give you a free duffel bag.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at a new bag.
Yeah,
Because
get a duffel bag.
Because I'm sure you should know by now. Ever since I start casting, I've been using that bag every time. You remember my combo bag?
Can you change it?
No, I love it.
Can
Hey,
I
don't name and shame, bro.
JD Sports, please. He has been using this for a good 3-4 years.
It's about time.
It's a good bag.
It's about time.
It's a good bag. Do you have the name and shame?
Do you have anything inside?
No.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Because there's nothing inside. It's already breaking apart. Perfect time for him to get something. Perfect time for you to get something.
Yeah. So what are you waiting for? Go to jdsports.com.sg. Get your new swag, or even give me new swag. Thank you very much.
Get it.
You have the name and shame. Oh my goodness.
His shoes.
Yes. Wait.
Okay, we're not going there. We're not going there. The shoes are off limits here. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually also breaking apart as well. I think you noticed. All right, but apart from that, right? I feel right now let's head back. Put our head back into
Just
the
not
game.
playing,
Yeah, I know. Head back into the game. Like, it's really like this meta, technically speaking, indirectly also favors Vanguard in a sense, right? Like what I mentioned, putting the responsibility away from Luxian Stain to be the one dishing damage. Now the assassin can dish damage.
I'm honestly, at this point in time, you just want everyone to do damage. It's kind of like a game of who can survive the longest. That is just MLBB.
I feel like, drafting-wise, there's a lot to be seen from Team Rift, right? Because the fact that you have JPL, the likes of JPL playing... playing Tigreal. Yeah, he is the best Cho that we know. But yet, he still conforms to that meta.
Societal norms.
Yeah, that having that tanky support, having that tanky roam is extremely pivotal right now.
Yes.
And I feel that just having that Cho, not being that pick off, that you need to cater that playstyle too much.
I think that if you want to add on some creativity points, I think the team gotta have to back it up with some mechanics, or rather micro skills, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right, so technically speaking, sure, I think that every single one of these teams, they have got their own identity, they got their way of playing the game.
Yeah.
Conforming to societal norms, kind of make things a little bit simpler per se.
Exactly.
But if you want to play heroes that is completely out of meta, you gotta have to find the right time, right place to do it.
Yeah, exactly what I was talking about, right? The knife into a gunfight, right? If you're so good at a knife, just go for it, right?
Yeah.
Just throw the knife at the gun, and you win.
Yeah.
I believe that roaming Chos, roaming like assassins, those kind of pick-off heroes worked because we were in a tank meta playstyle. But if they choose to go for that assassin meta playstyle, then you can't go for that same supports anymore. You have to go back into that tank because as you require it, you will still require that frontliner to soak up the damage. That HP bar stat that I was saying. That's why Zas is so in favor. That's why Angela is so in favor. Those heroes that can fully utilize all their stats available, even without items.
How about Faramis?
Oh yeah, Faramis is really strong.
Faramis gives HP bar to everybody. You get a HP bar. You get a HP bar. Everybody gets a HP bar.
But yeah, we've
and you get stunned as well.
Seen teams dismantle Faramis, right?
Exactly, my point as well. So it's not exactly a winning formula all the time, but it's more of when are you able to pull that cat out of the bag and know when to let it
meow.
Yes.
What's this reference?
Yeah, you pull a cat out of the bag, man.
Oh,
no, you give it back. Is there a cat in your bag?
I heard
Let's
a cat.
take a look at a cat.
I wish, man. That was so cute. You know, pulling the cat out of the bag as content is actually kind of cute.
Yeah, I know, right? So pulling a cat out of the bag is cute, but how about shooting fish in a barrel? Would that be cute?
I think guns are illegal here, sir.
No one said anything about guns.
This isn't America, sir.
No one said anything about guns. You know, we were talking about using the right tools for the trade.
Yeah.
Throwing knives are a thing.
Yeah, okay.
The segue in here is crazy today.
I have no idea what kind of tangent we're going on, but like, let's also take a look back at this current meta. I think this current meta is really, really hard to drop, right? Like, there's so many nuances, especially when we always there's a lot of ways that we could flex heroes right now. Like the Ruby first pick, is very strong second. Red side first pick as well. It could be
R1,
flexed
R2,
almost immediately. Zaz for a period of time where we thought it could also go to the gold lane for a certain extent, but if you're crazy, but it can work.
Cuckoo, man.
I mean, technically, there is definitely a certain level of pattern when it comes down to this. Meta, right? When it comes down to the dynamic between Hylos as well as Zaz, we all know that the resurgence of a Hylos, it really boils down to the fact that Hylos is a really good counter over to Zaz, being able to tank up the entire death ray from the Dominator's Descent.
Yeah,
but slowly and slowly, people are starting to realize, hey, Hylos just have a massive amount of max HP. It's just great in many of these occasions.
And not only just that, the change of items for the Thunderbelt as well. That makes it really juicy. Apart from that, also is the clock. That allows him to really pivot into the meta. And it's really fun, right? I've been playing a bit of High Loss myself in the XP lane, and if I can play it, you can play it too.
I think that the old Thunderbelt actually would make High Loss like even higher up in the S tier. If you guys remember, the old Thunderbelt is scales based off your max HP. With High Loss being one of the heroes with the highest max HP, that stuff is gonna be insane onto High Loss. But during that time, no one really cared about High Loss, despite the fact that I was telling everyone about High Loss.
I was with you on the bandwagon, right? Yeah, I was like, High Loss is crazy.
I'm glad.
All right, we talk about the weird cases of this meta. What is the one hero that you want to see coming out that's non-meta? Hanabi. We've seen Hanabi already. That's non-meta.
Non-meta?
Let's go.
I'm a meta slave, so...
me too.
But we saw Freya being banned, right?
Oh. Okay.
But I recently talked to production about it, right? Why Freya is good? Why Freya is good? It just absolutely ragdolls the entire lane itself, right? But there's one other hero that actually counters, or not counters, but actually puts a pretty good game against a Freya. Aulus XP.
Okay. You finally answered the question.
Yeah,
Aulus.
I was thinking about one other thing about Min Sitar being a potential counter to Hylos. Yeah, I was thinking.
Explain.
I was thinking about it because if when you're stunned, right? When you are in your golden road, right? You can actually put down, your glorious pathway. You can actually put down the King's Calling.
Okay, let's see whether the Min Sitar will
deny
appear.
that space as well, and as well as dragging that Hylos back into the fight. So if he's running away and he's going to die, you can just literally drag him back in.
Okay, we shall see whether the Min Sitar will come back in. I know, like, if you guys have the camera back on right here, Abstract is utterly confused. Churros has said Gatot Kacha. Hopefully it comes back into this one. Vanguard prior picks the Phobius right off the bat.
All right, we do see the Hylos out of the equation once again. Jusin Ling will be taken out, so there will be no Ling Angelus today. And right now, with that Phobius pick, I still think Phobius is a very good pick, but it's similar to Roger in a sense, right? You require a lot of jungle space, a lot of people buying you space so that you can make space.
I feel like Vanguard is basically using Phobius as a preempt, right? Look at this. You go for Roger, that's if it goes into Lycan form, it allows you to jump as well. Like, and not only just that, now going to go for the Zask second pick, which is really ideal, especially when the high loss is already banned away. Vanguard, on the other hand, ooh, Asteris showing us the full colors this day. Going apart from the link, plays the Fanny this time.
I mean, if you can play Fanny, you can play Ling. If you can play Ling, you can play Fanny. I've seen all these assassin players.
Wrong.
Not for you.
I can't play.
Not for you.
Okay.
I'm talking about pro scene.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about pro scene, right?
I'm sorry.
If you are an assassin player and you are in the pro scene, if you can play Fanny, you can play Ling. You can play Ling, you can play Fanny.
I'm sorry.
Come on. Come on, man.
Apologies not accepted, Abstract, but Vanguard, you know, going for the Fanny, going for the Aurora. Once again, taking that away from Melon. We talk about the die factor from the side of Rift, especially on the Roger. And now this time around, that's a Kufra coming out from the side of Rift. That's going to be interesting in the pocket of Pancake.
I believe Kufra is an extremely strong pick with the Phobius, right? So they might be picking that up so that they can deny it away from Rift Esports. But I'm not too sure. I mean, from Vanguard Esports, but for Rift, I don't know how it will synergize with the lineup so far. They have not given away the key pieces to the puzzle. The Zask, Roger, Kufra, still all around strong picks, but no synergy as of yet.
Yeah, Vanguard takes away the Moscow for now. Rift denies the Tigreal. Just stunning counter down, locking down Nick Stain's heroes. We talk about also Nick Stain plays the Kufra as well, so that's something that Rift probably has a feeling about, especially for the side of LY4. Now, it's up to Rift to ban. Do you ban away more heroes from Nick Stain? Or what? Okay, they're going to ban away the Hanabi.
I mean, that was a potential threat coming through to Rift Esports that Hanabi Lolita might be that space needed for that Phobius and Fanny as well. But still, like, if you think about it, right? Are they still going to try that Roger Golding? As I said before, I'm not a fan of the Roger Golding. I know Chu is one of the best. Like, one of the best Roger Goldings I've ever seen. I've said that since Season 7. He still is. But whether or not there is enough to win the game, whether or not you have to go into something else, they might have to look into it once again.
I think Rift will go for something EXP, right? Because they want to hide that hidden factor. It could be this time around slowly on the Roger instead of True, right? So if Rift goes for an EXP lane right now, they're just hiding on top of it. But let's take a look at Vanguard. Well, Rift is still considering what to pick up right here. What's Vanguard lacking? Like, in terms of DP, is it DPS?
Yeah, Vanguard usually with that Lucian Stain in mind, they want to go for that late game scalability, right? Nathan is still on the board, Claude, Carry, these three traditional gold laners that are known for scaling hard and also having that early to mid game presence as well. And now Rift, we do see the roamer being picked up, Grok, very good at invading.
EXP Grok.
EXP Grok.
Yeah.
Unless you're saying Kufra EXP.
It might be a Kufra EXP though.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Whatever you have this morning, I would like to have some of it.
Yo. Kufra, full damage. Blade of Heptases.
Vanguard goes for the Nathan and then the Minotaur. Exactly what Vanguard is looking for, right? Yeah. Buying a lot of space. Now they've got so much zone denial with Frigid Glacier and also the Minotaur's ultimate as well. And then you got Massive Shred, right? Whereas Phobius just wrecks havoc in the back line. Rift right here also having some form of tools on their hand, right? The Groks, Wild Charge, they've also got the Tyrant's Rage as well that could potentially jump to the back line because don't forget, in game number 1, Rift doesn't really have a way to dive at Vanguard's backline and onto the Nathan as well.
Yeah, and Grok being a very good answer for Fanny as well, especially in the zone denial so that she cannot easily cable in and out, taking away the space as well. But what's the gold laner that they're gonna pick, right, for Rift Esports? And it will be a Brody. Yeah, once again, Brody really good in the old metas, right? Brody we were seeing him being extremely dominant. So this might work out, but it all falls down to execution right now.
Yep. Brody in this particular patch is going to be interesting, right? Like, you do have self-heal against the Assassins. You also got massive damage in terms of your basic attack. And then you also got that massive AoE damage, right? Self-heal is, I think, definitely Brody's strongest point. And you can match up in the early game. It's something like a Roger in the last patch, but you have better Pew as compared to a Roger.
And better AoE damage as well. That's what they were lacking previously, I felt.
I like the answer for the Brody, though. I mean, being able to pick that up, be flexible enough with the Roger just so that they can address to the Fanny. This way that the Yugo laner wouldn't be as susceptible to kills from the Fanny anymore.
Yeah, I feel that, in terms of banning and drafting stages, they got it down.
Yeah, I think it's kind of equal. Right now, we just have to look at the remaining 30%, which is going to be their pick-off right here, which their execution, which is going to be going to game number 2 between Rift and Vanguard. Rift right here struggling, just 1 point behind. A bad showing earlier just now. Asteris just taking it like a storm. Vanguard looking to repeat that one in game number 1.
Yeah, I feel that in terms of just banning and drafting alone, the heroes that have been picked up, they're really neck and neck. It just falls down to execution, and might be slightly lacking behind since Yuda missed the barrier wall on one of the creep waves, right?
It's okay. It's just one small little issue.
I jest.
But in the meantime, it kind of seems like we have something pretty interesting here, right? Because it seems like Slowly have managed to complete his both of his junglers really fast. I think thanks to Pancake and Melon. So this way they will be able to keep, or rather bring Slowly up online at level 4 way earlier.
Ooh, taking that creep camp away from Asteris is definitely going to slow down the tempo just a little bit. But we're looking at the emblems right now. Of course, Talon's Warcry being selected for Slowly just to make sure that he gets that damage proc as much as possible, right?
Yeah, and what I'm really curious to see in this early to mid stages of the game is how Yuda plays into the synergistic lineup that Rift went for. But Melon, though, forced to use the flicker away.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh. I haven't been looking at Assassin's emblems for the longest time. But is it normal for Assassin junglers to not pick out Lord's Lair? What was that again? The one that deals more damage to Lords
and Turtles?
Yeah. Because Fanny didn't pick that up.
I think right now Asteris is not looking for Demon Hunter, but definitely may not be looking to basically get the farm as quickly as possible. I think Asteris, if you notice in the past game, is going to go for as much kills as possible, and that's where Moses' revenue comes from.
Yeah, I mean, given the Lucian Stain playstyle, right? You want to buy the space by just being that menace on that map. And objective play might not be it for Team Vanguard at this point.
First turtle is up. Rift itching for it. Nick Stain get chunks down a little bit low. Make sure that Vanguard stays a little bit humble for now. Fiorendo is already on the position. Ding just scouting it out, Abstract.
Yeah, Asteris just stole away the purple buff of Rift Esports. Yeah, so yeah, he's going for this really just accelerated early game, not going for these objectives at all.
Yeah. Turtle secured by Rift though. Yep. At least a slightly different Rift this time as compared to game number 1.
I mean, to be fair, Fanny doesn't have Demon Slayer, so kind of makes sense that they do not want to really get in contact with the Lord or the Turtle for now.
Yeah.
Mo, you laugh at what I'm laughing at, right? Yeah, using the wall to wave clear, wow.
I mean, it does damage, so...
Imagine getting hurt by walls erupting from your feet. Oh no, getting
look, anyone would. Anyone would.
I know. Okay, Chu building out a Blade of Hypothesis already. That's going to be a bit of a power spike. We're hoping to see Chu playing a little bit more aggressively down at the bottom lane. But he doesn't really have a lot of information across against Vanguard.
Yeah, and Ding with that early pickup of the Thunderbelt, already very telling that Team Vanguard, they are gearing towards a team fight, right? They want this second turtle that will be coming up. That power spike will be achieved once Fanny gets the second item.
Yep, they definitely missed the first turtle, right? But they're not going to go down without a fight, especially for the second turtle, which is coming in another 50 seconds. We're already 4 minutes in, Abstract. There's no kills!
Well, I just realized that I haven't really been talking at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's like no kills. Like
there's a little bit of team fight, but no kills as of now. Both teams respect each other's space, but it's definitely going in the favor of Vanguard, right? Because they're looking to scale late game.
Yeah, I mean, if you want all things considered in the late game scalability sense. Nathan and Fanny, they do have a lot more mobility when you compare it against Rift 1-for-1. And slowly and Chu, they are requiring a bit of a snowball once again.
You know, Mo, Abstract, I wish I could basically talk to these players. I'll be going up and say, kill somebody. Oh, finally.
There we go.
There we go. But it's completely off screen. What am I doing here?
Finally, the game in today, the thought. Ashtray picking up the first blood right here. Pancake now taking a little bit more.
Yes, I took the first blood. As now, for now, we do also have Nick Stain. It's just going to be hoping that he'll be able to do something over to Pancake. We do have, of course, a Frigid Glacier. They did manage to land on quite a lot of people. But for now, the main thing is Ding right in the face of Pancake. Brings him down, but unfortunately, he's not going to be the only one going down because he's going to lose his life as well. With Fryren himself, Ding taken down for a Pancake. Not exactly a very valuable trade, extra value meal, huh?
Not crispy at all, but Astrid trying to go in for the skill, just applying a little bit of pressure. Now the pressure is on slowly, right? Don't forget, he's a little bit down low. The zoning from Melon will be there to basically save the day, allowing Rift to secure the second turtle.
And Rift, knowing their power timings, right? They know that Vanguard, they wanted that team fight, they wanted the second turtle, so forcing that team fight early, taking out Ding, and that tower already gone for that count. So first 6 minutes into the game, that suddenly all the action just erupting, right?
Yeah, because I whispered to them, kill them. Anyways, Pancake there right now, charging that up jump a little bit, but I really respect that decision not to dive too deep, right? Because at least they're up there, they take down this topside turret and then they leave. But don't forget, it's true, it is true down at the bottom lane where they've already lost his turret. So it's a trade as of now. We don't really have a clear sign who is exactly winning.
Yeah, and I want Yuta to be more proactive throughout the map because now the first turret is already gone. As a Grok, you are expected to be the aggressive initiation factor. Pancake needs to be that counter initiate.
Bouncing around for now, that's slowly picking up the War Axe. Gonna go for a little bit more survivability instead. Right now, we're back to square one. Why is nobody fighting?
I mean,
someone please kill.
Okay.
Let me speak.
If you guys keep whispering, maybe something will happen, right?
Okay. How about we keep casting like this? No way. I think they don't like us.
Have you ever heard of Whispercast?
Anyways, I think we joke just a little bit too much. Astrid, okay, finally.
Astrid finally taken down, and wait, that's all?
There's no trade. No. There's no trade. Vanguard is now going to take all these L's down at the bottom, and not only just that, it's also going to be mid lane. They also take it down Chu and slowly as well. They're going to rotate their gameplay just a little bit more. They're taking structures instead.
Yeah, finally, Nick just going to be jumping himself on the Pancake, flickers himself right out of that, while Nick went straight in for the Minoan's Fury, lands on the 3. While in the meantime, torn apart memory from the side of Chu did manage to drop Nick Stain's HP to a relatively close to death kind of ratio, but for now, not a single person to die.
All things considered, right? Team Rift are still on a clock when you compare to Team Vanguard. Vanguard is willing to take this to the later stages all day, but now we do have a team fight.
Vengeance from Ding. He immediately went in with Infernal Pursuit, but unfortunately wasn't able to stay alive for a longer period of time. Mixed in doesn't have the flickers, doesn't even have the Minoan's Fury, so it's not going to be a good fight for them if they want to continue. As you can see, Yuta ran straight in and gets a kill down on the Ashred. Slowly, completely shreds down onto one after another of these members. Luxian, Ashred taken down.
Slowly is being the opposite of being slowly right now. He's playing fastly. He's not happy about game number one. His performance at the Hayabusa is finally redeeming himself.
Yeah, and this is what Rift Esports needs to do, right? I mentioned in the early stages that Chu and Slowly, they require this momentum going forward to take this map space. And Vanguard being behind right now is exactly where Rift wants them to be. But they need to keep this up. Vanguard, they have that late game scalability. Rift still is running on a clock. If by like 15 minutes they don't get any inhibitor turrets, Team Vanguard are gonna have the upper hand no matter what.
We do have the bottom lane. They managed to press all the way down to actually bring down 2 turrets already. So T2 taken down already. Rift is definitely looking for a pickup here. Did manage to land right down onto Nick Stain, but unfortunately, he didn't manage to bring Nick Stain down fast enough. The rest of the members from the side of Vanguard goes haywire as they got caught like that. 2-for-1 trade. Rift definitely happy with that.
Yeah, and Rift, they are happy with the position right now. that they keep fighting and fighting and fighting, and they're getting the trades that favor them, but they cannot do this late game. Like, I don't like this. Even though they got that kill, 2 kills, I don't like the fact that Pancake is the one going in first. Because Kufra, in the later stages, when you go in, you're not even going to get your ulti off, and you're going to get bursted down by Liechtenstein. So it's going to be extremely telling to the fact that Yuta needs to be that first initiation factor, and they have not found that dream team fight they're looking for. They still need to rework their strategy. They still need to rework their approach.
It works for now.
Yeah, it works for now.
But later on, we need Yuta to step up a little bit more.
Yeah.
At this point in time, it's currently at 3-0-4. I was thinking that he's currently doing pretty decently, but the timer is always going to be on Liechtenstein, right? Once Liechtenstein did manage to get his full item builds already, his power spikes and all, it's definitely going to be a lot more difficult for Vanguard to deal with. Oh, sorry, for Rift to deal with. Look at all the amount of damage coming down. Raining shots down onto Yuta as well as Melon. These two are going to be taken down at a trade for a cost of Nick. Pancake flickers away and is going to be safe and sound for now. Ding is still continuing onto the team fight. The Infernal Pursuit just landing right in the head of Slowly. But Fryren is not anywhere around to actually deal enough damage to help Ding out as such. Sacrifices him over to the Wild Dogs.
Rift finally found that pivotal moment to basically strike this Slowly. Apparently, Rift likes to play their Rogers, right? Not only just the fact true and not only just true. Slowly can actually execute it really well. Vanguard this time around is taking a little bit of a bad fight most of the time. It's very hard because especially when Slowly finds an angle from the back, finds Liechtenstein, and then after that there's not enough damage coming up from Vanguard anymore. Yeah, and Liechtenstein not being able to play safe there might have cost them that little team fight, right? Still, just a minor team fight, minor hiccup for Team Vanguard. I still believe that their late game scalability is stronger, so they will have to take down an inhibitor turret for Rift Esports to somewhat solidify that advantage.
I'm looking at wave clear now. Does Vanguard have got enough wave clear to kind of work against Rift? It does seem like it is definitely going to be onto Liechtenstein a lot when it comes down to the wave clearing component. But in the meantime, Vanguard, they did manage to do a pretty good job in the defense, as Rift didn't even manage to get a single one of these inhibitor turrets, rightfully so, since we are only looking at an 11 minutes Lord fight.
Yeah, Phoveus does a lot more damage now. You have that Aurora as well, so you can have Liechtenstein on one, Fryren on one lane, Ding on one lane as well. So they have a lot of wave clear. They can play this for days.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I got a little bit distracted right here. It's Frieren.
Frieren?
It's my favorite anime.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
So Frieren at this point in time.
No! So Frieren.
Sorry, I jest.
Okay, so what's the right pronunciation again?
Frieren.
Frieren. Okay.
It's like fear, run.
Fryeren.
I don't know why we're doing this, guys.
Eren Yeager.
All right.
Okay. All seriousness, that's not how you spell Frieren as well. So Joe, what are you doing?
Oh really? What's the right pronunciation?
F-I-E-R-E. Yeah, so he added an R.
Oh.
Yeah. But okay, let's focus on the game right now.
Wait, there's no I?
There's no R. There's one extra R.
That's
not.
See.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let's focus back at the game right now. I'm sorry for
breaking
Frieren? I don't know why we're talking about this one.
Hey, look, don't blame me. The players are not giving us any fights at this point in time. They're just waiting for the Lord to come up in like 9 seconds.
All right, so Friday Eren. I mean, with the fact that Rift Esports took a lot of damage with that short little skirmish alone, it's extremely telling to how the later stages of the game is going to play out, right? If Rift Esports cannot find his engage.
Oh, just going to be landing on the Fright Eren. It doesn't seem like things are going to be looking great for the side of Vanguard until Minotaur goes in with the Minotaur's Fury. Asteris comes over to the side, hoping that he will be able to get an assassination down on the Yuta. Slowly creeps away, while giving only a sliver of health. Well, quick little flicker from the side of Melon. Got Melon go in as they manage to get a really nice snipe down right down on the next stage.
Yeah, like Rift right now, they're so online right here, right? Slowly just running through. They've also got through. They hit their massive power spike right here. It's all up to Asteris. Comes in for the assassination onto Slowly, but luckily there's immortality, right? But after that, what's the next step for the side of Vanguard? No, they lose one lot up to, over to Rift. Yeah,
The Lord has been given to Rift.
The second
and
Lord.
It's going to be one of the key factors, right? This Lord, they have to make the best advantage of it. If Rift still loses the timing, it was looking extremely worrying for Rift there. They nearly lost every single member to a Minoan Fury counter engage by Nick Stain. So once Nick Stain can soak up a lot more damage, that healing factor is going to come into play. It's still extremely hard for Rift Esports. They have to take their team fights very carefully, even though they have this 8 to 9k advantage.
Lord marching down the bottom lane this time around as Vanguard has to brace for impact.
Oh! Melon melted down before he can even
Trade.
go down to the Dominator's Descent. And this is gonna be great for the side of Vanguard, as they are now gonna be defending. Oh wait, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Never mind, not that great after all. As now the Lord plunges in onto the target of the bottom lane. Pancake goes right in, but it does seem like we're throwing all of our abilities right onto each other. The Lord is still uncalled for, and it's not gonna be answered just yet until Stain pops in. He does have to win on nature, and he did manage to get himself escaped death, and slowly was just puncturing onto him as much as he could.
Yeah, Rift in the more comfortable positioning this time round. You can see Astrid just try and go for the Hail Mary right there, assassinating Melon. That's a good assassination, but if Astrid doesn't lose his life right there, it could have gone better for Vanguard.
Yeah, that was really close. That was really close. But once again, Rift Esports, the only reason why they got an advantage was with that Lord. Pancake going in first cannot be the telling story of the next few team fights if he continues to go in first. There's a Minoan Fury waiting for you in the arms of our loving Nick Stain, who will slam you up in the air and you will get instantly melted down, and you don't want that. So it's going to be harder and harder. Now we've reached the 15 to 16 minute mark. Team Vanguard, I believe they have the power spikes. So if they can deal with the laning properly, they will have an advantage.
Another lockdown. Oh, Nick Stain came in with a 3-man knock-up, and even the Purple Bomb knocks up. But Astrid is going to be the first one to be taken down, but unfortunately, Ding as well. Stain's next. Vanguard, even though they have gotten quite a bit of their power spike, it is still a very fair trade all across the board.
Okay, this is a trade from Rift and Vanguard right here. If you take a look at the goal lead, still in the favor of Rift. Rift has so much bandwidth to trade, but they can only trade at least, what, 2-3 more times before Vanguard start to catch up.
Yeah, still, they're on a clock. They're on a clock. They've been trying to force the issue again and again and again, but the way that they've been forcing the issue, putting their eggs onto slowly.
Putting the basket
onto slowly, yeah. Yeah, but their Pancake being the first point of initiation, it's not going to work out when we reach this point of stage, right? Pancake, we see him getting bursted down always when he's the first one in. Sure, it might be good, but you're not winning. You're not getting the objectives on top of that.
One thing that I also recall and remember is the fact that we do have Zaz that actually picked up roaming favor.
Yuta, that's a damaged croc. The BOD, the Malefic Roar, and all those.
Beautiful.
I just realized that.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So at least this is why they're not lacking in damage.
Yeah.
And that is also probably why they're not using Yuda to jump in for the initial pick.
Yeah.
They're just kind of like living it over to the side of Pancake once again, time and time again. Slowly did manage to take the Lord off for himself, while Ding hoping that he'll be able to do something over to the side of Rift, but realizing that they lost the Lord again, they have to fall back.
Rift bursted down the Lord very easily, right? Vanguard now has to go back and lick their wounds, and not only just that, they have to fortify any form of rickety fences. They have to plug, especially the mid and the bottom lane is already wide open for the taking. Vanguard has a weak top side as well, and that's the worst part is the mid is the shortest lane, and that's where the Lord will be marching down.
Yeah, there's gonna be that final defense coming out from Team Vanguard, a true test of their mettle right now.
And their name.
Yeah, of course, they're Team Vanguard after all. So, yeah, so final fight possibly coming through.
Oh, Pancake didn't quite land, stick the landing when it comes down to the time of the event. Ding has already received quite a lot of damage coming from the side of the Zaz, but in the meantime, there's going to be that jump coming in from the side of Nick Stain. He's not dead just yet, but he did manage to put a lot of the members from the side of Rift flying up to the sky, allowing Vanguard to retaliate and bring all of them lower than 50% HP.
Good defense coming up from Vanguard as well. Unfortunately, they're unable to defend the top side, but they're still A given. They're still in the game as of now. Remember, we talked about like another, well, I said 2 to 3 more team fights, right? That Rift and Vanguard cannot trade, but Vanguard at the very least snaps away Utah. So look at the goalie right here. It's starting to close down accordingly and in the favor of Vanguard.
A lockdown on the next Dane. It's not going to go down just yet. He manages to run away, but it got clipped by the torn apart memory. So that is one immortality gone, and the torn apart memory that's taken away from the side of Rift. And this is where Vanguard realizes, yeah, we can't really get out from the confines of our own home.
This is going on way too long. The previous game earlier just now was around 90 minutes as well. But right now, Rift, yes, the crack open 3 lanes that can't end because Vanguard is on this late game kind of monster, right? They've got Liechtenstein that's just easily wave clearing. They've got Furin to a certain extent that could just stunt everybody from the side of Rift, especially when they try to dive.
Yeah, on a 5-on-5 team fight, Vanguard versus Rift, if everything is considered to be perfect, Team Vanguard will take this. But Rift, they did have that small little macro advantages in terms of creep pressure as well. So they can force out bad decisions from Team Vanguard right now. And whether or not they fall prey to Rift's tricks, Rift needs to just force errors from Team Vanguard. And the moment they find that error, Rift needs to pounce.
Vanguard is actually just tightening the boat up a little bit more. Now, not only they're plugging most of the holes in terms of, well, their team rosters, right? But not exactly their base. Asteris can basically fly anywhere to wave clear immediately, and then after that rejoin the fight. The only problem is that Asteris doesn't really have a purple buff, and now
land on the Liechtenstein. He's all alone until now. Ding finally joins into the fray as well. Utah comes in from behind. Might not be good at all. Take a look at the massive amount of damage. Brings him down. Slowly comes in from behind, but unfortunately he's just going to be likening away. He's just going in back and forth, back and forth. Didn't even land a single amount of damage. As such, this might not be good for Rift because they have a lot of waste of time. 2 manages to bring Ding down, so it's not that big of a deal after all. 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah. Choose you maintaining the game in his head in the game is what allowed Rift to basically stay in this one, right? Especially game 1 as well. He was the one that's really performing out of his world and playing out of his mind. And now Vanguard, you know, they overextended just a little bit, and you can see, oh, hold on.
Oh, Astrid, very scary. Trying to go in for a little bit of a cheeky steal, but the Lord is still at 40k HP.
Yeah, and we talked about that previous team fight earlier just now. Rift, beautiful engage. Vanguard literally did not expect Rift to basically come in from so many different angles. It's like basically when you pull out the book and all of a sudden the cockroaches just comes out of the cupboard.
And now with the Lord being at the 18-minute stake, it's going to be a very hard fact for Vanguard to fight into this, given the amount of lane pressure that they have. They don't have that lane priority to just fight into this. But Astrid, yeah, he's on the way though.
Oh, the Lord.
Reset it.
Unfortunately, it's just going to be a very long cha-cha that we might pretty much expect here.
It's going in favor of Rift, right? This dance is so much favorable because take a look. Vanguard needs to go back and constantly replenish.
Oh, lockdown on the next Dane! They don't have the Minoan Fury to really work out with. But in the meantime, Freyren, they managed to at least bring that Kufra down. 1-for-1 trade, while all the way in the homes of Vanguard, Grok was just pushing the lanes all alone, hoping that he will be able to end the game, but that is going to be Astrid that stops him right on his tracks. Slowly, he's still somewhere around the vicinity of the Lord's Pit. The HP of the Lord is currently down to 10,000 HP, and slowly might eventually be able to take that down. But Liechtenstein takes it all away. They're getting spree for getting a kill down on 2. Quite a lot of them actually. 2 of them taken down. And Malin, the last man standing from the side of Rift, is also going to be taken down. Vanguard gets himself a wipeout. The Lord moves down bottom.
Unfortunate for the side of Rift, they made a mistake, right? Like the Utah tried to go for the back door. It's the first time I'm seeing a Grok going for the back door. And then after that, they lose the Lord over to Liechtenstein. Just look at the death timers earlier just now. It was 50, 60 seconds. Vanguard's going to inflict a lot of hurt or even potentially end the game with this one.
Yeah, the pin has dropped for Team Rift right there. There was Vanguard's time to move, and they really found the errors from Rift.
Knocking down the T2 in the middle lane and very potentially being able to bring down the T2 in the bottom lane as well. That is going to be a lot of stress that will be taken away from the side of Vanguard. Taking away the inhibitor in the middle lane as well. And Melon still take a lot of time before he can eventually come right in. Astrid, a decent amount of damage. Utah taken down. Package might be in the next one, but never mind. He didn't manage to push them right into the faces. But in the meantime, Freyren, look at that!
Yeah, Yeah, that reverse clone into Fryron's ultimate just bought so much space for Team Vanguard. Now 2 members down.
And that's not the worst part. The Lord's also rushing down the bottom. The mid lane for the side of Rift is open. Rift is such in a solid position, and Vanguard managed to close out.
What a cycle! And Melon taken down, and once again, Chu as well as Pancake's gonna be the next one on the clock. But the Lord didn't even do anything. Didn't even need the Lord. It is one mega push in the middle lane that ended this game.
A massive blunder for the side of Rift Esports, right? Like, Rift was doing so well in the mid to the mid late game, but then
The
Vanguard
whole
Esports, found a way entering that one when Rift Esports decided to green for the end to try to go for the back door. Everything's going so well for Rift, but Vanguard pulled the rug rudely against Rift Esports.
Yeah, and it was all written in the stars for Team Vanguard, I feel like. With the draft, with the manner that they're playing, with the way that they play around Lucian Stain, I just felt that, yes, they're just going for this late game play, man. It's not going to work out for you, Rift Esports, if you keep dragging for time. You're on a clock. You have to force the issue, and they were not forcing it enough.
So what exactly is the problem for them? Are they just not adventurous enough to end the game? Are they?
I think they were.
Then why are they unable to end the game?
One thing that you highlighted out for me was Yuta going that damage route, right? Not being that main initiator. And that's where Kufra is not going to shine. Kufra is not a main initiator. That's why I have such a big problem with Kufra. Kufra is not the type of initiator where you can just go in willy-nilly, because you are going to get bursted down. You don't have that tank ability. You don't have that sustainability that possibly a Minotaur can provide, or possibly that shield from the Tigreal that can provide as well. Kufra, you don't have anything else but that bouncing ball. But once you are not away from that bouncing ball, you're nothing but a creep. And after that ultimate, after that jump, how do you get out?
I don't know, man. Like, I personally feel Kufra could also be a main initiator as well. I agree with you, because there are certain times when you see Yuta try to go for the wall charge, right? But along the wall charge, he just disappears. So even before he could hit the wall, he basically just evaporates because of the sheer damage coming off from Vanguard. So ladies and gents, let's take a look at the MVP perhaps. I'm giving over to Luxian for taking that Lord away, because like, okay, maybe not, but he's going to go for Fearing. But Luxian definitely taking that Lord in that last team fight. If Vanguard didn't get that Lord in another universe, I think Rift could have buy enough time, even if they did not lose out, even if they got team wiped.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, Fearing played an amazing game of Aurora. I feel that if anyone else were on the Aurora, maybe possibly other than Kiwi, they would have died like 16 times. Because you think about it, like Slowly was on a roll. Chu was on a roll. As a mage in this game, you were out for death. And still, he managed to hold lanes. He managed to drag the game to this state. And that's just extremely telling on his spacing, his positioning as a player, right? As a mage player, how do you play? You're so safe, and he's still dealing the damage at the same time.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Let's take a look at the item builds right here. This is a 24-minute game. It should be going in the favor of Rift. But look at that. Just look at the turrets taken, the amount of Lords, and also turtles taken, right? Vanguard is literally that story that you tell your grandkids, say, hey, even if you're losing, you get that one Lord, you can still win the game.
Yeah. And it was really telling, right? Their playstyle, you were anticipating it. They just wanted that one good team fight in that late game after 15-minute scenario where they could just barrel down everybody, and they just found it. Rift Esports, I feel that Yuta, yes, he was that Grok, but he was playing a playstyle that I was not familiar with. This is not the Yuta that I know that will go in and die for his teammate. Yeah, sure, he can go in and die, but this time he's not providing value because he went for this Sea Halberd Malefic Roar into Blade of Despair build. So it does not bring as much value to his HP bar, right?
Like, if you take a look at Vanguard, right, look, it's mostly item tanks for Nixane and also things. So there's a lot more sustain. There's a lot more tankiness that Rift has to slowly pick apart. And in fact, they're able to, right? They've got the damage. They've got the burst damage and shred as well. But let's take a look at this one. You also pointed out earlier just now, Asteris did not go for the Demon Hunter. Instead, went straight, sorry, it's abstract, went straight for more attack speed, more high and dry or assassin emblem as well. So that's something very important. Master Assassin, sorry, not high and dry, Master Assassin emblem as well for the side of Asteris, right? It did not work out because he was kind of slow in terms of, securing all the jungle creeps. But in the end, all you have to do is get Liechtenstein to take away that Lord, and you win.
Yeah, I mean, very well thought out game plan coming out from Team Vanguard, right? They knew their win conditions. They played for their win conditions. Rift, I know that they know their win conditions, right? They were trying to rush out the win conditions as fast as possible, but they were on a clock. And the moment the clock ran out, what do they do? What's your decision making at that point? Do you rotate back into becoming an initiator for Yuta, or is it too late? Once it's too late, Yuta going for that backdoor gameplay, like he was trying to end the base, and meanwhile dying to Asteris, who was the most mobile character in the game.
Yeah.
You expect the Fanny to be there. So I might feel that it might have been a slight blunder coming in from that.
It's kind of scary how the fact that Vanguard has been playing with their back against the wall the entire time.
23 minutes of the game.
For 23 minutes of the game. You quite literally won the game by the skin of the teeth, right? Rift, you know, it kind of seemed as though they were really confident throughout the entire game, but there's just this nagging voice at the back of my head. In the voice of Mo. It's just constantly telling us, you don't have time. You're teetering on a breaking point. End the game now, end the game now. I really thought that it couldn't be able to do it. I thought we were going to go through the entire 3-game series.
Nah, man.
I think Mo, whatever you say,
called it.
You don't have time. That basically goes over to Yuta. And Yuta identifies that in a sense, tries to go for the back door, but unfortunately gets sniped down, assassinated by Asteris. But ladies and gents, let's take a look at the screen right here. Of course, Rich Guy goes over to Liechtenstein. He's just farming out of control, and also just translate that to damage, 211k damage.
That cheeky smile.
Yeah, and you know, the tank, of course, from the side of Rift, picks up the most damage taken, and of course, total assist, Fiorin himself.
Yeah, and I do like the fresh factor that Team Rift, they did bring.
Fresh?
Fresh?
Yeah, it was really fresh. It was really fresh. Like, if you think about it, you won't exactly try to burst down a Grok, right? You're thinking like he's probably like a Hylos. He's probably like someone who's gonna soak up your damage. Yes, but
sorry, he's an attack Grok.
yeah, but he's an attack
Yeah,
Grok.
that's why. But ladies and gents, I'm going to give you guys something fresh. Let's take a look at the mic checks of the winning team for this particular match.
Shadow, bro. I got naughty.
Nice try,
Come
nice
here,
try,
come
nice
here.
try. Oh, matatanggalin mo, pre. Oh, no.
Still up, bro. Nice one, bro.
Nice.
Nice one.
Nice,
Top.
nice. Nice try. Okay. You can?
Nice.
Okay,
Nice.
King 50-50.
You try. Ay, flicker.
Nice. Out. Okay. Come guys.
Nice. Hey, I Nice. Guys. Sorry,
Nice. Go. Hey, me. I'll hold me.
It's okay.
Come. Come guys.
Me.
Go. Nice.
Control. Hey, get table.
Good.
Aura.
Batay.
Conceal. Sorry.
They on me.
Wait, take it. Don't bring it back.
Can come?
I baited them already. Go. The Roger no pre-fire.
Can?
Just killing. Nice. Enough.
Hey, don't die. Push.
I know. Relax. I know what I'm doing, bro.
I'm going.
Kill Daya Busa. Nice. Nice one.
Come.
Relax, we got ball, guys. Relax, bro. We can push the bot, I go now.
Here you come.
I think that. Nice. I'm dead. Nice try.
My bad. Get out.
Still can. Hey, they're got flanking.
Careful, Get out.
Already. So they're got flanking,
Yeah, I know.
Nice.
Get out.
Roger, bro.
Get back. Oh, shit.
Nice. Hey, nice. Need that.
Bro, can we go silent?
Kill. Nice.
Can we go?
Nice. 3 things. Three things I noticed. Can you 50-50? Someone asked Astrid, he's like, okay, poke, Reggie. Done. Walked off. And then don't bring back. And then don't bring back. It's like they're using Hayabusa, like playing hot potato with Hayabusa. It's like, don't bring back, don't bring back. And immediately you see those players just
take him away, take him away.
And then the other one is like, can we go side lane? Spoiler alert, they won by mid lane. I love mic checks, it's hilarious.
You can quite literally hear everything that they say. And sometimes the player says the darnest things.
Yeah, sometimes, right?
It is very funny, but of course, you know what's even more interesting? If you want to get more of these kind of actions, in fact, Snapdragon Pro Series is coming very soon for season number 6. Signups is available right now for the open qualifier. Sign up right now at esl.gg/SPSMLPB. And of course, you get to win your share of $150 in cash prizes. And of course, a chance to qualify for the first ever Mobile Master stage for MLBB.
$150,000.
Okay, 150K.
I said 150,000.
You said $150.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
My bad.
The cash prize
150K.
$150,000.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure that the money rains on top of you, especially on our analyst very soon. Gonna go over there. Professor Churros, what you got?
Guys, Professor Churros here yet again, and can I say this was a really long drawn out team fight that reminds me of like season 5 where like I think it was Revival who just stayed underneath the base for a majority of the game, maybe like 90% of the game, won one team fight and basically just left off. And this was just that team fight that really made Vanguard come back from this game. There's a lot of things that we can talk about, but first is the timer. Like, this was a very long drawn-out fight. We've already got Luxion Stain, Nick Stain, and Frerin already in the Lord Pit. This just to give advantage of vision just over to slowly just being in the base. You've got Ding coming out in 4 seconds. And so you might ask yourself, do I send my Fanny over to protect the base or do I send Ding? Just basically a Phobius. They send the Fanny, and this is really smart. I'll tell you why in just a little bit. Just because that Fanny was able to just get into that Lord Pit. You might think, okay, if Fanny goes into the Lord Pit, what can I do? This is where Asteris actually went over to the Lord Pit first, and then Ding was unable to deal as much damage into the minions. Marching in is pushing it down. Asteris wants to be there for that Lord fight. Nick Stain being separated by the wall. This was a perfect opportunity for the entirety of Rift Esports to just go over and just destroy the entirety of Vanguard. But they know this is a very late game. Luxion Stain, they're able to dish out a lot of damage. You've got the entropy as well. Look at where Asteris goes. Knowing that the Lord is getting that reset, goes over back to that base and tries to clear that minions a little bit faster. We've got Ding into the fray, trying to protect the, I wouldn't want to say it again, the Prime Minister Luxion Stain in this matchup right here. So Nick Stain wants to give a little bit more vision to understand that the minions are pushing in, but look at the timer. For those of you who have been living under a rock, the minions actually come out in 14 and 44 seconds respectively. So he needs to be able to make it there fast. He's got the power of nature, especially since his passive is next to the wall, increases his movement speed. He knows that he can make it there fast, but he doesn't have that damage. So this was a very big blunder. He might have been able to pull Chu over just because they were able to just give up that Lord fight, go straight for that end. But I guess there was a miscommunication right here. Just 7 seconds until the next minion wave spawns up. We've got Yuta down on the pit, got slowly trying to defend, desperately defend against the base. They know that something's amiss. Yuta is not within these team fights. A lot of damage being taken down by Nick Stain. He goes down. But then the rest of the damage and the defense are coming out from Ding. He actually uses, or Yuta rather, uses his wall charge to get closer to the base, but the minions was not there just because the minions actually spawned up from that 14-second mark. And that was where all hell broke loose. No Yuta, no Pancake. You've got 3 members, no front line. Melon's already used up his ultimate just to take down Nick Stain, and they wanted to prolong that team fight. They could have very well took down that Lord right when they saw Fanny in the base trying to desperately defend, but they were a little bit too slow. And they know, like I think Jace pointed it out in the game, was like the longer that Vanguard was actually able to stay in the fight and able to pull that Lord away, they were able to just sustain, heal everything back up. So this was a very, very long drawn out fight, but very nice layering, very nice engage coming in from Vanguard that turned the game around. So at the end of the day though, this is just all a theory, a game theory. And it's been a very, very interesting matchup right here. So I want to know how from the players themselves. So Cheryl, what do you got?
Thanks, Prof. Right now, I have Riston here beside me, coach of Vanguard. So tell us a little bit more about, this brand new Vanguard. It seems like every season there has been a little bit of a roster shuffle, with the exception of the Stain brothers being a staple. So why is this so?
I think every season we are trying to improve, so we bring in new people that are better.
They are better. So given this brand new lineup, how confident you are going into playoffs this season?
I think minimum top 4 this season to
Top
beat
4.
our first season record.
Okay. Top 4. It's a rather attainable goal. So ahead of you, who will you be placing in first, second, and third position?
Flash is definitely first. Maybe Evil in second.
Oh?
And Bleed in third.
Bleed
or
third.
RSG, it depends.
Okay, Bleed or RSG, and then you guys fourth. They're very humble,
Yeah.
So how do you feel about, your current roster, given that, you guys are constantly revamping and possibly this is your best roster yet? So, how do you feel about this current lineup?
I think a lot of things can still be improved. As seen today, the games aren't clean, so it's not our perfect form yet. We are not at our top form, so we will definitely come back with a better form right before playoffs.
Fantastic. So another question for you would be, you have been with the team since kind of like the start. So with that being said, what are certain key points and facts that you have learned along the way in the MPL scene, that you've carried on, that you'll apply here in Season 8 to cinch that top 4 position?
I think one thing was that last season when Yang Yin was around, he really imparted a lot of things, a lot of knowledge to me, and it's something that we will be implementing this season as well.
Right. So with the current meta and hero pools and itemization, do you think that works out in the favor of Vanguard?
We should be adapting to the meta. The players are pro players for a reason, so they should be adapting to the meta 24/7.
Fantastic. So thank you so much, Riston, and we wish Vanguard all the best. Hopefully top 4 and beyond.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, this is Riston, coach from Vanguard Esports. Now it's going to be another exciting match that's going to come up real soon, because we will be seeing the clash of the qualifiers. So yes, the next 2 teams that will be coming up will be the likes of Frontyardigans going up against HomeBois SG. Now these 2 teams have duked it out over at the Land of Dawn through the qualifiers and have made it right here to MPL SG Season 8. So who will emerge victorious? Let's stick around for match 4 happening at 5:30 p.m.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
Wow. I can't remember. What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one. I don't know. I forgot the last one. It's wrong, ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
You start one, right? What do you start?
Nibiru. I got nerve from my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Name me Charisma's second skill.
Okay, bro. Oh shit. Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one, eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know.
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard. Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
There you go.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow 2 is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Huh? I got it!
What the Shadow Key.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Shadow
Shadow 3 is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow 3 is correct.
Is there something in front? There's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing, it's not.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this, yeah.
Wait.
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy, ah. I don't know any skill.
Eternal Guard.
I try to guard Inky Boy. What we call different things. Inky Boy.
We say Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Eternal Guard.
It's something like right? I remember.
Eternal Guard.
Oh!
Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
Wow, I can't remember.
What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one. I don't know. I forgot the last one.
It's wrong ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
You start one, right? What do you start?
Nibiru. I got nerve from my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Can you name me Charisma's second skill?
Okay, bro.
Oh shit. Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one eh?
2, 1.
This I don't know.
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard.
Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Tornado.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow 2 is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Huh? I got it!
Shadow Key.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Shadow.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Yeah, Jess, what is shadow form?
Shadow 2 is correct.
Is there something in front? There's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing, isn't
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this, yeah.
Wait.
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy ah. I don't know any skill.
Eternal Guard.
I try to guard Inky Boy. What we call different things. Inky Boy.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Eternal Guard.
It's something like right? I remember.
Eternal Guard.
Oh! Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Name me the 4 weapons of Beatrix.
Wow. I can't remember. What?
So hard, that's so hard.
Wow.
Like the actual name?
The actual name?
I forgot the last one. I don't know. I forgot the last one.
It's wrong, ah.
You copied me.
The 3 is right, but I put Boyet.
You start one, right? What do you start?
Nibiru. Eh? I got nerve from my handwriting, but I got it.
I spell wrong, sir.
I don't know the name, but I can explain.
Can you name me Charisma's second skill?
Okay, bro. Oh shit. Name of a second skill. I don't even know. Hey, you play one, eh?
2, 1.
Just I don't know. I
Execution strike.
Oh, that's so hard. Oh my god.
Execution strike. That's crazy.
Tornado.
What is Hayabusa's ultimate?
Not easy, I still don't know.
Something shadow. Something shadow.
Okay.
Correct. Shadow 2 is correct.
No way I'm getting anything right.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Huh? I got it!
What the Shadow key.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Shadow.
Shadow 2 is correct.
Yeah, Chess, what is shadow form?
Shadow 2 is correct.
Is there something in front? That's like...
Yes.
That's not the thing, it's not.
Oh, okay. It's like Uyugi Shadow Kill or something. I don't know how to spell it.
Name me Mexana's out.
Wait, I know this, yeah.
Wait.
Wow. Mexana's ultimate. What?
3, 2.
It's crazy, I don't know any skill.
Tanoga.
I try to guard Inky Boy. What we call different things. Inky Boy.
We say, Lord, little Lord, small Lord.
Tanoga.
It's something like right? I remember.
Itanoga.
Oh! Oh my days. It's too easy.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Alrighty, and welcome back, guys, to MPL SG Season 8. And right now, we're at the final match of the day. Speaking of which, for the first to the third match for Week 1, Day 1, has all been a 2-0 clean sweep today. Now, what will happen right here for Match 4 itself as we see the clash of the qualifiers? These two teams that we'll be seeing next are no strangers to each other because they have been facing off each other in the qualifying stage to make it here at MPL SG Season 8, starting off with Vanguard. Now, Frontyardigans might be a brand new team that has made it through qualifiers, but the players are definitely not blended with some of the really existing and well-known Mobile Legends Bang Bang Pro League players and brand new faces who will go up against Frontyardigans. Now, this would be HomeBois SG. Now, very exciting stuff, and we're so excited to see HomeBois SG back here at MPL SG Season 8 once more. Now, when it comes to the HomeBois franchise, definitely it has got all the viewers very, very excited, especially with the dominance of their Malaysian counterparts. Now, how will the Singaporean counterparts of HomeBois SG fare? Let's see here in the clash of the qualifiers. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Clash of the qualifiers, indeed. Once again, my name is Jay. Joining me right here on the desk this time around is Moment and also Abstract. We'll be bringing you the action for this one, and hopefully we'll not be correcting any more names in this one.
Backyardigans? Mid-yardigans? Frontyardigans!
Hey, that could be their academy team. You never know. I think I saw a Backyardigan somewhere.
So I think previous season qualifiers, I think that it was the Backyardigans. Frontyardigans will eventually become Mid-yardigans if they are doing not so well.
So Mid-yardigans was an actual team that I casted the last few weeks ago. So I believe Gira was in Mid-yardigans, so it might be the academy team, you know, I'm not too sure.
Wait, you for real?
Yeah, Gira was in Mid-yardigans. They did not go through the top 4, by the way.
That's
like a mid.
Mid-yardigans.
Mid. But right now, this is the forefront of the Frontyardigans, right? A little bit confusing right there. But I think the most important thing is that Frontyardigans this time around is actually formed by kind of regular faces, especially if you've been following MPL Singapore for quite some time. Like, for example, Kirby coming back from Revival. You've also got the likes of Chesty as well coming back from Stillock as well. So, yeah, we're seeing some familiar names this time around, Abstract.
Sorry, come again?
We're seeing some familiar names this time around.
Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah, we have got them. And I think that we've got quite a lot of new faces per se as well. When it comes down to both sides. In fact, every time, new season, we have new faces.
Yeah, new season, new me, right?
Yes. But of course, other than new faces, Bong QT being one of the new faces per se, but not exactly too new to the community. We have always been heard of Bong, Bong, Bong everywhere. But for now, we also do have Vendetta that will be playing on the EXP lane, JH on the jungle, Chesty mid, Kirby roam, and Bong QT in the gold lane. The 5 of them is definitely going to be rocking it as Frontyardigans, and hopefully will be able to give us quite a show against HomeBois SG.
Yep, quite a showing, right? And don't forget, JH used to be from Asteris, right? One of the members of One Direction. I mean, the team that kind of got split apart and scattered all across the different teams, right? They've got presence in Bleed, they've got presence in the other teams as well. But let's take a look at HomeBois Singapore. This time around, they are also one of the qualifiers, trying it again in this season with a different team.
All right, so a completely fresh lineup coming in from HomeBois. Not similar to Season 7 at all. We have Hazard on the EXP lane, Astro on the jungle, Ryzen, okay, I believe this is a different Ryzen, on the mid lane as well. Kazuya, of course, someone that we're familiar with, on the roam, and R. Marcus on the goal lane. So in terms of information, right? We're severely lacking on HomeBois at this point. Okay. Like, I'm only familiar, like, if you're talking to me, I'm only familiar with Kazuya.
Yeah, definitely, right? If
Only
you guys
Kazuya.
follow the community scene, you've seen Kazuya everywhere. He's also been in Revival before, and you know,
as a sub, yep.
as a sub, of course, and he's been winning a lot of headphones.
Yes.
For Horizon, by the way, I actually bumped into the almighty Horizon just a few weeks ago. I'm like, bro, you know, somebody actually using your name? He's like, huh? Really? And I asked him to watch MPL Singapore, and yeah, this is the new Horizon. Also playing the mid lane this time around. Kazuya, instead of, based on our stats, he's going to be playing mid, but Kazuya is going back into the roam.
Yeah, so whenever I saw Kazuya in the mid, I was like thinking, what the heck is going on here? But I'm glad to be able to see Kazuya in his roam role. I think that this is definitely a lot more of his flavor, something that he's more comfortable with. So that is probably the main reason why I predicted against them. But I'm not too sure, you know, if how HomeBois will be doing, because like we said previously, we actually don't really have a lot of information on either one of these teams.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, let's see how comfortable they are roasting each other in this head-to-head video.
I won't be expecting much from them because they got a lot of new players, which they only have like Lotus, which was in the MDL scene in Omega. So I feel like it's very hard for one experienced player to guide all the 4 new players that has not been in the pro scene, especially when he's an import. So I won't be expecting much from them also. What I have seen, I fight against them last season, I feel that they lack a lot of communication. Like when a team is losing, there's no one to like cheer them up, like to bring the spirit back to come back against the other team. So with this season, I feel like they will face the same problem. Given their new roster, I think they will have the same result as last season.
I think HomeBois are gonna get bottom of the bracket because, as you saw in the qualifiers, we pretty much destroyed them without a challenge. I think we have an advantage against them because I played with Kazuya in many tournaments before. I know how he plays, and if you see the qualifiers, he pretty much didn't do anything.
It's not a surprise that Frontyardigans made it through to MPL. Their players, they have, I think, 4 ex-MPL from their team, from Chesty to Kirby to Vendetta, whose previous name was Tiny, and also JH. I think the biggest threat from Vanguard is actually JH and Bong, the carry of the team. I wasn't surprised at all when they qualified, as they have been playing together even before MPL from tournaments, and I was also playing with them, so I know exactly how they played. So yeah, there's no surprise there when it comes to them qualifying. So if I remember correctly, we went 1-2 against them in qualifiers at the upper bracket finals. There was a bit of taunting here and there with me and Bong QT, my friend. So he was saying about how he won us, and he's excited to face us again. I would say our team holds good chance against them, but we cannot count them out as they are also very good players. So I would say against them, I hope to do my best and take the win against them.
Yeah, FIG is a good team, very, very good team. But actually, we just respect for them and congrats to them because qualified to MPL. Then I just like to say to them is MPLQ just MPLQ. Okay. But for MPL SG, HomeBois SG will show some new gameplay and new setup. So for FIG, I think you just focus on your draft and gameplay, and we fight as a good team.
Lots of respect coming out from Kazuya and also Nakara, the coach of HomeBois Singapore, against Frontyardigans. In fact, there's a little bit of a relationship between Kazuya and also Frontyardigans. So what are you feeling about this?
Okay, so I feel that they have a lot of community players coming in from the side of both the Frontyardigans and HomeBois, right? They probably met each other before in the community. They probably played together, and knowing their patterns might not be enough because there's been a lot of meta shifts. There's been a lot of strength
changes to the heroes. A lot of people put different priorities on different heroes right now, and there's a lot of drafts that can work. So a lot of fresh drafts might be brought to light today.
Yep, let's see what the desk is feeling about this one, because it's going to be whoa. Okay, yeah, 2-0 for Frontyardigans this time around. Thank you very much for agreeing with me this time, right? Finally.
Well, thank you for
why
you agreeing with me.
Okay, so the thing is, I always like to see new faces in MPL SG. So when I give this prediction, I'm just hoping that it might be a case of, yeah, they're new and they're good, because they disregard the name tags, they disregard whoever that they're playing against. They're here for the competition, they're here to win. They don't have that loser's mentality, they are hungry for more. And that's what we need from MPL SG.
Yes, that's right. I think that's a very critical point that Mo brought up. But let's take a look as well about the audience. What are they feeling about this particular matchup? Because, whoa, 65% HomeBois Singapore, 35% from Frontyardigans. Do you have anything to defend yourself?
It's not about defense. It's about understanding how the HomeBois economy work. You know,
economy. Okay.
Because they have a monopoly of supporters. And rightfully so, right? HomeBois Malaysia, they are definitely sedap, very good team. But when it comes down to HomeBois SG, still relatively new team per se. And of course, when it comes down to the players themselves, they are relatively new. You kind of mishmash together and they, boom, HomeBois SG.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, there's arguments on both sides, right? I think during the head-to-head video, you also heard that Frontyardigans does have 4 ex-MPL players, albeit some from sub, but some were active for a period of time. But then you bring in, you know, HomeBois Singapore, where these are kind of almost fresh off the block, except for Kazuya. They have nothing left to lose. There's no way out. It's here where they'll form their name, or they'll just, no offense, but like they'll lose on this hill in order to form this.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that they are here to make a statement.
That's right.
Because they did. HomeBois SG, I feel that even though they did get relegated, I mean, they were one of the bottom few in Season 7, they set up structures for MPL SG that we've never seen before. The Roger was so prevalent until Anip, he brought out, I nearly call him Anip with the name, you know, Anip. He brought out the Moskov. And the Moskov becoming the counter to the Roger was one of the unprecedented picks that we saw in MPL SG, how the meta shifted. They were the ones who actually forefronted that. And it was really telling. It became Moskov an answer to Roger for the rest of the league.
Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into the draft very, very soon. I really love that point in where you brought back a nip, but this is a different HomeBois Singapore that we're looking at. And speaking about something different, let's take a look at the draft right now. Frontyardigans going up against HomeBois Singapore. Frontyardigans going for first pick. I love what Pacifist has built, has gone for. Ban away the Hylos, ban away the Zars. We don't really want to see these heroes. HomeBois Singapore, on the other hand, takes away the chip.
Yeah, but with that, right, there are still a lot of priority picks in the pool, right? That gives away the Angela, that gives away the Ling. That combo is still very much, it's still very much out there. Like, as much as you want to say you've not been seeing it, it's because either one of the components have been banned out or they're not playing for that win condition. But if a team chooses to play for that win condition, it's still a very strong win condition, right?
Yep. Frontyardigans, you know, the juicing is still available, up for grabs. Right now, it feels like, you know, both of these two teams are just chewing down a lot of these first picks, right? If you notice, most of the first picks that we've seen thus far, it's always like, you know, Rogers coming in for first pick twice, and then after that, some of them teams actually start with a Phobius pick.
Yeah, and something that I'm really interested to see right now, it's how JH will fit into this Frontyardigans matchup, right?
Yep.
Because Frontyardigans, I mean, JH, he's known for his Frederick. He's known for his tank jungle basis, you know. He is very good at the jungle on this tank meta. But now that we swapped into this assassin meta, how will JH play into this? Is he a secret assassin?
He could be. He could be a secret assassin. That's the whole point of being an assassin, right? Looking at MPLPH this season, right? Shout out to Reptar as well for helping me with this kind of stats. First picks most of the time for the side of the Filipino side is mostly Roger, right? And with a very high win rate. But Frontyardigans, because the Rogers have been banned away, they're forced to go for the Ruby first pick. Usually you see Rubies coming second pick, pick 6 times across like 54 games in MPL PH.
Yeah, Ruby is an extremely strong flex pick, works on the EXP lane as well. And we've seen teams put Ruby on the gold lane just to
just to hold and have that win condition in the form of the Ling, in the form of the jungler, any form of jungler being that late game win condition. So Ruby, very strong as a flex pick, very good opener. HomeBois, how do they respond though? They go for their Zusin. There's still Zusin to work with, right? I feel that Zusin is very reminiscent of a Vexana, right? You still need that front line. And Edith, really strong front line for her. Zusin does not work alone in the front line. As much as you want to pull out Lantern, you need somebody guarding her.
Yep, that Edith fills that role, right? The Earth Shadow and Onward will be able to peel for the Juicin as Juicin showers everybody with love or damage and then throws them around like a ragdoll in Toy Story 4. Frontyardigans right here. Now, Ruby is already secured by the side of Frontyardigans. They can go for the marksmen right here. And don't forget, there's also the Ling that's open, the Hayabusa that's also a prize possession that could bypass everything what the Edith wants to do, right? And then all of a sudden, that wall that HomeBois Singapore has built up for the Juicin completely gone. But seems like it's going to be a Mathilda coming back. That's Kirby. Used to play a lot of Mathilda back in the good old days, and Vexana selected for the side of Frontyardigans.
Alright, so with that Mathilda pick, right, what's telling to me, it's that you're still going to go for that tank
jungle.
Yeah, that tank jungle. Because you enable your tank jungle a lot more. But with that Vexana, yes, that's even more telling because Vexana, you need that frontliner. If you don't have a frontliner, Vexana is just a sitting duck.
Yeah, so JH is inching towards that tank jungle. Will we be able to see a Fredrin tank jungle when we've already never stopped? I haven't seen him for a long time.
Except that it might not be a Fredrin. In the event, if we actually see Frontyardigan drafting a Fredrin into a Juicin, I will just straight out just call Pacifist out and tell him to step down.
Yeah.
There's no.
Why are you?
It will be bad. It will be
Why are you
horrible.
so harsh? Because you should be demure, very mindful.
No, shut up. Shut up. It's kind of like counter Juicin 101, or rather play against Juicin 101.
Okay.
Never ever draft a Fredrin into a Juicin. In the event that they actually do that and it works, I'll step down.
All right, so see you next season, Alright,
back to the draft right here, boys. Frontyardigans bans away the X-Borg. HomeBois Singapore takes away the Alpha. I think, apart from the Fredrin, the Alpha actually fits exactly what JH wants to play. HomeBois Singapore continues to trim down the jungle pool because they've already secured the Hayabusa for themselves. Frontyardigans take away the Hanabi. Pretty standard right now, right? Especially for the Hanabi, especially if you are, on HomeBois Singapore's side. You just don't want to meet the Lolita and Hanabi combo.
Yeah, but I feel that HomeBois SG, in terms of draft patterns, they're missing the mark a little bit because the Minotaur is still available. The frontliners are still available for Frontyardigans.
Actually, one thing, right, I'm curious about is that most of the time we are looking at like a Lolita or a Hanabi ban from the second pick, second ban. Because the first, because when it comes to first pick, first ban, they can snap pick the both of them at the same time. In the event that HomeBois SG were to pick up the heroes, pick up like a Lolita, either one, the Lolita or Hanabi.
Then your combo is broken.
Then your combo is technically broken because Frontyardigans can steal it away, right? But at this point in time, would they really even try to steal it away? Like for example, HomeBois SG, if they take a Lolita, then the missing piece of the puzzle is a Hanabi. Oh no, sorry. If you pick up Hanabi,
either or, right?
In this case, missing piece of the puzzle, Lolita. Doesn't mean that Frontyardigans is gonna play Lolita on their side.
Unlikely.
Let's be honest here, right?
It's unlikely.
Interested in what Frontyardigans has secured for them. Will need to secure for themselves. If you take a look, there's not a lot of hard tanks, right? Pseudo tanks, most of the part. You got the Mathilda with the shields. You got Vexana with the Eternal Guard. Ruby with the life steal. Don't forget that Ruby can still go into the gold lane, so a lot of flexibility that Pacifist has gone for. But I'm excited for these two picks. That's a Terisla I hear, and that's also going to be a Link coming in from the side of Frontyardigans. JH,
okay.
He is a secret assassin, and not only just that, Frontyardigans will be going in with a full-on 2 fighter side lanes against HomeBois Singapore.
We're so wrong about the tank jungle.
Yeah, tank jungle is wrong, but Ruby gold lane, I was right. So 50-50, I got
sure, I'll give it to you.
Half and half.
Yeah, sure,
interesting.
I'll give it to you.
Interesting. Arlott being secured by the side of HomeBois Singapore as a roamer. They do. It's not going to be putting in the EXP hazard. Will be going with Edith for this one. And now, looking at the draft right here, Moment, which one do you favor?
Okay, so it's completely a battle of the jumps, right? Ling versus
Battle of the
Hayabusa,
jumps.
whether you can get the Zusin, whether you can get the Vexana. Because right now, Frontyardigans, they don't have a viable frontliner. Terizla is, of course, you want to initiate as much as possible. But in the early to mid stages of the game, Terizla, most likely, he's not going to be there. He needs the farm before he can work. And for Zusin, it's the same story as well. It's because Arlott and Edith, they are your frontliners for your Zusin, which will not be online strong enough for your early to mid stage guarding.
Interesting. We're going to go into game number 1 for this one. Like I said, from a very famous game, right? Sometimes the name people will not come to you, but they'll come to you to make that name, if you know that reference. I think I butchered that line very badly.
I have absolutely no idea how are they going to be using an Arlott in the middle lane to clear the way for a Jusin. I'm not too sure how...
Final slash.
And
level 1. Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. But at least one thing that we can see right now is that Ryzen is just straight out just going right in the face of the Mathilda and just poking her instead of just using her skills to just kind of clear the way, which is great. Something that I definitely do not want to see.
Yeah. It's going to be extremely hard on the pressure for Zusin, right? Given the fact that the priority in clearing the waves, it's so easy on something like a Aurora, something like a Vexana. Zusin just doesn't have that kind of priority.
Yeah, but Jusin definitely scales towards the later game. But hold on a second, JH.
Doesn't seem like he's gonna stay alive to the hands of Kazuya. This guy, boy oh boy, making quite a debut.
Look at me, I'm the carry now. Literally, Kazuya is the
assess it now.
I'm gonna assess it now, technically speaking. Ryzen still needs a lot more time. Kazuya just wrecking havoc on the bottom lane. Takes down JH. That's a massive momentum killer for the side from Yardigans.
Oh, Purify is popped too. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, that's a lot of utility gone from the side of Team Frontyardigans right there. And the kill onto Ling, that's just pivotal, right? 2 minutes in, you want your turtle, you want your level 4 as fast as possible. And Ling being hampered down like this, mid-game power spike is really hampered down by at least 30 seconds to 1 minute. And that's more time for HomeBois SG to just scale up this Moskov, make this macro gameplay work with the Moskov and Hayabusa playing the opposite sides of the map.
Interesting right now, Astro already hitting level 5. JH struggling to go over to level 4. No weird shenanigans coming on both sides. They're not interested into Turtle as of now. Just trying to get their level 4s as quickly as possible and then go in. But the biggest problem is the jungle gap between Astro and JH is astronomical, right? Level 5 versus level 4 red 3 damage is massive.
Yeah. It's going to be a first turtle fight, though.
Yep, immediately. Doesn't seem like we've got Vendetta that will be able to stay alive for a longer period of time. Ryzen brings him down almost immediately. And HomeBois takes the turtle by the hands of Astro. Just that simple. For the rest of Frontyardigans, they're going to have to pull back.
Yeah, that kill earlier just now really cost JH not only just that first blood, right, but also that turtle as well.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cracks in FYG's lineup right now, right? Because if you think about it, if you lose this kind of early game advantage so early already, who's going to guard your Vexana once the damage pulls through? Who's going to guard JH once the invasion pulls through? So there's a lot of mid-game holes that FYG, they will have to fill up sooner or later. And Bong QD needs to be the answer.
I think FYG is just tapping on the fact that they want to be that pseudo-tankiness, right? Remember, we talked about there's a lot of life skills right here from the side of FYG in the Ruby, and also to a certain extent the Terizla as well, the innate tankiness. Eternal Guard is also very helpful. Kirby will make sure that everybody from the side of FYG is safe. HomeBois Singapore, though, they're ramping up in terms of the damage and also the attacks. Don't forget, the Moskov scales crazily towards the later parts of the game. It's very hard to catch. And Kazuya already 101 in terms of the kill and KDA. Look at me, I'm the carry now.
In terms of just scaling alone, HomeBois SG, they got it down. Like, just disregard the Zusin, right? Look at every other character. Everything goes in a late game, but Final Flash
immediately just going to be pulling Bong QD in a pretty bad spot. But HomeBois SG, unfortunately, even with 4 members on deck, still didn't manage to bring a kill down on Bong QD. Well, it is a Ruby in the goal lane after all.
Yeah, they still take the flicker away from Bong, which is also very important in his combo, right? Flicker I'm Offended is one of the strongest wombo combos that you can use with Flicker, but now it's going to be for Frontyardigans this time around. They have to plug that hole just a little bit, especially at the bottom lane.
Yeah, and just going with the late game scalability that I was just talking about, if you look at just HomeBois SG raw lineup alone, right? If you think maybe 12 to 15 minutes, And once everybody's 6 item, it's just capped out on FYG. That's what I feel. But big team fight.
Well, immediately with the Purify being popped, Kirby is going to be the first one to taken down. The Spear of Distraction joins in, but Vendetta with the 3-man penalty zone. This is going to be catching on to Kazuya as well as Hazard. Hazard is going to go down to the hands of Vendetta, leaving Kazuya all alone to eventually be taken down. Surprisingly, Hazard didn't die.
Yep. Astro also secures the turtle for themselves. Yes, they had to trade like couple of lives for that one, but Frontyardigans at least got some gold going. But Astro right now, I think we talk about the jungle gap, right? 2 levels difference. I think JH realized that finding a turtle, contesting for turtle is not a good idea for Frontyardigans. They're looking for kills.
Yeah, winning that team fight there, crucial to FYG. But HomeBois got so much macro advantage off of that. Right, Marcus, he got the cold plating turret. He took down the turret as well on the Moskov 5 minutes in. That's your 3k gold advantage, almost like 1/3 of it right there.
Yeah, and that Moskov is going to scale, right? And now you unlock all markers to start to join the fight. Ryzen still looking for pickups right here. Potential pickups would be great. Right now, FYG needs to play a little bit safe.
Aggressiveness in the opponent's jungle right now would be great, especially since Purple Buff is available. But Kirby just goes straight in with the circling Eagle on the horizon, only to find himself in a very bad spot, taken down, and of course, immediately flung backwards. Vendetta goes in, of course, with the penalty zone as well. Did manage to land a pretty solid one, but unfortunately not quite enough for them to eventually bring them, kill down the HomeBois SG. All Marcus as well as Hazard's HP all the way down to the all-time low. JH as well as Bon Cutie will leave themselves onto Kazuya and finally bring him down.
It's a trade right here, but FYG, I think in this kind of trade, it's definitely still in the favor of HomeBois SG slightly, but because of the the shutdown goal, the bounty, it's definitely going to help FYG a little bit more.
Yeah, but you have to highlight the fact that it was a 5v4. Astro was in that mid lane, taking down that middle lane turret, getting that later stages advantage for himself, getting that macro for himself. And you know how scary a farmed Hayabusa can be. He can potentially jump almost everybody on FYG, just excluding Vendetta alone, right?
Looking at the map state right here, FYG at least crack open up top, but now the turtle has spawned up for both these two teams to contest. Astro is still ahead in terms of the levels right now. HomeBois Singapore right here feels like they're still in position to control the flow of the game, but FYG is finding those little cracks of HomeBois Singapore.
Yeah, but it's going to be harder and harder, especially when the Spear of Destruction is always online for HomeBois SG. Moskov can be there at a moment's notice. The mobility from the Hayabusa is extremely scary to work with. And the fact that Susin, she can play so unabated at the front line is just telling to the fact that JH lost that early game advantage, right? That Ling cannot be that jumping factor on the Susin, cannot burst her down anymore.
Yeah. Right now, HomeBois Singapore, I don't know, setting up an ambush. Looking at JH knows something is amiss, has to pull back just a little bit more. Vendetta, it's been really great in terms of, landing those critical penalty zones, right? So I think that's something that Frontyardigans can work with, but don't forget, HomeBois Singapore, they do have a Kazuya on the Arla. One final slash, one wrong move, Frontyardigans will be over.
Yeah, and FYG, they just have to continue the game plan, right? Continue to put their eggs into the JH basket, because that's the only form of physical damage that they are going to have. Because
consistent.
Yeah, they don't have a traditional goal laner. It is a Ruby after all, and what a Ruby wants to be doing is to keep on fighting. Meanwhile, JH, he needs the space. He needs to keep on farming.
Battle of Assassins right here at the bottom lane, but it could be a potential clash up top instead. The Astro and JH just going Mexican duelists right here, but hold on a second, Kirby.
Immediately right into the hearts of HomeBois SG. All Marcus doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. In the meantime, this fight from the side of Frontyardigans just pretty much seems like a retaliation strike against HomeBois SG. In the meantime, middle lane, Astro takes a game against JH. That game was definitely not looking good. That 1v1 went over to Astro still.
It feels like, Astro just typed against JH in no chat, 1v1 me down bot. And they moved that all the way to mid, whereas FYG is trying to deal some damage up top against HomeBois Singapore. They couldn't find anything.
Yeah, and I love HomeBois' strategy right now, right? They know FYG's win condition. The win condition is completely on the link for physical damage. And Astro is permanently on JH duty. He's just playing Mark Your Man. So he's just marking JH all the way, making sure that JH does not get this macro space.
And Vendetta flickers himself away just so that he won't be hit by that of Shadow. HomeBois SG, aggressiveness is all across the board, and Frontyardigans, despite having a double fighter in the side lanes, they're not going online at all.
Yeah, all Marcus has come online, right? You start to see his attack speed is really really disgusting, and you want to try to run away from Jusin. No, Jusin will try to pull you all the way back. So FYG right here, well, no contest for the Lord, gets busted down by HomeBois Singapore, and now FYG needs to look for the defense.
Yeah, FYG, they have a very uphill battle. A very scary uphill battle.
Riding uphill.
Yeah, man.
On a bicycle without a gear.
They are theoretically looking for at least a 4 to 5 man Eternal Guard into penalty zone for this to work.
Shall see whether FYG was able to deliver that one. The Ling JH decides to go for a bit of a split push instead, bottom, just to buy some time.
Yeah, he has to do this because at this point, JH is completely the only factor that's keeping FYG in the game right now. Because if you think about it, there's no other physical damage that will come through. Magical damage, yes, they have the Vexana to hold. But once it falls to 15 minutes, 12, 15, it's definitely going to go there because no one is going to end it anytime soon. But once it goes there, he's the only factor.
Ryzen did most of the damage earlier just now, if you noticed. Right here, it's just going to be HomeBois Singapore sieging it up. Holy defense, the only one that's standing in the way against FYG. They try not to proc it, but it will be procced, unfortunately. The Lord still marching down bottom lane. HomeBois Singapore looking to close this one up.
Oh, Tempest of Blades being forced out. Won't have it for this next team fight, HomeBois SG. They want these inhibitor turrets.
Oh, Flicker coming in all the way through. Well, in the meantime, Hazard doesn't seem like he's able to start something up here. Bottom lane, the Lord takes on the bottom lane, and of course, the inhibitor turret did manage to take a little bit of a beating, but the one that really took the whole brunt of it is the middle lane.
Yep, mid lane cracked open as well. That was only the first Lord. Item checks as well. You're seeing Hearthstone's Berserker's Fury being built over to JH. But look at all Marcus, 9k in his pocket already. Full on build, does have the Wind of Nature to protect any form of damage. All of a sudden, JH needs to play it smart against this Wind of Nature.
He has to go for the Jusin, right? That's the only target that's available for him right now. And that's just such a limiting factor because now what HomeBois SG they have to do is just protect Jusin. And meanwhile, your Moskov, you can play as unabided as you want. You can just be a tyrant, just run around with your Wind of Nature. It's just a hard game plan for FYG.
You know, when you say that, immediately my mind is like, oh, this Moskov just running around. Hey, I got Wind of Nature. Oh, chase me, chase me. And JH is like trying to chase him down to the ends of the because don't forget, Moskov can always split push very easily. Spear of Destruction brings him back into the team fight easily.
Provider he lands it.
And HomeBois Singapore makes it easier to land.
2-man penalty zone on all markers, and doesn't seem like we'll be able to see much from the side of FYG. And 3-man got knocked up immediately from the side of HomeBois SG. And with 4 members taken down, Kirby, last one man remaining. Circling Eagle wasn't able to do much at all. HomeBois SG very decisively manages to take this game while Hazard goes all the way up front.
Yep, and now we talk about this one, right? HomeBois Singapore, this is a team, a name. And now they finally made a name against ex-MPL players from the side of Frontyardigans. HomeBois Singapore, what a game, especially Kazuya. Literally swept Frontyardigans right underneath the rug with this one final slash.
Yeah, and HomeBois SG really proving to us, right? Like, we still have the structures to make things work. But I feel that FYG, they put their eggs too much on that JH basket, right? They were just hoping that Ling was going to be the answer. I've seen team comps like this, but it was like possibly one of the best Lings in the world. We're talking like people like Sakai's, who's like super good on the Ling, but JH, I don't feel that he matches up. He feels those shoes. And yeah, that's just very scary.
So, are you saying that he should stick to his tank junglers?
I'm not saying that he should stick to his tank junglers. I mean, it does work, but maybe don't put everything on that JH basket. Yeah.
So technically speaking, the flexibility from the Ruby eventually did bite them in the rear, as even if the game were to drag on to a little bit later on, you know, even in this draft, they still wouldn't win. Early game, they wouldn't win.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, Frontyardigans earlier just now losing that link in the start really put a lot of problem against HomeBois Singapore, because after a while you start to realize FYG is literally trying to play catch up with tomato sauce.
Yep.
catch up, get it? Okay, but ladies and gents, let's take a look at the MVP for HomeBois Singapore. It's definitely going to be Kazuya sweeping, literally using the final slash to sweep Frontyardigans right underneath the rug. Please don't kill me.
Yeah. So Arlot just doing an extremely good job, right? We weren't expecting Arlot to be that good, given the fact that you are paired together with a Jusin, but Kazuya made it work. With that final slash available and everything else, he just forces out the team fights that is totally not in Frontyardigans' favor at all. Yeah, so, I believe there's a bit of a murder scene going on a bit in the desk right now. Yeah, so...
Sorry, I'm trying.
Stop. Yeah.
All of your
Everything's fine, though.
Sorry. Okay,
everything's
no
fine.
more of these puns.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, everything's fine over here at MPL SG. Jays is
in deep trouble.
He's fine.
Yeah, it's
I
completely
have
fine.
to be fine, right?
Yeah, you're fine. Right? Tell them you're fine.
I'm fine.
Blink if you need help.
Fine. I'm actually fine, but ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the game stats. I'm trying very hard not to crack puns because it comes out naturally. I'm sorry, Abstract. But let's take a look at this one, right? Like, the Frontyardigans that game, like what I mentioned, did not pay off. They're really lacking in terms of damage as well. Consistent DPS. Yes, Chessie was able to land down the punishment from afar, but you know, if HomeBois Singapore just goes in, just constantly outlasting them, and Astro, wonderful play right there, right? Just finding all these opportunities, even go for the Sea Halberd as well. And if you notice, it's just Sea Halberd from Astro, Dom Eyes from Hazard, Kazuya on the Dom Eyes as well, Glowing One for the Horizon. They're out to anti-regen against FYG, who's all about regen.
Yeah, and what is the contingency for FYG, right? If you look at the draft that's coming in, there is no contingency, right? In terms of if you have an extremely good Link player, right? The contingency is to
have a good Link player.
Yeah, it's to just trust me.
God.
Trust me, even if we fall behind, I got this. Even if we do fall behind, I got this. Because right now, if you take a look at your lineup, everything is on JH at this
It's
point.
all played around JH. I mean, there is definitely a lot of times where we saw Vendetta actually managing to go in with very good penalty zones.
Yeah.
But we don't, of course, when it comes down to Tempest of Blades, if you want to send people up into the sky, there is the delayed gratification. But in the meantime, when it comes down to Chesty, I think whenever we see that penalty zone, I expect more from Chesty. You know, the Turtle Guard, or perhaps even when it comes down to the hand.
The grass.
The grass.
Yeah, the grass onto my neck earlier just now. I'm still feeling it.
That's all Vexana, man.
Yeah, all Vexana. But okay, we also have to take a look at the emblems thus far. I think it's all standard, especially for Warcry, being the flavor of the month for these assassins, especially for Link and also the Hayabusa. I really love this Hayabusa play coming up from HomeBois Singapore because you have free access, especially to Chesty, or to a certain extent, you'll be able to juke around that Link going into these team fights.
Yeah, and in terms of just execution alone, like I feel that having that Hayabusa, having that Moskov, right? They have that, if one doesn't make it, the other will. So they have at least some form of a hedge fund where they just put it aside. Yeah, and Astro is like, yeah, if you don't get the farm, I'm gonna get the farm.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the farm, right? And we also talk about the gold. Also take a look at that gold translate into that damage. 11-18k in the favor of for the side of HomeBois Singapore. Mo, it's just right there.
Yeah, it's just extremely scary to see what HomeBois SG have brought to the table, given the fact that FYG, they do have 4 ex-MPL SG players, right? 4 ex-MPL SG players up against completely new to MPL SG.
Yeah.
And this is so nice to watch because it's really out of nowhere. You don't know where these players are from, and if they were up against someone else, what might they bring?
You know, Mo and Abstract, you know what this reminds me of, especially you, Abstract. HomeBois Singapore, especially this roster, reminds me of Team Evil just a little bit. Remember when they just debuted? You don't know who the heck they are. They showed up.
But they made it work.
They made it work. And this is where, you know, HomeBois Singapore is just cemented, hey, we shouldn't be looking down on them already. Astro is performing phenomenal in terms of his gold. He's been finding all these assassinations. And then after that, apart from that, the Kazuya factor going in for the side of HomeBois Singapore. He does have his bite, especially on this Arlot. And of course, the carry goes over to the side of this Jusin, which is played by Ryzen. And of course, it's just shower people with love, pull people in, damage them, kill them off.
Yeah, and these are consistent players, right? FYG players, they've been in MPL SG for a reason. They are consistent players. They know how to make things work. They know how to get the comeback going. And for HomeBois SG to take one match of them, that's huge.
That is. It's definitely going to go into this momentum, right? Because imagine when you're very new to the scene, especially for the side MPL, or even when you're coming from MDL, there's also a bit of a pressure, right? There's a little bit of slight difference there, even though it's MPL Singapore. I think most importantly is this definitely go into to pump that momentum, pump into that fuel as to escalate into, you know, certain glory.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the day, it really just boils down to who's going to be the one that takes away the series, right? The series point is definitely a lot more important, but with the way that HomeBois SG has been paving the way for us, it's pretty fair to say that they are on a high road to victory. And for Frontyardigans, they probably need to iron out some creases somewhere.
Yeah, Kazuya right there, wonderful sweep, was able to push Bong right underneath. I feel like this is just not only, this is not a match highlight, right, of that particular game. This is a Kazuya highlight right here, right? All his sweeps, especially that last one, that last game fight that sweeps 3-4 members from the side of Frontyardigans. It's just beautiful to watch. And even though right now he's pulling a lot of D's attention away, Astro was able to secure the turtle for themselves.
Yeah, and that's exactly what HomeBois' game plan was. They know that they had that late game scalability, right? They can lose all the team fights they want. As long as their Moskov and their Hayabusa does not die, make sure that they get the macro gameplay going, or at least they're dealing some form of damage in the backline. They essentially just win the game. But it just got expedited. Expedited so hard.
This one.
Oh, that
Flicker
pull.
ultimate.
Oh.
Absolutely beautiful. It sets up Ryzen so easily, right? Especially when they're so stuck up together, and Hazard goes in and he earns himself a triple kill. Look at me now. I'm a Roman, but hey, I can do damage.
Total 6:2:5 by the end of the game.
Yeah.
This guy knows no boundaries.
He plays it all out like an EXP laner.
Technically, yeah. I don't even know where that came from, but hey, it definitely did work out for them pretty darn effectively. But the question is if whether Frontyardigans is even gonna be able to, you know, give HomeBois SG that kind of run again.
Yep, we're gonna go over to Professor Churros just a little bit in a small little segment of the drawing board.
A jungle who's able to just come in and clear it out. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna restart again. I was just talking about the draft. We're talking about the Terizla and Ruby side lane combos, very, very popular in Singapore, or MPL Singapore, so to speak. But the issue with this is you need to be able to pair this up with a jungler who is able to match up with the rotations that come in. But the fact of the matter is the cross-map plays that basically HomeBois brings to the table was a little bit too much for JH to come online. That first blood over on by Kazuya onto JH actually made a lot of disaster move. And the breakdown of the downfall rather of the entire draft was just because Ryzen was there. Every single time Bong QD goes in, or even the Terizla Vendetta comes into play, Ryzen's there using a pepper spray and just pushing everyone away. And I think that this is just a really, really interesting fact we want to bring out with the draft. And I think with this entirety of that draft, they just lack that range. There's no one to go straight to that back line. There's no one to just deal massive amounts of damage, and because you have a front line. And this was one of the entirety of that breakdown of, I think it was communication for the most part, just because you have 4 members of HomeBois just situating at the bottom side. You got a Hayabusa up on that top lane, but the rest of the team of Frontyardigans, they're actually rotating towards that bottom side, where they could have been able to just rotate towards that Lord, secure the area around that Lord, just because Vendetta and Kirby are nearby. And with the Matilda, you're able to pull Vendetta out of harm's way. And just like that, they just wasted that Lord. JH actually prioritizing that orange buff, just before the Lord is there. Bone Cutie doesn't have vision on the rest of the team. JH wants to prioritize this orange buff instead of the neutral objective, which he's able to take. But at the end of the day, it's a little bit too late because once JH takes that orange buff, the rest of HomeBois, they're ready to fight. They're ready in position. They're pushing everyone back. And there was just no contest for this Lord. And I think this was the pivotal one where they took down every single thing. I just have to bring this up. Vendetta sets his sights up on All Marcus. At the end of the day, though, lands a beautiful penalty zone, but the follow-up from the rest of the team just wasn't there. The ideal situation is you get Vendetta go in with the penalty zone, Chesty comes in with an Eternal Guard, and then chain CCs with Bong Cutie's spins with his I'm Offended, but it was a little bit too slow for the rest of the team. Marcus was able to just dash out of the way, and this was the point where Astro gets out of position. All Marcus dashes out of the way. Kazuya, he sees the right opportunity. He goes down. And this was just a beautiful play. He knows that all 4 members are up there. Actually, they didn't even have to go for it. Kazuya could very well go straight for this minions because there was no way that they were able to go back to defend. And Kazuya actually gets that nice little sweep at the end of the day. There's 4 members, actually 5 because Kirby used to Purify. And the rest, as they say, is history. This was just game 1. Lots of improvements coming up from HomeBois. Can't wait for game 2. Boys, over to you.
Over to us indeed. Thank you very much, Professor Churros, on that one. And really, I'm really glad to see a lot of improvement for the side of HomeBois Singapore, right? This is a brand new team, and speaking about brand new, the players are brand new, almost brand new as well. So I'm really excited to see what other things that we can see, especially in the lights of Astro, in the lights of All Marcus as well. They were kind of stable all throughout, and that's very important.
Yeah, and I'm just tired of everyone calling me a boy today. So yeah, Cheryl called me boy, and I'm a grown man.
Yeah, how old are you? Mo man, not mo boy.
I'm mo man. I'm mo boy.
Yeah, but you know what? What I can do for you instead is not to call you a man. I'm just calling you a boy, but I will give you a bit of a hungry and break for you as you level up your meal break with the Chicken McCrispy as well. All you have to do is order that one on McDeliver. It has never even tastier, and that's not all, because there are 1,000 in-game diamond up for grabs for you and your squad as well. Go on and call him a moment.
Yeah, man eats Chicken McCrispy.
And
not
Moment
boys.
will buy us Chicken McCrispy because we started calling you Moment.
Yeah, I'm happier with a Chicken McCrispy. You can't go wrong, right?
You can't go wrong. Can never go wrong as well. But so thank you very much, McDonald's, for actually sponsoring and helping us once again for MPL Singapore. I was just craving for McDonald's earlier just now during the break. Every time when we see those ad-libs coming back up, but of course we have to talk about game number 2 already. Game number 2. Will HomeBois Singapore continue on to be, you know, as dominant as game number 1 earlier just now as compared for Frontyardigans? Do you think Pacifist has something cooked up this time around?
Don't know. But one thing that's cooking up is I'm going to go to McDonald's app and probably use my 1,200 points to get $10
I thought you had 3,600 points.
Yeah, but it takes 1,200 points to get $10 off of your McDelivery order.
Okay, no more calculations anymore, ladies and gents. Yeah. We're going to go into the drafting phase right here. This is game number 2. Can you help me order? Thank you very much. We talk about the draft.
Hey, me too, bro.
Singapore going in. Nakara drafts, bans away, and then Roger, FYG continues on with that chip ban. You can start to see a little bit of a tension, a little more, maybe a sigh of relief for side Kazuya, right? Especially game number 1, he performed well on that R-Lot.
Yeah, but the pressure's not off yet. And now that FYG, they have shown that the game 1, right? They were going for this kind of different gameplay. They can completely switch up the tables. They can completely just turn the script around because we know what they are capable of. And HomeBois SG, they might have shown everything that they could have.
Definitely, they can turn the thing around. Sorry, and that's not a pun, hopefully. For the side of Frontyardigans, right, they're going to ban away that Juicin. HomeBois Singapore goes on to that, Julian. Frontyardigans definitely felt the pain coming up from the Juicin, but what we're looking at is potentially a Hylos and a Zask ban.
That's that's still in the pool, right? Right.
Oh, yeah.
Hylos, Zosk in the pool. So, yeah, Hayabusa still in the pool as well. I mean, Hayabusa, I believe, is one of the strongest and most mobile assassins at the moment, especially if you can play him.
Alpha ban.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. They're going to force the issue onto Pacifist.
On the JH.
Yeah, not only just that, onto Pacifist as well. Now you have to pick one. You either take the Hylos or you take the Zosk, right?
Yeah, so Hylos, Zosk,
Ruby, Edith, Link, they're all available as well.
Frontyardigans.
It's super open. Roger. Oh, okay, Roger's banned.
Roger's got.
Yeah.
So many things that's
Thank
really
God.
up for grabs, right? In the previous
Oh, yeah,
game,
you guys hated it.
Just now for the side of HomeBois Singapore, it's about the R-Lot. It's going to be Pacifist confirming and handshaking right here. It's going to be Hayabusa banned from the side of Pacifist or Frontyardigans. HomeBois Singapore now in the pickle. I think they go for, do they go for Zosk or do they go for the Hylos?
Likely a Hylos pick.
Likely
right?
the Hylos.
Yeah,
pick.
Hylos is way more versatile than Zosk.
Yeah.
Zosk requires search and win conditions.
And you also will be countered by the opponents if they were to pick up the Hylos, which is not what you want to do.
Yep, definitely. No-brainer right there. Nakra
pony.
will pick up that pony
from hell.
Hell, but this time it's a pony from home because HomeBois Singapore, right? Pony for hell is because it's NIP
Diablo.
Flash and Diablo as well.
Yeah.
But Frontyardigans this time round, I think even if they're not supposed to pick a Zosk, I fear they might force themselves to pick a Zosk
Because you will end up just giving the Zosk away, right?
Correct.
It's kind of like an either-or. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
You pick up the Zosk, you get countered. You don't pick up the Zosk, they take the Zosk.
Sorry, yeah, that's right. So Nakra in that particular pick force Pacifist this problem right now. Do you go for the Zosk or do you give it over to the side of Nakra?
If they are going for the Zosk, right, I believe a very strong composition to pick it with would be a Harif. Having that Zayman's Force on top of that Glorious Pathway might be a counter. But instead, they go for a Ruby.
Yeah, fair. I can definitely dig that. When it comes down to R1 and R2 picks, especially if Zosk or Hylos is not available, it's relatively fair to say picking up a Edith as well as a Ruby are all very good idea. One thing that I kind of missed out is, of course, Phoveus as well. I think previous game it has been banned, so we didn't really quite get to see Phoveus. But with Phoveus being given away to the side of HomeBois SG, they can definitely just hunker down and really take the game right into their hands, going up against the Zosk, no issues.
Heated talks right here, if you can see Kazuya just talking, communicating what he wants to pick. Especially playing around this one. It's going to be a Aurora coming up from side of HomeBois Singapore.
Yeah, but where is the Phoveus and the Hylos going to go, right? Is one of them on the roam?
Nah, Phoveus going in the EXP. Hylos could go into the roam.
Yeah.
Right, so this kind of sort of defines what HomeBois Singapore wants to go for. So we're going to go for the side of Frontyardigans right here. Do they go for something else? Now they've got Aurora to deal with any form of dives. Frontyardigans, are they going to handshake that one?
Yeah, so it's a bit harder, right? Right now, HomeBois SG, if Hylos is on the roam and it is confirmed that it's on the roam, FYG's game plan becomes much more simpler because roaming Hylos is not as strong as the EXP Hylos. So I believe that's the carry, right? Yeah, so Frontyardigans, they do pick up the gold laner right now. Now that they have the carry, that's a completely different story from game one already. It's not a Ruby gold lane for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they have that late game hedge fund.
Yep.
Right.
So Pacifist right here, you draft a carry, you need to ban a, you usually should ban a Harif right off the bat because that's easily counted, easily counters the carry. This carry is also going to work wonders against Hylos, kind of decent against a Phoveus, but bad against Aurora because especially Flash and Glacier as well, you're just going to get stunned up because of how close range that carry is. The ban out, Pacifist will ban out the Nolan for the side of for FYG. HomeBois Singapore immediately snap bans a Tigger right off the bat.
Yeah, Tigger really strong, working together with the Zosk and the Ruby, of course. But thing is, if you don't ban at the Harif, it's so good for HomeBois SG as well. Like what you were saying, right? It's so good for HomeBois SG to the fact that because they have that Glorious Pathway, they have that Hylos control zone, together with the Zayman's Force, that's just zone on top of zone.
Zayman Force itself, just stepping into Zayman's Force, debuffs the opponents by movement speed, right?
Slows it down.
So if you kind of stack it together with the Glorious Pathway,
you're just slow-mo, man.
Absolute slow-mo.
FYG caught it. They're gonna have to take that away. I think it's probably like a wasted ban slot to a certain extent because they're forced to go for the carry. HomeBois Singapore, though, right now they could continuously to lock down on more roams. What is on the table right now? Potentially a Kufra, potentially a little bit more like a Minotaur as well, right? Or now they're gonna take away the Terizla instead. So spreading the ban pool out wider just a little bit to catch at the very least like these critical roamers and also EXP laners.
Hanabi and Lolita is leaked out. And HomeBois don't have a goal laner and a roamer.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Please.
Oh boy. FYG goes for the Guinevere.
Make it happen.
Yeah. I think it's exactly what they needed, right? But then again, they've already got unless they bring a Hylos to the jungle.
Yeah, so
the Hylos in the X. Oh no, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Could be possible.
Hylos jungle can definitely work, right?
They can go for that one, but no, HomeBois Singapore, no fancy-pantsy. Is going to go back into something more standard, old, reliable. Moskov will be selected by the side of HomeBois Singapore. Should be a-okay dealing with the carry as well, but now we're taking a look at the jungle from the side of HomeBois Singapore. Which one would they go for?
There's a lot still available.
What's that?
Oh, Ling. Yeah, so yeah,
I was voice line is
yeah, why does the Ling sounds like an obnoxious circus act?
And FYG, they're just going for damage on damage. So Dyrov, Guinevere.
Okay.
Guinevere jungle for the side of FYG. We haven't seen this in a while.
Yeah, it
ever
kind of
since
feels
Hades,
like a Hades thing, right?
Ever since Hades dropped it off. But do you build tank for this one, or do you build full-on damage because you could just easily jump onto somebody and then burst them all the way down? But there's Tempest of Blades. There's also Fraser Glacier that you have to deal with. All this dive comp for the side of FYG has to be a little bit careful. You have to time it well.
Yeah, I was hoping for something like the likes of a Yuzong, who's Char Residue. It does a great job versus Phoveus and of course Hylos as well in terms of the 1v1 situation, right? But
they just want an answer for the front to back. Yeah. They just really want to deal with the Hylos. They do not want to allow such a thick pony just casually just walk around everywhere. Even though they have a carry, they understand that they can't exactly put a carry right in front of a Hylos because of the short range that carry has.
Yep, he's going to have to take a look. And it's game number 2, where the Frontyardigans will be able to salvage what they did in game number 1, or would it be HomeBois Singapore finally starting the regular season stronger this time as compared to last season?
Yeah, completely different HomeBois compared to last season. Completely new roster. And well, they've shown
everything's new.
Yeah, they've shown us in game 1 what they can do, right? Whether or not the momentum is sustained in game 2. Meanwhile, FYG, they do need a wake-up call.
Yeah, perhaps this is the particular game, or perhaps this could be the series. They may come back even stronger tomorrow. It's really hard to tell. Vendetta, even though the Dyrov has changed slightly, instead of getting more shred, you have a little bit more survivability. That, in my opinion, kind of removes the identity of the Dyrov, in my opinion. But right now, what's the Dyrov supposed to do if it's HomeBois Singapore Simon drop?
Yeah, I'm extremely interested to see what this Guinevere is going to play as well, together with the Dyrov, right? Guinevere, Dyrov, I mean, they are known for being like just steamrollers and smashers. Meanwhile, they require a lot of farm for it to work, though.
Yep, not only just require farm, right? Dyrov needs to have a very good early game, right, in order for him to roll out of control. But Hazard on that Phoveus is actually controlling, making sure that Vendetta doesn't really have any form of kill advantage going in. And now JH jumping onto Astro just a little bit. We'll dodge for now, but still, both teams are just still feeling each other's out.
Yeah, still very slow game coming in. 2 minutes in, we will see the trolls spawning up really, really soon, though. And this is where it gets really crucial, because you want to get that level 4 on your mid laner as fast as possible for this turtle fight.
Interesting thought process coming up from HomeBois Singapore as well. Astro goes for the killing spree instead of the War Axe, War Cry coming in.
Jumping in immediately right down, but it doesn't seem like Hazard will be able to stay alive for that long. He's still okay though. Surprisingly for FYG, they did manage to land a Violent Requiem on Hazard, but damn, he's fine.
Yeah, Ryzen just landing down the damage with just one ultimate. All of a sudden FYG loses at least half HP. Even though Ryzen goes down right there, does have a secondary life, but that allows HomeBois Singapore to quickly build up a lot of space for the turtle pit.
Yeah, and this free turtle going in for HomeBois SG. Given the fact that they just forced out that team fight, they just did not get that kill. Still, HomeBois SG, they just took that mistake away and then just got that turtle.
Marksman number 4, Astro, just wants to keep slashing and dicing and just outputting in terms of the DPS. And then after that, you go for even more sustainability on the killing spree, right? So this is a very different lane that we see thus far. Usually go for the walk, right? Like what I mentioned.
This is a greedy lane.
It is greed lane. It's gonna be yeah, it's not even going for, you know, ice retribution. Even go for the more damage retribution as well.
Flame retribution.
Yeah, even more damage. He's really greeding for it, and right now, whether it's paid off, not too sure as of yet. But give him one kill, he's gonna snowball even harder than your usual links.
We shall eventually see whether that is even going to be the case, right? But looking at how this game is going on through, right? FYG definitely have got a lineup that we don't really quite expect. What exactly are we looking out here? What's the main win condition?
JH lands a knock-up, everybody go boom.
I mean, different from the previous game, they have more fallback options, right? They got Bomb QD to funnel the farm on. Vendetta can actually get the farm as well. JH, of course, going for the Thunderbelt, I mean, is a pretty new playstyle where you want to go in, just be that primary CC factor. So you want to just slow, you want to provide CC and slow, despite the fact that you might not have spatial migration, you might not have Violet Requiem. That Thunderbelt just gives you an additional slow factor, provide that utility jungle as a Guinevere.
But he's being built by Vendetta already. Slow factor, maybe JH pivoting back to his old ways, right? Going into a slightly more, but hold on a second, fight.
Immediately onto Kazuya, snatch him right in. The glorious pathway popped, but unfortunately not quite enough to survive just yet. JH takes the first blood over the life of Kazuya.
Yeah. Pretty nice though. You can see the amount of damage from FYG, but hold on a second, there's a lot more team fight right here. Vengeance already popped.
And Hazard immediately goes down despite the fact that the Vengeance was popped. Astro goes in hoping that he'll be able to steal away the turtle, but wasn't able to do quite so. Goes for the 2 swords and taken down by the hands of Von Cutie. The Frigid Glacier did land, but not quite enough as the gratification came in a little bit late. Kirby with the I'm Offender plus Flicker combination pulls Ryzen all the way to the river line. And of course, that is a kill for the side of Vendetta.
That's the damage that FYG was looking for, right? Like, this is the whole point of their roster. JH to Pew, and then after that, Vendetta and everybody else from the side of FYG does the damage. And not only just that, they actually brought everybody from the side of FYG to deal with this turtle. Let's take a look at the items right here. Yes, that's a Thunderbelt. We've confirmed that earlier just now. For the side of JH, the Corrosive side already started build up for Bomb QD, going even for more. And this is basically FYG power spikes right here that we're talking about.
Yeah, and that's why I always favor the EXP Hylos over the roaming Hylos, because that Glorious Pathway does not give you as much space, as much soaking capability, because you do not have the farm to make it work. It gives your team, it gives the other team a lot more breathing space. So FYG made use of that breathing space, took down the Hylos early, and they get the advantage for himself.
Yeah, especially since it's something that they can do. Vendetta versus Astro, and Vendetta is still surviving just by a sliver. Almost seemed as though he could recoup all his lost HP, but hey, it is still going to be a death from the side of Vendetta. Kazuya once again popped the Glorious Pathway. He's going to be safe and sound for now, as FYG huddled together and constantly wants to look for more kills.
It's definitely safe and sound until Bon QD starts building that golden staff, right? He's going to just get shredded. That's why Kazuya wasn't able to survive all of that one. FYG does have an answer for the high loss, but what about the rest of HomeBois Singapore? Do they have an answer for Astro?
Oh, they do find Astro trying to recall away in this bush here. And yeah, in terms of having the damage, FYG, they definitely do have the damage. But HomeBois SG, they also have the late game scalability, right? They have that Moskov, they have that Link. They can play the macro game if they are losing the team fights. So they can potentially drag it out into a longer series and pull things in their favor once they get the power spike. It's still 6 minutes into the game. It's still very early days.
I'm mostly just very curious, how is Ling gonna work on to his prioritization, right? If you're going for Bong QD only, is that really gonna be enough? Or are you gonna try going for Vendetta, which technically he did, but by the skin of his teeth?
Yeah, and Vendetta, right, can easily just return that kill, so Astro has to play it smart. But speaking about smart, it's going to be FYG. Sending down camp around the turtle pit right now. HomeBois Singapore, they're not going to try to fight it, they're just going to give it over to the side of FYG.
I think for HomeBois SG here, like where you're talking about the target prioritization for the Ling, right? For Ling, I feel that if you can kill the Vendetta, if you can kill Dairoth, That's a lot of pressure removed, but here we have it.
I'm offended, connected down to Hazard, who goes right in for the Inferno Pursuit. 3 Inferno Pursuits and 4 Inferno Pursuits, and even managing to get a kill down to the Kirby before he himself goes down. Kazuya takes a kill down to the Chesty. It's a 1-for-2 trade, and both teams goes to rest.
That's absolutely wonderful for the side of HomeBois Singapore, right? They're exactly looking for it. Yes, trading Hazard over, at the very least, you still get the kills over the side of HomeBois Singapore. That's absolutely great. You break the kind of assist kind of bounty for the side of Kirby, that's A-okay, but you also, more importantly, delay Chesty in terms of farm.
Yeah, and this is why I hate this pony. That glorious pathway is
glorious.
A win button, right? You click that, it's either you run away or you go in and kill everybody.
It's glorious.
Yeah, it's really glorious, and that's just the power of the high-lows at this point. You can see that with that, it just enables the entire team, and FYG did not have any answer to it. Not
Just
yet.
laying down the red carpet at this point in time.
Green carpet. Literally, green carpet. You're healing.
Woo!
Yes.
And bonus movement speed. Haha.
Oh man. Right now, all I'm just looking out for is the fact that if the HomeBois SG is able to kind of like turn this around per se. We're only 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. It's still pretty darn early, but I am just genuinely curious as to how HomeBois SG get themselves out of it. But
they kind of did.
Here we have Hazard jumping right in. He did manage to do quite a decent amount of damage, but the Frigid Glacier didn't even land on anyone. But the Conceal coming in actually did manage to keep Kirby alive for a little while longer from all of the dashes from the side of the link. Ryzen picks up a double kill as he brings Vendetta down. But even for JH, he responds in kind, gets a double for himself.
Yeah, this equal trade from both of these two teams. Still A-okay, but all Marcus and also Ryzen is just outputting a lot of damage. Even though this trade is a 2-2, they did put a lot of damage in the mid lane turret though. A bit expensive, but you can kind of see how FYG is just lighting up for the damage from all markers, right? It's just so much easier to land down the damage from the side of HomeBois Singapore, and FYG is feeling the pain from it.
Yeah, and as we head to the mid and later stages of the game, FYG's lineup is not really preferred because it is still considered a death ball lineup because you don't have that mobility to make things work. Meanwhile, HomeBois SG, they have the Link who can jump on walls. You have the Spear of Destruction coming out from Moskov. They can play more apart, but now Astro...
Oh, just almost bursting down Astro in an instant. Forced out the Tempest of Blades, got him running away.
2 ultimates burn just for that one. Astro still managed to slip on by burning his own. And now FYG, yes, there's 3 members from the side onto the Lord Pit right here, but that's information given over the side of HomeBois Singapore. Hey, there's only 3, potentially 4 right now because Vendetta is all the way up top trying to wave clear.
Yeah, and that's what I like about HomeBois SG's lineup right here, because they can play like this singular unit, they can play like this individualistic playstyle, and yet they can death ball and take the team fights because of that glorious pathway. This pony, man.
Nobody can tank the damage from the Lord right here. Okay, FYG is going to pull the trigger once they see the members from HomeBois Singapore pouncing onto the top side.
They immediately know that it is time for them to just spring into action. 1 kill for a Lord. HomeBois SG definitely understood, and of course weighed the pros and cons. Like, do we get for the Lord? What do we even get? What do we even get if we were to just kind of try for the Lord? It doesn't seem like they are very confident in trying to challenge for these neutral objectives. So I can respect how they have decided to take a kill off of Vendetta over trying to challenge for the Lord, which may potentially go completely bad.
I'm not too sure, but you can start to see a little bit of hesitation coming off of HomeBois Singapore, right? Yes, they could have just challenged the Lord, even though, yes, the 2k gold lead down. It's not too shabby either. You've seen when the clashes happened, HomeBois Singapore was able to resolve all the damage and also put out a good, decent trade against FYG. But they went for the safer route. They went to take down, or potentially try to take down Vendetta early just now in the top lane. HomeBois Singapore, they have to play a little bit safe right now because they have to defend against this Lord.
Yeah, they know they have the scalability. They're playing it safe. I can respect the decision. I mean, no reason not to take the Lord, but no reason to take the Lord too. It's not an enhanced Lord, nothing much to worry about. They can still get your late game power spikes up, and they don't have to worry about the death ball as long as they can keep playing this macro game.
Right. Mid lane has to be cleared very quickly as well. Bottom lane at the same time. FYG managed to secure all the second tier turrets against HomeBois Singapore. And now we're back to square one, especially for HomeBois Singapore, right? FYG forfeits all their map control, decides to go all the way back as HomeBois Singapore hunkers at home. Get it?
And FYG, I mean, they are a death ball team after all. So HomeBois SG, they can continuously put out lane pressure, lane priority, and then force the engagements into their favor, especially when we head into 13 minutes, when we head into 14 minutes, when they start seeing members on the map. But for now, FYG, they're playing a good vision game right at the moment. They denied away all the outer turrets. Now, HomeBois SG, they have to play extremely scared.
Yeah, Kazuya can technically open the map, and then if things really is a bad engage, could just glorious pathway all the way back, or could even invite the glorious pathway to basically allow his team to chase, right? But now FYG, we talk about the death ball, they're just gathering mostly at the bottom side of the map, and HomeBois Singapore is just working on clearing the ways, making sure that, you know, Frontyardigans don't step forward.
I think for Kazuya, he's mainly really afraid of the fact that there is 2 counters against him.
True.
Both the carry as well as the Dyrov. As such, it kind of puts them in a tougher spot and puts Hazard in the front instead. Because you wouldn't really want to throw most of your abilities to kind of like deal with Hazard in this case. What they have in mind is to kill Hylos and throw all of our shredding abilities onto him. Because the moment that we leave the Eat Pony in the game, it can definitely comes down to bite them in the rear.
Yeah, a bit of a cat and mouse game played between for the side of HomeBois Singapore and FYG. HomeBois Singapore on the right side of the map though, looking for a pick-off right here potentially. Kazuya wave clearing in the mid. So we take a look at the items just a little bit very quickly. FYG secures, especially for the side of carry, the bot for Bonk Cutie, right? Does have most of the items already up. He's ready to tread, especially against Kazuya. And I echo that. Kazuya is playing definitely the right now. They have to try to pull the trigger.
And JH finds himself knocking up onto 2, sending them all up into the sky. Astro, the first one down. Hazard's gonna be next one in line. Kazuya gonna have to move himself all the way back home as FYG managed to find himself in an amazing opportunity to just throw HomeBois SG all the way back. FYG didn't even lose a single man from that.
Yeah, and Marcus with the super nice Spear of Destruction, disengaging from the fight and taking care of the split push at the same time. Wow, what a play by this Moskov. Some consolation prize despite losing the Lord.
I mean, Vendetta was literally threatening, right? I feel like FYG is fighting on both fronts. Not only just I'm threatening to take the Lord away, I'm also threatening to base, to try to backdoor. What's with the games today? There's so many people that are trying to backdoor.
Gunno almost feels like a base rush at this point.
Singaporeans are rats.
You watch out.
Singaporeans are rats, man.
Oh man, it's been a long time since we heard the term rat. Ratting a turret, ratting the base. Boy, oh boy.
Okay, Lord is going to march down in the bot right here. The pony still just trying to do something right here. I'm not too sure what he's up to. Oh, Marcus, I don't think that's a very good position you want to be in. That's so exposed. Has to try to run away, but one charge, Lord will be locking that one. Now, HomeBois Singapore's base, bottom side's open.
Just from a single laser beam, Marcus lost half HP off of the side of Chesty. You cannot disrespect the damage that this Zaz can potentially deal out.
Yeah, but at this point, it's still anyone's game. HomeBois SG, they can potentially turn it back with a good team fight. We are already at 15 to 16 minutes where the death timers do come into play, right? As long as you get a key pick-off, as long as you win somewhat of a pick-off or a 4v5, you're gonna get a lot of map advantage. And HomeBois SG, that turret pressure, that turret advantage would not matter. They just need one good team fight right now.
Yep, one good team fight. Remember exactly what we saw in Vanguard, right? One good team fight is enough to throw the game over. FYG has this map solidified in terms of control. The mid lane still standing strong as well. And now Kazuya stepping forward. Look at Bonk Duty, but he's going to get shredded down. They don't want to fight at all. They know that Kazuya is getting counted right now.
Yeah, Kazuya might not be the key initiator that they need. They somewhat need Hazard to be in the front line as well. And they're just looking for, both teams are looking for that dream team fight, right? Getting that Astral migration into that Violet Requiem onto at least 2 targets. That's what JH did manage to get. And that's when they took the team fight. But Kirby
might be able to get a kill off of Kirby unless Kirby finds that I'm offended. Did manage to pull Kazuya. Look at the amount of damage. Just right down onto the pony. Gonna be the first one taken down. Hazard is just gonna be holding himself down while actually just going in for the pursuit down onto Kirby. Time and time again, he's constantly flying up to the sky. Chesty apparently is still hiding in the Dominator's descent and managing to just get an easy snipe off of Ryzen.
Yeah, that's only 3 for 3 right here. HomeBois Singapore and Frontyardigans. It's amazing now for HomeBois Singapore was able to trade like this, even though they're 3.3k behind, but Astro is still up, does have the Reggie in the tow. JH needs another 15 seconds, but I don't think HomeBois Singapore will be able to gun for the Lord at all for now.
Yeah, but at this stage, right, I'm more worried about the player's mental state. Like when it comes down to these 17-minute, 18-minute games, this is where the experience shows. They are all neck and neck. They're pretty even at this moment, but can they recover? It was an even trade. Is there someone telling them that there is an even trade going on? Just keep your head cool. You still have this game. And we saw hints of Kazuya actually just shouting and right now, and it might affect the gameplay going forward.
Leadership is key right here. Glorious pathway lane. JH to secure the Lord for now.
Tons of damage numbers just flying up to the sky with FYG being the first one to bring down this Lord. Now Vendetta was hoping that he will be able to get himself a little bit further in, but then flickers himself right out of there. Frontyardigans didn't lose a single member. However, they did manage to get a kill on the Hazard.
Yep, FYG Skew has the Lord in tow right here, but HomeBois Singapore is trying to push that. The only thing is this Knight Rider spawn from the side of Chesty is slowing the push down for the side of HomeBois Singapore. FYG, it's like, they did a decent job right there, right? Like, look at how Bong QT was able to just try to jump back, pull Hazard out of position, let everybody from the side of Frontyardigans, not HomeYardigans, Frontyardigans to jump onto Hazard.
Yeah, Frontyardigans, all right. HomeYardigans, I mean, there might be a collab coming out. These two teams ever get on good terms?
It's theming of places of home, all right? So I get a little bit confused.
All right, so now we do have that Nats Lord going down the bottom lane right now. FYG, all members up. They want to push the issue.
With the Lord just going to be marching down to the bottom lane, dealt by our HomeBois SG themselves. It's definitely going to take a little bit more time, but Frontyardigans will take this opportunity to take down the inhibitor turrets all the way through. While in the meantime, the Violent Requiem down on the Kazuya was hoping that he will be able to run away with the Glorious Pathway, but that doesn't seem like that is going to be the case. A 1-for-2 trade, but at least FYG does not have Bong QT anymore. They lost their main damage dealer, and they're going to have to walk back home.
Yeah. HomeBois SG, they hold for now, right?
They hold for now, but they had to trade 2 of their tanks, right? At the very least, they still have some decent push as well. Frontyardigans, they're going to pull back because they lost the marksman already. I personally feel right here, it's a lose-lose situation for both of these two teams as they go on and on, right? Because right now, HomeBois Singapore, I think the Moskov is probably potentially scaled already. Yes, you got Bong on the carry, has potentially will shred over Kazuya, but Astro right here can also easily assassinate Bong. Hazard can chase Bong down to the ends of the earth, especially when the carry constantly dashes around. So yeah, HomeYardigans right now, even though the ball is in their court, that 3.1k, as long as HomeBois Singapore defends as well, they do have that massive wave clear very quickly. I think HomeBois Singapore can defend this one.
Yeah, and I feel that HomeBois, they need to have their synergy up. Like, really, I have not seen them committing into a team fight where Astro uses Tempest of Blades into just the symphony of skills that we see. Usually, it's very discomboed compared to the first game that we saw out of them.
Yeah, like Ryzen needs to also land Appreciate Glacier, right? Because if you notice HomeBois Singapore in the earlier parts of the game, they are able to get away with a lot of these massive team fights is because Ryzen was landing the ultimate. But now, because of how disjointed all these team fights are, especially not only just from the HomeBois Singapore side, Frontyardigans wants to fight on multiple fronts at the same time so that Ryzen doesn't need to force out a very important decision. Where do I put down the ultimate?
Yeah, and FYG, they need to keep looking for these force errors. Try to keep the waves shoved, try to just bait out the Lord, and just make HomeBois SG as uncomfortable as possible. And look at this!
Oh, Glorious Pathway from the side of Kazuya. They're just going to be running right in the face of Kirby. Kirby didn't, unfortunately, he didn't actually go for the I'm offended combo. Would have been great, but I think that they were kind of afraid of bringing so many people right underneath their own team. Yeah. So, I mean, if they are able to combo it together with the Violent Requiem, that would have been perfect.
Man, HomeBois Singapore was just stuck together right here. Remember social distancing? HomeBois Singapore doesn't know anything about that one. They've never been through COVID. But Frontyardigans, right? right here. Just, okay, hold on a second. Here we go.
A good knockup right down from Hazard. Brings him down almost immediately by the hands of Boncutie. On the flip side, Astro receiving quite a lot of damage. Already lost his immortality. Kirby himself will lose his immortality as well. But the 1v1 between Kirby and Ling. And Kirby is the one that manages to win on top of all of that. That is 2 men down from inside the HomeBois. And Frontyardigans didn't even get a single one. Vendetta joins into the fray. Immediately win to crown himself. And he's going to be safe himself for now. But the spear drives in from the side of Marcus. Brings almost, wait for it, brings Chastity down.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, the Nightmare Spawn will be able to crown all Marcus in terms of immortality. FYG bought enough time for themselves to be able to secure the Lord for themselves. 2 members from the side, HomeBois Singapore down already. Frontyardigans as well. Both these 2 teams are not going down without a fight. They're just going to... What the? So much attack speed. Ooh, yes.
Wheels go brrrr.
Wheels on the bus go round and round, literally.
Yeah. In fact, when we were talking about attack speed, I realized that Vendetta's attack speed is pretty darn fast as well. Do you guys manage to catch what items he got?
Not exactly, but oh wells. I mean, Kazuya.
I think the light was the one that impressed me more moment.
Yeah. Light wheel just went brrrr. That was just flashy.
It's no longer a projectile at this point in time.
It's a laser beam.
Yeah, it's a beam.
It's a court now. Okay, Glorious Pathway to be laid down. Oh, hold on a second. We're missing out a fight right here. Kazuya.
Oh, J.H. tries to run away. Oh, almost managed to run away from the hands of Marcus. But now the Wind of Nature is just going to be popped, making sure that he's not going to go down to the hands of Boncutie. The wave's just going to be marching in, leaving Astro being the only one to deal with this. Astro, you got to have to hold his horses. You got to have to keep onto the aggro of the Lord. Otherwise, it's going to be down bad. As such, they did manage to successfully clear out every single one of these waves and also get 2 kills for themselves.
Wait. Okay. Oh, goodness me.
Okay.
I puckered.
Wow.
We live.
I puckered.
We live for today.
I tightened up.
yeah, me too.
Literally, that was so close for the side of HomeBois Singapore. It would be so funny if the Lord actually land on a couple of more slashes, and that's how Frontyardigans actually goes to game number 3. That would be hilarious.
The small little distance that the Lord covered was so entirely unnecessary.
It's landing on basically you're jumping off skydiving and landing on the tightrope right here. But this gives a lot of opportunity for HomeBois Singapore to do something on their own. They're cooking and they're crafting.
Oh, the Glorious Pathway just going to be leading a charge down on the Kirby. And Astro brings down onto that Ruby. Kirby has got a 60 seconds timer on his head. And Marcus should be, if I'm not wrong, Marcus is the one that gets the kill. And now with the middle lane cracked open, Frontyardigans no longer have got that easy of a game pushing through mid.
Yep, HomeBois Singapore right here just need to look for the close, right? And same for Frontyardigans. Frontyardigans has been trying to force HomeBois Singapore down into together, but HomeBois Singapore just refused to go down. And now taking a look at the items, double glowing one because why not for the side of Horizon? And also you can start to see that, look,
let's go Pew.
Go Heart's Claws as well, and even the Windtalker, no boots, man. I've already sold my boots. So is for the side of all Marcus as well. No more boots. It's all about the late game right now.
Yeah, Spear of Destruction will be the best form of mobility for this Moskov right now, and he needs to land that. So
because Glorious Pathway as well.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway. Yep.
Not that big of a deal. I think they're fine.
All right. But with the Lord spawning in 5 seconds, right? This is going to be
the final fight.
Yep. Technically speaking, HomeBois Singapore. Oh, JH.
Oh, not good. Didn't manage to keep Astro up to the sky. He panicked down onto the Tempest of Blaze. He didn't really have to do that. But now that FYG knows that the Tempest of Blaze is currently unavailable, this might actually be the chance to attack from the side of FYG.
Yep, they're letting go of the Lord priority for now, giving it back all the way to FYG. Don't forget, there could be potential at any time of a backdoor. Vendetta is nowhere to be seen. HomeBois Singapore not too sure where they scouted out. That Vendetta is sneaking on the side lanes right here. HomeBois Singapore, they're antsy.
Yeah, now Vendetta showing himself, right? Showing his hand right now. But this is a chunky Lord. FYG might not be able to get it down. Spirit of Destruction not finding the mark onto Vendetta at this point. But
Flash.
Look at this!
Oh, I'm a Vendetta connecting down with the crown. Connects as well. Hazard's going to be fine for now. Kirby's HP is not looking great. But here we have a knockup as well as Violet Requiem down at the Kazuya. He does have the immortality pop. Well, in the meantime, the fight is split into 2. Vendetta is going to be the one right in front of Kazuya. Rise as well as Marcus. Well, in the meantime, we do have Hazard just going to be dealing with the rest of the members from the side of FYG. HomeBois SG is the one that managed to have quite a bit of priority onto the Lord, but they are the one that lost 2.
Yeah, 2-1. They have to back off, right? Because there's so many super minion march in. This is basically Frontyardigans putting that investment in the early game, and it paid off.
Yeah, and now with this Lord given to FYG, whether or not they can chunk it down in time, whether or not Astro can come in for that sweep, for that steal, it's going to be very pivotal.
Chelsea, Astro, hanging around for the 50-50, not go there. Spear Destruction does connect, but not on the Lord. It's a little bit hopeful. Astro may try to go for this one. JH just secures it.
And of course, Temple of Blade from the side of Astro. Pop the immortality, hopefully with the crown in, but nope, wasn't able to extend himself a little bit longer.
73 seconds.
HomeBois SG now no longer have got Astro for 70 seconds. The Lord is definitely going to be marching in right now, and this should be the final push.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to respawn just in time for the defense. At the very least, Kazuya and also Hazard coming back up online. But Yardigans need to finally put an end to this game. This game has gone too long.
This is going to be the hold of a lifetime if HomeBois SG actually does it.
I doubt that they can. They don't have the amount of damage to even deal with the Lord, to be fairly honest. 47,000 damage off of the Lord. But in the meantime, Hazard, Dark Wave down on the Kirby, did manage to get himself a little bit of Infernal Pursuit, but JH decided to rat down onto the core, only to have half HP left to Frigid Glacier, but never mind that. HomeBois SG, most of them already have lost a ton amount of HP as we do have the Dominated Descent, it's just going to be right in front of them, beaming them down. As such, game number 2 goes over to the hands of Frontyardigans.
Frontyardigans 1-1, equalizing that score just a little bit. Good job from the side of Frontyardigans, but it is not over. They're not out of the woods as of yet. HomeBois Singapore did put up a good fight, and Frontyardigans couldn't put an end in game number 2.
Yeah, they do tie things up. The utility jungle Guinevere actually pulling through from JH at this point. And I feel that this is one of the playstyles that they are known for, right? JH is known to be a very strong utility-based player. And now that he's back in his comfort role, back in his main role of being that utility player that he is, it just looks so seamless to watch.
Yeah, and I can't exactly remember what the items from Guinevere. We hope to see that one earlier. But JH did his job, right? At the very least, knocking up everybody sky high for the moment as well. But I will also have to talk about, you know, HomeBois Singapore putting on a really good job in that one. Frontyardigans, though, what was that? What was that factor? Why is that they're unable to end the game on time?
It kind of just feels as though the Hylos is just pretty darn annoying. Yeah. There's always this chance of counter-attack coming in from Frontyardigans, and that is just a never-ending siege coming in from them. They know that they have all of their ultimates up. Let's just run it down. I feel that Frontyardigans has been lacking a lot of opportunities from Ruby, especially, because we have seen a lot of these times the Glorious Pathway shoots up. At least four of them huddled together, so close together. That is like.
Yeah,
that's a decent shot right there.
Yeah,
right
juicy.
there.
Let's take a look at the MVP for this particular one from the side of Frontyardigans. It is going to be Chesty. Zars can perform so well, especially in this kind of roster where they stick together so well and they don't really split up as much. Ruby just drags them all the way back into the Dominator's Descent. So much damage dished out by Chesty.
Yes, a lot of zone denial as well. Chesty did an extremely good job. But given the fact that, of course, his team enabled him very hard as well. Like you, at end stage, right? Bon Cutie at that point was shooting laser beams. It was just blue laser beams coming out from Carry, and I was just damage.
Well, technically, Chesty can also shoot laser beams as well.
Yeah.
The Death Stairs from the Nightmare Spawn and also Dominator's Descent. And not only just that, Carry, late game, no boots, man. I'm just going to go full on attack speed. And even when you go for the Wind of Nature, it will somehow sneak through because it's true damage sometimes.
Yeah, so it's going to be extremely hard for HomeBois to actually recover from this, I feel, because in terms of experience, right? Just experience alone, I feel that FYG, they have the more experienced players who've been through this. But for HomeBois, they're very fresh into the scene, and whether or not they can recover from this will be a telling factor of how they perform in the next few days in the league, because this is not just a race. This is a marathon after all.
Speaking of marathon, right? We were definitely talking about recovery, but stamina is definitely going to be one of the core issues, right? They played such a long game, a 28 minutes game. Would they even still be able to come into game number 3 to play? Because we haven't really seen much of most of these players. I know Kazuya can do it, no problem. He's been playing so much community events, and I think he's grown used to it. But how about the rest? That is always the question.
Yeah, definitely Boncutie and Vendetta. I think that should be okay because, you know, when you go for community, if you go all the way to the grand final or something, you're playing literally 8 hours of the whole game, right? So definitely stamina is going to be important, but all eyes on definitely for the side of HomeBois Singapore, right? Whether they're able to basically keep up in terms of the stamina.
Yeah, stamina, yes, important. But now we look at the itemization.
JH?
Yeah, JH went for the Stardom Scythe into...
Pseudo.
Yeah, so he is just only having that 2 minimum damage items into defensive items, right? Going that utility, pseudo-utility / damage, and it just works out for FYG given the fact that they have so much burst coming through from Chesty, from Boncutie, from Vendetta. So he is given the space to do this. And Kirby, of course, we expect him to go for this full tank build, just full utility, just be that I'm offended, just be that walking hooker, just hook and flash. Yeah. So that's what we want to see.
HomeBois Singapore, just take a look at the items very quickly. Left FYG, pay attention to Boncutie. It's a lot of change in the items for a period of time. It was a Wind of Nature that replaced that Immortality. So much attack speed. Same could be said over the side of all markers as well, right? We're already entering the super late game. This is 28 minutes game. It's super long.
Yeah, so long. And I was expecting like a lot more from Astro's build, given the fact that he went for that marksman emblem into that killing spree, that greedling, right? You were expecting him to make these early game plays, get this kills going, get that momentum going, but he wasn't given that kind of momentum.
Yeah.
So that just made him fell off in the later stages of the game. You go for that killing spree emblem, it does not translate well when it reaches into the later stages.
I feel personally a 2-4-7 scoreline for a Ling in 28 minutes is a little bit too little.
Yeah.
I think that Ling probably could have been a lot more involved in teamfights and probably a lot more involved in assassinations. I'm not too sure, is it because of the change in the emblems that doesn't really allow the Ling to stay online a little bit longer, or probably stay in the game a little bit longer, but definitely not exactly the stats that I would like to see.
Yeah, I feel that, yeah, decision-making wise, really he has a lot of polishing to do, because when he went for key targets, right, we were hoping that, I was personally hoping that he takes down Vendetta, because Vendetta will be a lot of pressure taken off of checking the bushes, of that map pressure available, not worrying about that split push. Boncutie, at that point, he already had Wind of Nature. There's no way you're taking him down. So if Boncutie can pop that Wind of Nature in time, your Tempest of Blades does not do enough. And yet, he still went for Boncutie time and time again.
Yep, before we go away, that's going to be the damage. Just look at the double damage dealt from FYG's 100k, almost near 100k difference between HomeBois Singapore as well. Rich Guy definitely goes over the side of the members of HomeBois. Kazuya definitely picking up a lot of the sandbag.
Makes sense.
The carry still goes over to Bonk, who's just shredding everybody. And that's Astro, by the way, on the Rich Guy. 902 gold per minute, but it doesn't translate into anything much.
I think that's our Marcus, right? That's our Marcus. Yeah, that's Marcus. Yeah, that's Moskov. So Moskov, Moskov taking that goal per minute. Of course, he was the farm priority. He did have a lot of damage. He was 9-1 and had extremely good performance. Just not able to pull things through.
I want to see more of this between these two games, right? Between these two teams, right? Because we haven't seen really a lot, especially, you know, for the side of HomeBois Singapore, we don't really have a lot of stats, but at least we're going into game number 3, and we get to see more of them.
I don't know what it's going to be like, but at least when it comes down to the highlights itself, it's very likely going to give us a better idea as to what we were questioning. Why isn't Frontyardigans able to end the game earlier than usual, right? When it comes down to the Lords especially, they definitely took almost every Lord in the game, right? However, they didn't really quite manage to take their own bodies as the distraction for the Lord. Many of these times, I feel that the Lord could have done so much more if they didn't use the Lord as a sandbag. In fact, using themselves as a sandbag instead.
I personally feel that, especially after, you know, when they take all these Lord down, they always suffer so much losses because they really have to fight the tooth and nail against HomeBois Singapore, right? And that means that the Lord is going to just be wasted, right? And in fact, right here, if you take a look at how FYG is just playing, right? They're just pulling it back just a little bit, letting the Lord march all the way in. But because of that lane, I can just jump from one place to another, go back for the defense a lot. And if you notice, HomeBois Singapore is literally knocking on FYG's side map for a period of time.
Yeah, that was that moment where we thought that HomeBois would go the distance, would bring it to 2-0. But it's just perseverance coming from FYG, right? So much perseverance coming through from them. Bong QD together with JH, I feel that they synergize really well. Chesty dealing that zone control damage, taking out a lot of space available. Despite the fact that Chesty went down in one of the few fights, he still managed to get the finish onto Marcus. That was huge.
Yep, the Nightmare spawn, right? And of course, you know, Moment, I have a segment proposal for you. You should have moments.
Oh my
Hey, that's good.
God.
You're
That's
gonna
kinda
get
cute.
strangled again by Abstract.
Come on, it's a good idea, no? I think it's a good one, right? Like especially when these kind of moments coming out. Remember last season when you had the Terizla moments as well. But okay, we're gonna just take a step back. Don't. It's okay. We'll talk later, okay? Chill. Domestic violence doesn't work here. But I think we should be going over to Professor Churros on this one. So, Professor Churros, why is Frontyardigans unable to end this particular game? It's a very dominating fashion.
What's going on, guys? Professor Churros here yet again. I mean, I want to say if Moments gets his moments, it's gonna be Churros here with his own chalkboard thing. But you know, a lot of things ran through my mind in the entirety of this, like almost half an hour game, and I just want to pick out that one last fight in the Lord that really cemented FYG's win over HomeBois. This was a long drawn out fight, and I think every single one of the members of HomeBois really just persevered. I'm going to take a word out of Moment's mouth. Persevered their way through the entirety of this series, be it through defending the base, be it through, like, there might be some miscommunications going in throughout their entire team or the entire game. But let's take a look first at the draft. I don't know about you guys, but like, I'm not feeling the Phobius at all. Like, it's a very, very risky hero. Being one of the first few picks, you're always putting yourself in harm's way. You're not able to defend or soak up a lot of damage in order to dish that amount of damage back. Like, the returns isn't as optimal as I'd hope. The fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, Astro was always the first initiator for a lot of team fights as of this time. The entirety of FYG was playing so perfectly, especially since we're going back into the utility jungler meta with Guinevere being in the jungle and Vendetta covering the spot as a split pusher because we're always playing a 4-1 composition. So this was one of the first couple of fights where Astro actually went in first. He actually did a couple of good first-time initiates, especially since the previous one when they immediately went for JH, clearing out that mid T2 and T3. But this one was a little bit precarious for him. Using the Temples of Blades early, using a lot of the ultimates early, and the rest of FYG, they know that that Vendetta and Kirby are not in position, so they'll need to buy a little bit more time. At this state, they could have just rushed that Lord because you've got 5 members there. The rest of the team is not in position, but they opt to go for Vendetta instead, just because Vendetta has the opportunity to just go into that side lane. He does that a couple of times throughout the entirety of that series, and being a Dairos, I would have thought like, okay, maybe you're viable in the early game. In the late game, you're not as dominant, but he's just all over the offside, especially within these turtle fights. Now, knowing that he's cutting that lane, notice where Marcus and Astro actually retaliates. They need it to defend going over to the offside, and it goes into into the fights. So Vendetta trying to push that wave, trying to open up that side lanes, maintaining a lot of that pressure down that side lanes. Sphere of Destruction already used up. That's the cue for the rest of FYG to initiate that fight down that Lord Pit. So it's a 3v2 situation. Vendetta has vision on the top lane. Now they're starting up that fight, forcing out all of these ultimates. Kirby doesn't need the flicker anyway because all he needs is just to protect Bomb Cutie, keeping him safe. Vendetta over on that backside, trying to take down Hazard, trying to take down Ryzen, because I feel like Ryzen is one of the main issues that FYG needs to face up. You've got double lives, you've got a lot of stuns, and you're keeping everyone at bay with your second skills and whatnot. So now base cracked open, you're forcing a lot of like resources into that back line. Hazard will take his life out. Kazuya as well. Astro actually a little bit more forceful with the Lord because he knows that he needs that Lord, or the team needs that Lord in order to secure that victory. But ultimately, it ended in his demise. We are going to Game 3, first day, last match, and we're going to a Game 3. So, penultimate match, guys. Over to you, casters.
Thank you very much, Heroes. And yeah, first day, we're already going to the Game 3 for the last match of the day. Next game will be potentially, well, it has to be the last game of the day.
It has to be, yeah. I mean, to be honest, to only have one 3-game series today is actually kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, remember last season moment when we had like the second day
2-1, 2-1,
2-1 all the way,
1-2, 1-2.
And then not only just that, it's like the teams that you don't expect to win, they all won.
Yeah.
Remember that one day? It's a dark and gloomy day.
Yeah, that was the day where RSG tagged us on their Instagram. I believe, that every single caster got their votes wrong. Yeah, got their predictions wrong. But today I'm kind of up there in terms of predictions, right? It's 1-1. If HomeBois takes it 2-1, I'm 75% correct.
That's not bad. I mean, like the report card that we always receive from the production.
Let's not talk about report card.
Yeah, man is wrong the whole day.
No.
except for the first game.
Right. No, he got Vanguard
he got Vanguard right.
Yeah, he got Vanguard right.
You got Vanguard and an IP Flash.
Boy, oh boy, I thought something's wrong with me. An IP Flash lose to RSG.
Well. That happened last season.
Oh, well. No. How the turntabled.
Oh, man. There's so many inside jokes that we always crack MPL Singapore, especially about whether, how the turntables, because we always make a play on how the tables is turned and just shortcut it means how the turntables.
Turntables?
Yeah, and maybe a table flip as well. But ladies and gents, we should be going into draft very soon for game number 3, hopefully, because we're going to have to deliver you the best games right here in MPL Singapore. It's going to be a kind of a very interesting matchup so far. Frontyardigans going up against HomeBois Singapore. HomeBois Singapore just deals a first blow in game number 1. Then after that, Frontyardigans, man, they're just refuse to go down without a fight. But same could be said about HomeBois Singapore in game number 2. They just don't let Frontyardigans get away with that second game easily.
Yeah, I'm actually a lot more surprised with that lineup that actually worked out for them. Like, it technically, I mean, yeah, it could, but it doesn't conform to societal norms.
Yeah, so
come on, why don't they just be special, right?
In terms of, like, gameplay right here. Gameplay, they are having that power level testing right now, right? HomeBois and Frontyardigans, they're still trying to find their team synergies. This is on a regional stage after all. They are finally playing an MPL playoff.
All right, gonna go straight back to business, straight back to draft.
Wow. Wow.
That prayer by Bong.
Oh, wow.
Right there. Can we please go home quickly?
Please let me win this game. Yeah, or else my head is at stake.
The thing is, right? If you take a look at how HomeBois played in game 1 versus game 2, right? It's really very different, right? HomeBois were playing with confidence, with bravado. Meanwhile, FYG, they looked like they were headless chickens. I mean, for game 2, FYG, they just pulled things together. They came together and they just held that defense really well, and they held their advantages as well, and they were making extremely good decisions. Meanwhile, HomeBois SG, even though they tried, they looked like they were falling apart when it dragged to later stages of the game.
And really, that's really where, the the difference between these two teams really comes in, right? Like, yeah, they're ex-pro players. Sorry, they were from other teams in MPL for the side of Frontyardigans.
They're still pro players.
They're still technically pro players, my bad. Yeah, I just realized that's a little bit wrong for me to say that
Pro
one.
player, huh?
No, but at least for HomeBois Singapore, this is the first time gracing that stage except for Kazuya, right? So they're definitely going to feel a lot of pressure going this one. I think this is a very important theme as we talk about game number 3.
Yeah, so now with the bans coming through, Edith, Zosk taken out of the equation, Chip, and of course the Roger will be gone for this game. So there are 2 more heroes that they can take out from the pool. Like, do they take out the Hylos? Do they still believe the Hylos is an issue, or do they give it over to HomeBois SG knowing that they have played it against them before?
Yeah, like Hylos get shredded down by carry, but unless, you know, the members from the other side solves the carry problem, I think that should be a-okay, easily solved by, you know, picking up a Harif, right?
Yeah.
Right off the bat.
So now with the last ban of HomeBois SG, I mean, FYG, they did have a lot of good plays coming through. Do they take out the Guinevere? Is that a wasted ban? Maybe. I don't think they should.
I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah, I don't think they should.
That wasn't the problem. Right now, the biggest
way.
problem for the side of HomeBois Singapore against FYG is definitely Chesty on that Zask, right? Which FYG has kindly eliminated away. There's also the Juicing taken away.
Ruby.
It's going to be a Ruby ban from the side of HomeBois Singapore.
Yeah, FYG with the opener. Already lacking the Ruby. Do they still try?
High loss.
For the high loss themselves now?
I mean, at this point in time, it's either when it comes down to first pick material,
Ponyman,
Hylos, Phobius, Ling are some of the exceptional first pick material. What the?
You can do that?
I was a high loss, man.
Whoa, okay, Angela first pick right off the bat from the side of FYG. That's going to be interesting. That's just literally gearing up for it. Angela Ling at this rate. HomeBois Singapore knowing that the Angela is coming. That's going to pose a lot of questions. Kazuya just asking around. Now HomeBois Singapore, do they go for the high loss for themselves and snap pick the carry for them as well? Because, you know, you already counter pick something that counters you.
Yeah, so...
but you have to be careful with the Harif. That's right.
I mean, they can still pick up the high loss, right? They can still pick up the horsey.
They can. I mean, why not?
Yeah, why not, right? At this point, HomeBois SG, action to them. They can pick up the high loss if they choose to do so. Just limited time left. So I believe, yeah, they are going for a...
what?
Yeah, something that we have not seen in a long time. Odette and Phobius. Johnson. Vroom vroom.
Johnson, huh?
I mean, people used to travel on horses. Now they travel on cars.
Don't get that. Do not
guys,
get that.
Guys, this is a little bit awkward for the side of HomeBois Singapore. You can see the cams just literally panicking. Even if they go for the Odette, that's gonna be very, very interesting.
Did it press wrong?
They can go for the Johnson as well. I mean, you know, Youngin brought it up last season. Yeah, Vroom Vroom can also work.
Was that
Vroom Vroom better than Nay Nay, I guess?
Yeah, I believe they're talking to the officials right now, so not too sure what's going on. Yeah,
they're still going through the
still going through the picks. Okay, so far let's just treat it as status quo, treat it as nothing happened.
Okay,
High loss and Alpha picked up from FYG. So Odette Phobius will be the pick of choice for HomeBois SG for now. Until we get things clear, we're not too sure whether this will be the cemented picks.
I mean, if Youngin brought it up last season, right? So, I mean, HomeBois Singapore just has to commit to this one, right? It's been done before. Johnson Odette, that could work. For the side of HomeBois, Frontyardigans, on the other hand, that's a high loss and Alpha locked in right there. The Angela and also not only just a high loss, but also for the Alpha, it's a pretty nasty combo. Alpha, just look at JH, just smiling right there. Alpha is definitely going into the hands of JH, but this also tells us one thing, right? Frontyardigans are not ready for Assassin meta right now.
They tried their first time, and apparently didn't really quite work out, right? So it kind of seems as though for Pacifist, he understood, like, you know what, we're gonna have to change things a little bit.
CC.
In the meantime, yes, CC, good pick if they would want to deal with a high loss. That is if the high loss were to go to the not if, but high loss definitely going to go with EXP.
But where does the Phobius go?
The Phobius, oh crap.
Yeah, so HomeBois Singapore, that's unless they drop a CC gold lane, Perhaps if Phobia's in the EXP? I don't know where HomeBois Singapore is going. This direction is...
Jungling Phobias! Let's go!
It's a little bit too slow.
Yeah, it's a little bit too slow.
A little bit too slow. One of these gotta be the roam.
No.
I mean, if we are
One of
talking
these
about
gotta be the
Phobias,
EXP. Right?
CC must be EXP, right?
They also missed a ban as well for the side of HomeBois Singapore.
Huh?
I am...
Yeah, no way this game is going through, right?
Confusion.
There's no way this game is going through.
Okay, HomeBois Singapore this time around. Okay, let's get her all the way back. Assuming that this is gonna continue on just a little bit more, we're just gonna have to assume that they block. They miss a ban for now. Frontyardigans turn to ban as we wait for the marshals to let us know what's going on and also update us. In the meantime,
let's just...
What do you have for dinner?
Let's just treat it. What do I want to have for dinner?
Yeah.
What do I want to have for dinner?
Yeah.
I'm feeling chicken McCrispy. I'm feeling something from
Yeah, me too. Can you just... Have you ordered yet, Abstract?
No, I didn't.
Just do it now.
I'm so hungry.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna call my mom. No, I'm gonna call my mother-in-law and tell her, yeah, I want a chicken McCrispy.
Your mother-in-law works in McDonald's?
No, we live close to McDonald's. Why don't you go pick it up for me, you know?
And to be honest, back in my good old days, back in Polytechnic, literally back in my school times, McDonald's is like my comfort food, right? When I'm stressed.
I mean, isn't it not comfort food for everyone?
It could be just food.
It is.
It is.
It could be just food.
It's more of like a luxury food to me, you know. I was a poor kid. So, yeah, every time we went to a McDonald's, I'll be like, yeah, finally fast food.
Yeah, you know, when I was a kid, I was like, literally like, every time when I plug out my tooth, my mom will promise me to bring me to McDonald's.
Oh,
There's so many nostalgia tied back to McDonald's.
So you're telling me that's the cost of us pulling the tooth out of you?
When I was a kid.
You want to eat McDonald's, baby?
Let me count how many teeth I have left.
You want a free McDonald's on the house? How many meals do you want?
We can start off with the front buck tooth. That would be a great
No,
start.
I already lost one.
Wait, you have one fake one already? You old man. You old man.
That's one of my closest guarded secrets, I guess. Only people who are observant will be able to see that one, but
Yeah, that's
don't know
one
what's
that looks
going
a little
on.
bit too perfect.
Yeah,
The shape looks perfect.
Looks too perfect. Yeah.
Still, investigations are going on. This draft might not be cemented, so yeah, do not have any confusion so far. This is, yeah, this will be, yeah, this isn't completely out of our hands. So we are still trying to find out what is going on at this point. So once we have the information, of course, we will get back to you. But for now, you can take a look at our beautiful faces. I mean, yeah, how's your day been so far? Are you looking forward to the matches for tomorrow, right?
I miss all it right now, like Bachelor number 1, Bachelor number 2. Remember that thing
man.
that we did?
Oh man, I believe...
I feel so out. You know, I understand that throughout the entire regular season of Season 7, I wasn't there.
Because?
You had hand, foot, and mouth disease. He had,
I don't think that's on us. It's on you.
He had HFMD, so...
Shut up.
So,
I know that it sounds embarrassing because people are just saying like, isn't hand, foot, mouth disease like a children's
the kid's disease?
Yeah, and I'm just like...
I mean, that goes to show how young you are.
I'm 18 this year.
You know, that TikTok meme came into my head immediately.
So he's been casting for 10 years. So he's been casting since he was 8.
I've been casting for
13 years. Yeah, 13 years. So if you take he's been casting since he was 5.
Exactly.
So you see someone looking like Harif and casting, that's probably him.
Wait until he lands on the Zaman Forest.
And the Lord goes in!
Hey.
And the Lord goes in!
I would like
a little bit too close to home, alright?
I would like to hear Abstract before, you know, his voice crack, how he actually sounds like.
Bad.
Don't we all sound bad?
Look it up, clip it, and then send it to us. Send it to us. We'll feature it on next week's stream.
I swear, I think my first year or second year stuff is probably still out there in the internet.
Yes.
Time to Google.
Back when I was a secondary school kid, I would record myself casting as well. And I put it on my own YouTube.
You guys start young.
Yeah, but I did not post it online because I was too ashamed of it.
I see. Back then, back in my days, when we want to stream, we will put it on Justin TV.
Ah, Justin TV. Metal TV,
I'm sorry,
you know.
I'm sorry, I'm very new to this industry. Wow.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Justin TV is before Twitch.
Yeah, it's interesting. But okay, you know what?
Days of TeamSpeak, you know.
Oh yeah, I do know TeamSpeak.
Yeah,
I know
TeamSpeak is
MSN.
Even before, like,
even before.
Yeah, we were talking like RGC. Yeah, RGC. It was like, I mean, do you know what RGC is?
Remember that? Is it
Ranked gaming client. So if you last time,
Hamachi?
Yeah, it's like Hamachi. It's like Hamachi.
Guys.
Type in the comment. Type in the comment if you can relate to us.
I feel like we're confusing the audience right here, right?
You Gen Alphas and Gen Zs don't understand what we had to go through to
play an online game.
Just to play an online game. Do you
Someone
have
give him a beard right now.
Oh, good times.
You guys have it good. It's on your phone. Like, oh my god, you can play anytime on your phone, pull up your mobile device, and you can play a game. You can watch any stream you want. Back in my day, I had to download for 45 hours just to watch someone talk.
You just casually told people that you use LimeWire.
Oh my god. Well, people don't know what is LimeWire.
I think we've reviewed our age a little bit too much right here. As, you know,
oh wait, sorry, I'm not supposed to do all these. I'm 18.
Yeah, you're 18. You're not supposed to know, right?
18.
Like. Oh, good lord.
Skibbity.
Good lord.
Skibbity.
All right, let's talk about, okay, since we have a lot of time on our hands right here as we investigate the issue, let's also talk about, you know...
Fun.
Not the fun thing. I think something that we wanted to talk about in the previous match between Evo and Bleed as well. I think that's something that we should also talk about, right? Like, Team Evo and also Bleed, how they change. We start from Bleed, Team Evo first, right? Like,
okay.
Since Season 3, when they debuted as well, you start to see that, hey, they can actually really play really well. But along the years, you can start to see a little bit of movement. One or two people kind of left the team, and after they getting replaced. In fact, Melon was from that team as well. But this time around, it's like a full-on change.
I think that Evil, they definitely did what they had to, but I don't think that the game between Evil and Bleed is a testament to how strong Evil can be. Because let's just be honest here.
Bleed's
draft is
fragmented right now, yeah.
Yes, for lack of a better word, fragmented.
But we will find this out tomorrow when HomeBois SG are against Bleed. So the final game of tomorrow is actually HomeBois SG versus Bleed. So that will be a true test of Bleed's position in the power rankings right here.
All right. Right here, we're going back to the draft once again. Frontyardigans seems like they're going to go back to Edith, Zask, and Juicin.
Same bands.
Yes. Yeah, same bands. In terms of bands as well, Chip, Roger, and Ruby. Angela first pick. Right off the bat.
And now we left off here.
The Phoveus and
I think this
Phoveus and not supposed to be an Odette.
Yeah, so it was the Phoveus and the Nolan. So it was not supposed to be Odette. So now we just run it through.
Hylos and Alpha still the same.
Hylos and Alpha has been run through. Now HomeBois SG, they have the next move in their hand right now. So this is like just rewinding, you know, like on your recorded shows. Yeah, you don't have recorded shows anymore. On-demand shows. We're back into the point where now HomeBois SG had to...
So I eject the cassette, the cassette recorder, and I use a pencil or something to turn it.
You gotta mark it with a white tape, you know?
Oh dear.
Yeah, manually just kind of rewind it.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, HomeBois Singapore right now decides to go for the carry. It's something that they found effective against... well, no, the other side, Frontyardigans found effective against HomeBois Singapore. They're going to use it back against Frontyardigans against the high lost. Yeah. And also, this also works really well against the Alpha to a certain extent, right? Because when you go in with the Hard Guard onto the Alpha, it also shreds very quickly because bonus shields, right?
Yeah,
bonus
and that would put a lot more priority onto Nolan, especially within that first 1 to 2 minute, right? Where you hit your level 4, when you get your power spike slightly ahead of the Alpha. That invasion timing, whether you get that first turtle, is going to be very important before the hard guard comes into play. So Nolan at that stage would be very crucial to determine the mid stages of the game. Now HomeBois SG, they do ban out the Harif. Right, Harif.
Yeah, it's a must ban, right? Because against a carrier, right? Once again,
very strong with the high-lows. Very strong with the high-lows.
Frontyardigans also decides to go away, removing that Vexana, locking down in terms of the mid lane opportunities. That's definitely going to be an Angela mid lane if that's the case. Because don't forget, you can also still flex the high loss all the way into the EXP lane. Roam.
Yeah, EXP roam, Angela mid roam, but I would very much prefer to see a Angela roam. Unless if they are able to pull the Hanabi Lolita tech, then yeah, Angela mid. Sure, let's go ahead.
Right now, but don't forget, okay, FYG bans away the Valentina, and now HomeBois Singapore, your Professor Churro's chipping in right now offline just a little bit. Seems like, you know, the Lolita Hanabi looks really crazy with FYG side of the draft, because not only just FYG does have the Lolita to buff the shields, you also got Angela that's giving shields as well. That's going to be nothing. Not sure where the HomeBois Singapore realizes that one.
Yeah, they should pick up an Esmeralda right now.
Would that be too much shields? Is there such thing as too much shields?
I'm not too sure. Not too sure.
But Esmeralda bypasses the shields,
yeah,
right?
Esmeralda does bypass.
Yeah,
the
that means
but
that
why
Esmeralda...
do you care about bypassing a skill or the shield if your team can't get through the shield to lock them down? Doesn't help with the problem.
That's like a very hypothetical problem, and now it's going to be Aurora being selected by the side of HomeBois Singapore.
Chicken.
Yeah, it's a chicken and egg problem, but HomeBois Singapore using that Aurora kind of counters the dives that Yardigans wants to do. But this too, Juicy, is super juicy right there. It's going to be a CC instead, not going to be a Lolita Hanabi one-more combo. CC will be on the EXP lane to shred as well. I think that's a Bruno coming in from the side of Frontyardigans. Okay, so no Lolita Hanabi shenanigans coming out from Frontyardigans. Hey, that rhymes.
Shenanigans, Frontyardigans. Yeah, they do, right? So HomeBois SG left with that final pick. Right, that final pick, the roam position yet to be fulfilled.
You need something tanky.
There's still a lot of roams. There's still a lot of premium roams out there. You got the Grok, you got the Minotaur. If you want to, you can go for the Matilda as well. But of course, you need something to soak up that frontline damage. I feel for HomeBois SG to complete your lineup, and that's gonna be either a Minotaur or a Grok that I'm looking at. A Tigreal would be possible as well, just to stop any form of aggression coming in from Chesty.
Tigreal. It's going to be a Tigreal. It makes it easier for you to land the Facial Glacier as well for the side of this Aurora. It's also juicy as well. Phobius definitely can go into tank just to buy some time at the same time. Frontyardigans don't really have a lot of people that could also dash you around, except for the Bruno, except for the Alpha to a certain extent. CC does that as well, but yeah, it's all about making sure that, you know, Phobius does have a bit of a displacement. That's where the Tigreal comes in.
Yeah, that Tigreal is going to be an extremely pivotal setup point for HomeBois SG, right? Kazuya, once again, all eyes on you, like the Arlot game that you had in Game 1. Now, in this final game, our Game 3, first Game 3 of the day though, we have the pressure on Kazuya once again.
Definitely. Kazuya needs to land down all this crazy catches, and ladies and gents, finally we're going into game number 3. Loads of things on the board right here. This is also going to be the battle of the qualifiers, right? We shall see which one technically won MPL Singapore Season 8 qualifiers, technically speaking.
Technically could have won.
Because we usually stop at, you know, once we find the 2 grand finalists, usually we still fight them out, but in terms of time, yeah, we just let them go. We're just gonna use this as the grand final for MPL Singapore qualifiers.
Yeah, and what I really want to see is how this Nolan's rotations are gonna look once we reach into that 1 minute, 2 minute mark, getting that level 4 slightly ahead of the Alpha, but Alpha is a very fast level 4 as well. Like, Alpha is one of the fastest level 4s in the jungle lane.
King, just quickly wave clear, right? Because don't forget, the true damage just coming really clutch sometimes on the side of Frontyardigans. Now, HomeBois Singapore this time around, looking at the pathing for the side of the junglers, Nolan still working on that one, should be able to take all the way to level 4 very quickly, and then after that proceed on to gang the marksman, right? Especially when you got that level advantage.
Yeah, and Bong Cutie Boncuti versus Marcus, this goal lane matchup, right? I'm very curious to why they picked this Bruno, right? They had a lot of other picks that they could go for. They had the Moskov, they had the Claude as well that was not banned out. So potentially they could have went for even more later game scaling.
It kind of seems as though Frontyardigans is just kind of working on like shred the front lines, then go to the back lines. We just want to deal with target prioritization one after another. Especially since CC is particularly only good with shredding one person in the front. Technically speaking, you can shred two, but when it comes down to the rest of the members from the side of the Frontyardigans, they're not particularly so strong in team fight scenarios. So at least when it comes down to Frontyardigans versus HomeBois SG, it's a very obvious kind of gameplay for the both of them. HomeBois SG wants to play for team fight, while from Frontyardigans, they are particularly good at chipping people down in the front lines, one after another, despite not having that much of a control.
Loads of level 4 being secured. JH bursting down that turtle. Remember we talked about how Alpha farms really quickly. Here you go. Was on site quickly. Even Astro is not around to basically do anything as well. Astro is still focusing on farming it up. No fights as of yet, but because of that, Frontyardigans get a slight little advantage.
Yeah, and remember how we touted Nolan as one of the most premium?
Oh, immediately the flicker implosion down to the Chesty, completely bypassing Kirby, not giving a damn about what he's doing. So at least they did manage to bring down the mage.
Yep, lots of damage and also 3 ultimates committing in terms of not only just that, I think that's also a flicker committed by Ryzen as well. Big investments just to catch one person, which is Chesty. Technically speaking, Chesty right here acts like a pseudo enchanter mid lane, enchanter support.
Yeah, so that's not going to really affect them in terms of the mid-game to later stage games as well. But for Astro, I feel that he needs that kill to get that momentum going right now. Because we touted Nolan as one of the strongest and most mobile assassins when he first came out, right? But after the patches, after the nerfs that came through, he's still strong. But we are seeing cracks in his armor right now. And we see him fall off in the mid to later stages of the game.
Pretty interesting. Astro goes for the Pure Rage instead, but hold on a second.
Immediately, it does seem like we do have got a single member frozen down to the core. And that is going to be JH. The rest of the members from the side of HomeBois is just going to be pushing the rest of Frontyardigans away with Chesty next up in tow.
Oh, HomeBois Singapore is not happy about game number 2. Sorry, they literally thought they had the green carpet. And we thought wrong, right? Remember we talked about how HomeBois Singapore may have lost a little bit of momentum, but it feels like they're unfazed. They're still in the game.
Yeah, they're still in game mode right now. And I really like the fact that they're prioritizing the kills onto Astro. And they are trying to get that momentum, that snowball going. Because Nolan really requires it right now. It's not the same Nolan as before. But still, with enough farm, with enough snowball, you can make him work.
Turtle secured by the side of HomeBois Singapore. No contest from the side of FYG. It's a trade for now. HomeBois Singapore slowly regaining a lot of this map control and also map awareness in a sense, right? Map space as well. Kirby goes on into the girl's pathway. Not too sure why though. He's not finding any form of engage.
And what I'm really curious to see, right, is going to be this middle stages of the game where FYG, they have their power spikes, right? They become this sustainable beast with this glorious pathway, with this heart guard, and unkillable Bruno to speak, and Nolan just bursts down. Chesty, okay.
Yeah, at this point in time, I still can't see exactly what FYG is trying to go for, right? I mean, when I can definitely assume that they want to kill one person at a time, but that definitely is not exactly a win condition that could work out that well, since they are looking at an enchanter support, a roaming, a hard tank roam, an early game marksman, and pretty much an EXP laner that can't do anything aside for swinging yo-yos. The damage from Frontyardigans is just not up to par as compared to what we have from the side of HomeBois SG. In fact, looking at a 1,000 goalie from the side of HomeBois SG, I would confidently say that HomeBois SG should have gotten more.
Yep, on top of that point, Abstract, look at the item for the side of Chesty. That's a photo. That's not exactly a damage item in a sense, but Ryzen, he's outputting a lot of damage, and now FYG is struggling to find all that damage instead, especially this mid trio, right? JH needs to have a wonderful game, but Vendetta also starts to need to join the fight. They need to basically fight as 5 for something.
And immediately Chesty going down for the 4th time. JH also gonna be down to the hands of JH. Kirby, unfortunately, the Knicks are the win. That is the tankiest one, by the way. It's just been shredded down by this Man of Fire.
Yeah, 6 minutes in and already crack open the mid lane already, whereas FYG responds by taking down 2 side lanes. HomeBois Singapore immediately rotates over to the Turtle. I think it's a fair trade in terms of map objectives, but HomeBois Singapore seems like they've got the better map control.
Yeah, and like when we talk about late game scalability, right? HomeBois SG with that carry, the harder hitting goal laner compared to the Bruno, of course. Bruno does have his forms of damage in the late game as well. He can dish out a lot of damage. But FYG, we were expecting them to have this very good mid game, especially with that Hylos and the hard guard available, that global presence, but it's not online yet.
Yep, the Glorious Pathway hoping that they will be able to throw all markers away. But even if the Ballista went down, the rest of HomeBois SG still tanked up the turret and still definitely want to kill down the turret. And even gotten themselves bonus. Boncutie as well as Kirby, who thought that they are going to be fine underneath that already dying turret.
Kirby literally laid down the Glorious Pathway into his death, right? That's not really Glorious Pathway at all. That's just Glorious Death for the side of Frontyardigans. HomeBois Singapore were just pouncing onto these side lanes, and all of a sudden, you see, because of the mid lane cracked open, HomeBois Singapore secured a majority of control at the bottom side part of the map.
And it's 7 minutes into the game, right? I've yet to see a hard guard coming out from Chesty at this point.
He's getting picked off.
Yeah,
before the fight even started.
Yeah. Before the fight even starts, he gets picked off, but when he gets the chance to use
himself,
it,
right?
yeah, he can't use it as well. So
I wish he can.
In that bottom lane fight where Boncutie did get picked off, right? Chesty was not involved at all. That could have been an attempt. So
he did. There is a bit of a marker on the top of Boncutie, but he realized that he's getting jumped on by 3 to 4 members on the side of HomeBois Singapore. Decides to pull it back. There's no point.
He knew that they're dead read, and the moment that he actually go through with the hard guard, he can technically give the shields, but there's kind of no point in doing so. And if he actually follow through with the entire hard guard channeling, then it's kind of get 1 turret, 3 kills.
Yeah, and like there's a saying in Malaysia, right? The rice has already become porridge. There's no point in fighting for that one.
In the meantime, down to the bottom lane, the hard gun actually connects down to the Vendetta, hoping they will be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. But as we said, and we've seen, it doesn't do anything.
0-10 is the kill score. Frontyardigans haven't got to secure a single kill, but they have suffered 10 deaths in 8 minutes. That's less than one. That's like more than one death per minute for the side of HomeBois. For the side of Frontyardigans, HomeBois Singapore ramping up their aggression.
Level 14 to level 11. Astro
is a good sign.
Yeah, has his pick of any target that he wants. Like, he is the most eligible bachelor in the room right now. And it's like every girl is clamoring for him. Like, yeah, look at that. Boncutie, Kirby, Chesty. Anyone that he wants, he can just pick them off.
Pick them up and off. And off. Right, now with the BOD, even more so. Now I think the girls want to really run towards him because Astro, he's just going to assassinate everybody. FYG doesn't really stand a chance.
Yeah, it's going to be a very hard game for FYG if they want to hold on. They still have some form of late game sustainment. Then they have to go this extreme sustainment route where they're building all this tank ability on every single one of the heroes except Boncutie.
Yeah, right now it's just HomeBois Singapore looking to try to end this one. Frontyardigans, this is a massive loss they suffered in this game number 3. You thought they had some form of fighting chance, but in the game they let Astro scale astronomically.
I'm really trying really hard to find out what exactly Frontyardigans have got for themselves. They can't wave clear. They can't exactly shred one person to death using true damage, and they can't exactly tank all that well.
Yeah, just look at Kirby. Like, Glorious Pathway right into all markers, and all markers.
They can't hold a candle against HomeBois SG right now. This is 10 minutes into the game. We're looking at 7.6 thousand gold lead in favor for HomeBois SG. HomeBois pretty much know exactly what they have gotten for themselves after seeing that draft and that lineup. They know this is the game. As we can see, immediately the implosion flicker. HomeBois SG sunks themselves right into FYG. These fangs laid bare, and FYG, they can't even do anything. The only one alive is Chesty, and let's be honest here, Chesty, the Angela, you can't do it.
The hard gun was used and immediately it was popped. There's no point right there. It's just massive destruction. HomeBois Singapore taking game number 3 in a clean fashion. No death run.
Yeah, man. My predictions are correct. I'm so happy. HomeBois, they did give us a show to begin with, and given the fresh faces, right? Of course, we always would want to go with the stats that we are familiar with, but I'm very happy that HomeBois, they did pull through today, because really, a new team to mesh together so well, and to pull this off against Frontyardigans, to show the cracks in their armor, it's a very hard task to do.
Yeah, I think the jungler from the side of HomeBois Singapore actually did really well, right? Like, it feels like he's actually has the mechanics to pull it off. He also, you know, someone from the side of HomeBois Singapore definitely has been shouting orders, making sure the pathing is correct, catching the right targets. I'm looking forward to the mic check later on.
I want to hear what exactly that they say, right? But regardless, throughout the entirety of the game, I think that this draft doesn't really quite do Frontyardigans justice. True. They definitely showed how they played in game number 2, albeit a little bit too long. I will say that JH's inability to play Assassin probably would be a very big loss to the team. But regardless, I still think that when it comes down to the tank meta kind of thing, there could still be times where they could be able to pull off, especially if the opponents kind of underestimate how tanky that they are and how easy they can pick people off.
Yep, let's take a look at the MVP for this particular one from the side of HomeBois Singapore. Definitely should be going over to Astro once again. Sorry, this time is Astro. And man, he's just going around assassinating everybody. Look at the GPM, look at his KDA, look at his kill participation. He's just literally touching everybody and they die.
Yeah, Uncle Bad Touch Astro on the Nolan, right? He is just going around and just making sure that the map is permanently in their favor. And I was worried for him when they did get the first turtle for the side of FYG. They did get the first turtle. JH had the faster farm, but they made it work. Astro just had that team coming together to make sure that Chesty is not able to get the hard guard. If Chesty is the target, like you guys said, then who's he gonna hard guard? There's no one else.
Yeah, and to the point that, you know, the amount of damage that the members of HomeBois Singapore just poured into Frontyardigans just penetrates through the hard guard. Like Chesty's whole point
butter
is just basically try to sustain, but there's too much damage, too much burst from HomeBois Singapore.
Yeah, I mean, the shields from the hard guard can definitely turn the times of the battle if the teams are well, neck and neck. But in this case, the amount of shields that you provide over to a dying warrior without a sword doesn't really get you anywhere. So I think that this is hands down purely just drafting. The drafting just doesn't allow them to do anything. And I think, for some reason, I feel that when it comes down to the stamina, it's not HomeBois that lack the stamina. It is Frontyardigans that lack the stamina. Remember the fight at the bottom lane, the Hylos, as well as who was that again? Someone else at the bottom lane, right? Was it
Kirby and Bong? Yeah,
Kirby and Bong.
Yeah, the green carpet actually, in fact, became a red carpet for death. Right?
Yeah.
Like Kirby just ran right into all markers, thinking that he could tank all that damage and also out heal with the Revitalize. And perhaps even if Chesty actually landed the hard guard, maybe he could have, right? Buying a little bit more time, and then after that, chase onto Marcus, stun with the Law and Order. Bong QD just go for that one. But unfortunately, HomeBois Singapore was there, ready to pounce.
And this shows how Glorious Pathway is not a one-size-fits-all solution, right?
Yeah.
And also one of the reasons that I don't like the Hylos on the roam as much, because you give your opponents breathing space, like I mentioned before. And HomeBois SG, they made full use of that breathing space to garner all that farm, garner all that momentum needed, feed the farm onto Astro during the point where Kirby is not strong. And that's one of the reasons why CC has fallen off as an EXP laner as well, because she provides a lot of lane presence. Yes.
I personally will say that she didn't fall off. She just didn't start anywhere. It's a very tricky hero, right? Aside from winning in lanes, you don't do anything else.
You just win your lane. That's it.
Yeah, but if you're not winning against Hazard, then what's the point, right? Like, Hazard is able to sustain in the lane and stay in the lane. If CC doesn't really have the kill pressure, maybe go for something with more kill pressure. Heck, even the Dyro was so much better as compared to CC in this particular
they'll probably
scenario.
be able to do a little more damage, actually. And they will be able to bolster the amount of damage that the Alpha is able to bring in, perhaps even the Bruno is able to bring in. The moment that they can't win the early game with a Alpha as well as a Bruno, we know that they're kind of dead meat.
Yeah, and Bruno does have a lot more priority in the earlier parts of the game, right? If you juggle the balls properly, you should be able to just output the damage and wave clear against a carry very quickly.
Yeah.
You do hit your power spike faster. All you need is a Heart's Claws, whereas a carry, I need a Corrosive Scythe. I need a Golden Staff. Oh, I'm finally coming online. But for Bruno, one Heart's Claw is more than enough.
Just nitpicking. I remember that we had a brief moment up in the top lane. We managed to see the gold lane for a little bit, right? And throughout the first wave, right? Throughout the first wave, we have 3 units. The Ballista, the melee, and the range unit. And Bon Cutie didn't land a single last hit on the Ballista and the melee unit. He did hit, but he missed it. And because there's still one tiny little bit of health left. And then the melee creep went down, and then for the Ballista, it was an auto attack, and then the melee took it.
I get what you're seeing, right? The consistency is lacking from FYG.
True.
Yeah, it feels like from game 1, game 2, game 3, we were watching 3 different teams.
Very different, actually.
Yeah, very different teams in terms of both banning and drafting patterns, and in terms of just gameplay in general. Yeah, and just look at that. 0% teamfight participation, damage dealt 3 times lesser than the whole of HomeBois SG, given the fact that, of course, HomeBois SG, they were on a complete steamroll.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to be critical.
There's
right?
no teamfight participation if there's no kills.
Yeah.
Right, it's tough to watch this one. Frontyardigans definitely needs to go back to the drawing board, literally, and try to fix up everything. I think this is a massive wake-up call for Frontyardigans, right? Game 2, they were doing great.
They were doing great,
but I think it took a lot more out of them in order to try to end that game. And after the game going to game 3, something felt off. Remember we talked about the stamina, like what you pointed out, Abstract? Yeah, HomeBois Singapore literally feels like they have the momentum in the back and they are out to really try to stay in MPL Singapore this time around.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the stats, right, it is just HomeBois all around. Of course, the sandbag will be from Yardigans. 40k damage taken. Of course, they were taking the main front of the damage to begin with because it was an onslaught, one-sided onslaught for HomeBois SG. And this might still be one of their stepping stones that they have to get through because tomorrow they will be up against Bleed. And that will be the true test, right? Bleed versus HomeBois SG. It will be a true power level test. Where do you stand in this entire 8 teams that are available here in MPL SG?
Yeah, so much things to take a look out for especially for both these 2 teams, right? Like, I thought it was going to be a close fight, to be honest. I really thought it was going to be a close fight, but I wasn't expecting game number 3 to be like this. I thought Frontyardigans would fight tooth and nail, literally bring them back to the backyard as well, kind of punch them down. But ladies and gents, we're going to go into the mic check very soon. Like what I mentioned, I'm looking forward to this one. Hopefully we can take a little bit of an insight of how HomeBois Singapore thinks. Here comes the mic check.
No, he's at double green.
Hey, for this minion.
Hey, you sure you want to go? Yeah.
There is love missing, guys.
Go, I got it. Nice.
Hey, Ling no.
Go. Step up. Come. Nice.
Hey, bomb.
Hey, lo. Nice. I off here. 3, 2, 1, go. Copy. Tower. Nice. Billion. Can I? Nice. High loss. Go. All in. I retreat him. Gotta be. Hey, two ways.
Turret first.
Alright. Vengeance, CC.
Go.
Nice. Ready? Ready.
Go.
I'm ready. Nice.
HomeBois Singapore is starting really strong. I've never heard people counting down.
3, 2, 1, go!
And then literally go.
But it worked.
Maybe that's exactly what they needed, right?
That's exactly what we need more from all the other teams.
Yeah, and unfortunately we'll not be able to see a game number 2 because I feel like the comms of game number 2 must be very interesting, right? Because how they hunkered on so long against Frontyardigans definitely deserve a little bit of a honorable mention.
I guess because it's a highlight and they mostly have low lights in that game.
Yeah, I mean, they did well in game 2 as well.
Yeah, they did decent. You know, we gotta have to be critical about this. All right, for season 8.
Yep,
right?
let's take a look at what Churros have to say for this one. Break it down for us, Churros.
What's going on, guys? Churros here again and off the desk. And I have to say, this was a very, very quick series. Very, very different from the first and the second game. This was just dominance from HomeBois. And I just want to start with the draft first. I don't know why still, like, knowing that the Assassin meta is in, you prioritize the Angela, sure. Second pick with Hylos, sure. Third pick with the Angela, and then go for the CC and the Bruno. In the draft, I was like hinting to my fellow co-casters on the desk, and we're saying like, hey, if they pick up the Angela, it works so well. If they pick up the Hanabi and the Lolita, so that's like infinite shields just for the Hanabi. Just wait for that late game scale. But the entirety of this draft, it doesn't speak that late game. On the other hand, though, I like the fact that HomeBois actually picks up a very, very crucial pick here. The Tigro in the last pick, just solidifying that front line, knowing that Phoveus needs that extra little bit of offense coming into a lot of these team plays. This was one of the first couple of fights that JH was actually very, very headstrong in going into the fray. He's the only one there, and he just gets stunned up. Even the Heart Guard wasn't able to support him, and they didn't have a target. If you notice right before, I'm just gonna rewind just a little bit, the purple buff wasn't even up once he entered. It was just like 2 seconds. If he waited a little bit just for that position, they wouldn't been in the safety of that turret, and Ryzen would have been a little bit far ahead, and they would have been able to get a nice little hit. That shows again the breakdown or the downfall of their draft. They only got like single target stuns from the Hylos, single target stuns from the Spear of Alpha. It doesn't amount up to a lot of these team fights that they actually want to go for in the early game. So after JH has been taken down, then they're running for the hills. Hazard comes in from that flank. Astro and Ryzen just so healthy. They were able to go in, try to get another kill onto maybe Chesty because it's already targeted by Hazard. And this was basically just Chesty waiting for his inevitable doom. That being said, this was another team fight right from the start. I stringed it on a little bit too weirdly this time around, but Bong Cutie and Kirby, they wanted to go for Marcus. There was a plan for Bong Cutie to just fight onto Marcus, but I didn't know what happened here, so I just want to get that replay. He went for the minion instead, knowing that Kazuya is right there. He dashed right in. I'm gonna replay that. He just dashed right in. I thought the Hazard used his second skill to try to pull him back, but he dashed into the fight, and then he has no escape mechanism at the end of the day. So we're gonna fast forward to the last little fight. I've got nothing to analyze. This was just pure game instinct, pure play, pure primal play from Kazuya coming in with a final last-ditch effort on the implosion right here. We're just gonna let it play it out because it was so beautiful with three men basically, team fight, and the rest of the team just comes in. I bet he was counting down 3, 2, 1. But then again, props to HomeBois. They really showed up this time around this season. But I'm gonna count down over to you, Cheryl. 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you so much, Prof. Charles, for that breakdown right here. And now I have Nakra beside me, coach of HomeBois SG. So, Nakra, I have a whole list of questions for you. Okay, firstly, HomeBois' journey hasn't been the easiest in Season 7. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to you guys, and you guys had to re-qualify. So, given being in that situation, what have you guys learned from that coming into Season 8?
Okay, well, for our boys is we just learned from last season. Okay, so we don't want to do the same mistake like last season.
So what's the mistake?
So last season mistake is like very simple mistake like comms. So for this season, this boy is still messy. Their comm is still messy, but for this game, it's luck for us. But yeah, that's all lah. For me, today's is side for HomeBois, not for FYG. You know?
Again, sorry?
today game is side for HomeBois.
Oh, so you are favored to win?
Yeah.
Oh, how so?
Because we very confident because we lose MPLQ with FIG, right? So we need to revenge.
Ah, so the mental is there.
Yeah.
Because initially on paper for FYG during the qualifiers, they actually took the win over HomeBois. So on paper today, FYG is actually priced to win technically, but for HomeBois, you guys have the mentality that you want revenge.
Yeah.
Ah.
No matter what happen, we need to win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I also want to kepo
Okay.
why now our team captain Zixuan not playing?
Okay, for who does us, why is one not play? We have planning for third week.
Oh, you keep him in the pocket first, pocket pick.
We have other secret drafting for Zwan.
Oh, secret.
Yeah.
But then you share already, not secret.
Okay, no, I cannot share. I cannot share about drafting.
But it's not a secret if you tell one person at a time.
Like what?
You tell me then one person at a time, then not secret already.
Oh, okay. But for only for you,
Oh, for me, huh? Okay,
So Zwan will play for third week. Then you guys will see the impact from the change of roster.
Ah, third week.
Yeah.
Week 3.
Week 3.
Okay.
Zwan will play.
Zwan.
Zwan.
Zwan. Okay,
Yeah,
okay. I thought Zon.
Oh, no,
Scared
no,
me
no.
later the TP. I scared.
Zwan play for MPL M1.
Okay. I scared. You say Zon. Oh, okay.
So maybe for next game, maybe Zwan will play. But for now, we just go with Astro for this jungle.
Okay. So week 3, Okay,
Yeah.
set your calendars, everybody.
Okay, wait for week 3. Wait,
Okay. Why not week 2? Why must week 3?
Because for me, Astro will he's still young, so we plan to give more exposure for Astro.
Okay.
For this season. So
Granted.
if on third week Astro performance is good, so we continue with Astro.
Okay. Until like need to take a break, then after that change. Okay. Try first lah. All right. So that's very interesting. So I would like to find out more about, what do you think HomeBois will end up in terms of the power rankings at the end of the regular season?
Sorry, what?
So at the end of the regular season, where do you see HomeBois placement at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
For realistic, for this season, we just target top 4.
Top 4?
Yeah.
But a lot of people want top 4 leh.
Just I don't want to high expectation for this.
Okay.
Just okay.
Okay.
Just hope they will get the top 4.
4.
At least 4.
Okay. So who is 1, 2, 3?
1, 2, 3 maybe. Of course, Flash.
Okay.
Evil and Bleed.
Oh, Evil and Bleed.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I don't think RSG can top 4.
Okay. You guys said the same thing as Vanguard. So
Yeah.
that was you still like paiseh. Okay. Shh. It's not a secret if you tell one person at a time. But it's okay. Thank you so much for joining us right here for this interview. And good luck and congratulations on securing this win.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So yes, guys, that's Nakra right here from HomeBois SG. And we're so very excited to see what more waves they can make right here at MPL SG Season 8. So with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings. So yes, ladies and gents, right here on your respective screens, you will see the overall standings here just for week 1, day 1. Now, just a very gentle reminder, we're just here at the very first day of MPL SG Season 8. So this is just the overall standings from today. We see Evil, NIP, Flash, as well as Vanguard Esports securing 3 points with their 2-0 clean sweep thus far. HomeBois SG currently in 4th position, as what they have mentioned their goal was at with 2 points to their name. Frontyardigans with 1 point by securing the first game earlier, and Bleed Esports, Rift Esports, as well as RSG with no points to their name. Now we're gonna kickstart week 1, day 2 tomorrow, Sunday, happening at 10 a.m. With that being said, let's check out tomorrow's schedule. So yes, when it comes to tomorrow's schedule, we're gonna open up with Vanguard Esports going up against Frontyardigans happening at 10 a.m. For match 2, we will see the likes of Evil 2.0 raining all hell on HomeBois SG happening at 12:30 p.m. For match 3, we will see our back-to-back defending champions NIP Flash going up against Bleed Esports at 3 p.m. And closing off the show, we will see RSG SG going up against Rift Esports at 5:30 p.m. Wow, what an exciting lineup we have ahead of us. Remember to place your gas coins on which team you are favoring to win tomorrow happening in-game. So don't miss out on placing your gas coins, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m.